Chapter 23:20. An egg laid by a dragon egg. Naturally, the dragon egg in White Egg's mouth was the previous generation heaven dragon. However, it said that it sensed the aura of the previous generation heaven dragon from Xianxia. Xiaoqin suddenly recalled that when they first met, Xianxia said that he came from Ancestor Dragon City. Now that Xiaoqin thought about it, an ordinary mixed-blood dragon would not have had the opportunity to enter Ancestor Dragon City so early. If Xianxia were a heaven dragon's descendant, that would make sense. No matter what the previous generation heaven dragon did, a heaven dragon was, after all, a heaven dragon. He was an existence worthy of respect and worship in the divine dragon empire. It was understandable that a heaven dragon's descendant had some special privileges. Regardless of what Xiaoqin was thinking, Xianxia showed dark lines on his face. The black and white eggs circling him made him feel embarrassed. Xiaoqin, what the heck are these two fellows? Xianxia could not stand these two puppets sniffing around him like dogs. He quickly ran to Xiaoqin's side to ask for help. The two of you should let him off first. Let me ask you, did that person catch up? Xiaoqin was more concerned about the Thunder King's life or death. If this person did not die, he would not feel at ease. White Egg smiled and said, "That is natural. With the two of us making a move, there's a possibility of failure. However, although the blood-sucking vine's body was destroyed, its soul fled too quickly, entering that person's magic tool." Xiaoqin looked in the direction White Egg pointed at, where the Black Lotus Holy Sun, Ming Xian, was fighting with Chu Chaoyan. Sooner or later, I will truly destroy him. Murderous intent flared in Xiaoqin's eyes. In his heart, the Kunlun Realm's Thunder King would always be someone he had to kill. This show is really exciting. Xianxia could not help sighing as he watched the majestic chaotic battle between sovereign emperors. Fortunately, this was the land of absolute beginning. Otherwise, even if it were Yin's city, it would have been torn down long ago. After she put on the Scarlet Dragon cloak, he stopped fighting with the other Wang Yans. He gathered his guests and rushed to the ninth altar. At some point in time, Yin Sangming and Jun Yuan appeared beside him. The two seemed to intend to work together, working with the other princes to chase Wang Yun off the ninth altar. The originally chaotic situation had instead become clear after this. Yuan Zhen, who occupied the ninth altar and filled the sky with auspicious clouds, ended up becoming everyone's target. The entire second round of the Crown Prince battle was really like a changing king's flag, with one side singing and the other taking the stage. When one wave did not stop, another wave would rise. There would always be unexpected situations. What relationship do you have with the previous generation Heaven Dragon? It is impossible for she to capture you for no reason. As far as I know, the Heavenly Dragon does know where the inheritance key is. He discovered it in the Azure Dragon's old lands. Xiaoqin recovered his wits and asked Xianxia, who was beside him, "Since I've saved you, there's no point in hiding my secret." Xianxia's expression turned grave, and his expression changed. "The previous Heavenly Dragon was my father. However, I really do not know where the inheritance key is. If you save me because of that, you might be disappointed. The previous generation Heaven Dragon is my father. However, I really do not know where the inheritance key is. If you save me because of that, you will be disappointed. We are both from the dragon race and can be considered old acquaintances. I did not save you because of the inheritance key. I just wanted to clarify something. We are both from a dragon race and can be considered old acquaintances. I did not save you because of the inheritance key. I just have some things that I want to clarify." What Xianxia thought was his business. "I believe you." Xianxia smiled faintly and stretched out his hand to slap Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin responded with a smile. The moment the two clasped hands, their trust was established. Because they knew each other, sometimes trust between people could be established in just a second, just like now. Whoosh! Chu Chaoyan descended from the sky and slowly landed beside the two. His complexion looked pretty good. It looked like he had not gotten injured from fighting against the two alone earlier. Yuan Zhen, this person really hid himself deeply. Everything fell into his trap. He raised a prince who did not exist to this point. Who knows how many people's plans were foiled. With the Buddha image's support, even with Shi and Yin Songming's help, Wang Yun's refinement of the Yin imperial sword continued to go uninterrupted. Far away, Wang Yin gathered Xiao Suo and the others, frowning slightly. Wang Yin hesitated on whether to join in and destroy this ninth altar or not. Realistically speaking, the fourth Prince Wang Yin was already Wang Yan's greatest competitor. At this moment, there was no right or wrong in Wang Yan's thoughts. Boom! Before Wang Yin could make a decision, Wang Yin laughed maniacally on the altar and pulled out the Yin imperial sword from the altar. The sword gave off a bright Buddhist light. This Wang Yin actually perfectly merged the Buddhist sect's great Tao with the Yinwu dynasty's dragon vein. Such a scene surpassed everyone's expectations. The many elders in the palace and the clouds were all stupefied. They had been rejecting the hidden spirit temple, not letting the hidden spirit temple interfere in the succession race. They even sided with the Shu dynasty's demonic Dao Hall. However, when the fourth prince pulled out the Yin imperial sword, they were stunned. The bright Buddhist light on the sword meant that the situation was no longer within their control. The Yin emperor, who was restrained, revealed a mocking smile. These elders have been trying to play a balancing act, toying with both the Buddhist Tao and the demonic Tao in the palm of their hands. However, they did not know that in the eyes of the two factions, they were just pawns from the very start. Behind the smile was boundless sorrow. The Yin emperor knew that no matter what the result was, the Yinwu dynasty was finished. The imperial ancestral temple's imperial ancestor felt very anxious. He walked to the corner again and communicated with the mysterious black figure. The imperial ancestor seemed to be saying that the succession race had already gone out of control. Even they could no longer control it. The third round would definitely start soon. Whoever won would become the crown prince. Their original plan had failed. Who are you speaking to? The Yin emperor asked after the imperial ancestor finished speaking. The imperial ancestral temple's imperial ancestor showed a cold expression as he replied indifferently. This fourth brother should be a pawn that you and the hidden spirit temple arranged, right? Although I know that you're close to the hidden spirit temple, I did not expect you to be so deranged. Had I known, I would have crippled you long ago. As for who I am speaking to, you will naturally know when the succession race is over. When the Yin emperor heard that, he wanted to laugh loudly. However, his heart had already died, so he could not laugh. The Yin emperor's expression was even more unsightly than crying. These people are truly hopeless. Inside the ancient Yin emperor tomb, when Wang Yun drew his Yin imperial sword, the altar under him shattered. The entire core region began to shake violently, and the ground suddenly exploded. Xiao Qin's expression changed. Even when the many great perfection sovereign emperors attacked frantically, the ground in this absolute beginning land did not truly crack. But now, the ground had truly been sliced apart, and cracks visible to the naked eye had appeared. What exactly is this existence? To think that it possesses such power, even more horrifying than the many sovereign emperors combined. Rumble. The ground trembled even more intensely as a terrifyingly strong aura brewed underground. Shockwaves spread out. Everyone, including Xiao Chun, had no choice but to retreat again and again. How strong? Just the shock waves were unblockable. After Xiao Chun landed, he felt like a baby being pushed back. He felt like a baby in front of this aura, constantly being pushed back. Crack! Before everyone's eyes, a small tree, sapling giving off flames appeared in the core region. Before Xiao Chun could feel shocked, the sapling grew wildly at a startling speed. In an instant, it grew to the size of a mountain. As the tree branches swayed, boundless life force poured out. Bathed in the green light, everyone's internal injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The ancient tree was still growing at an even faster rate. However, it was already large enough, giving the illusion that it had slowed down. It vaguely seemed like a condensed miniature of a vast dynasty's rise. The Yin Emperor Tree. This was the Yin Emperor Tree. This was the manifestation of a dynasty's accumulations of more than 100,000 years. It relied on the dynasty's dragon vein for nourishment, growing for more than 100,000 years. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All the princes could not suppress the impulse in their hearts. They strode forward and frantically rushed towards the Yin Emperor tree. In the third round of the succession race, whoever stood at the top of the divine tree would become the dynasty's crown prince. However, there were still many people under the towering tree, not moving at all. Not only that, but they also showed some confusion on their faces. Where is the ethereal immortal palace? The divine tree has appeared, and the succession race is almost over. Why is there no sign of the ethereal immortal palace? The various outstanding talents who held the ethereal immortal palace keys looked around, searching for clues. Is it not time yet? Or is this prophecy the same as the previous ones? In the end, it turned out to be a lie. Chapter 23:21. The divine tree already appeared. Where was the ethereal immortal palace? The Yin Emperor divine tree appeared before everyone in its majestic form, swaying its branches. The exuberant life force turned into jade-green raindrops covering the vast core region. Looking at the core region, the towering trees towered into the sky, attracting everyone's attention. It started as a sapling, growing so fast that everyone could only look up at it, unable to see its peak. At the same time, this gave everyone a sense of the vastness of the ancient Yin Emperor tomb's core region. This towering tree was very majestic. However, it was just a drop in the ocean in the core region. The place where it stood had its own magical power, able to contain everything. Compared to the other outstanding talents searching for clues to the ethereal immortal palace, Xianxia had a much easier time. As the green raindrops fell on him, his injuries slowly healed. After the green life force entered his body, it felt like a warm flame slowly burning. It felt warm, like a spring breeze blowing across the land, bringing a vast life force. Xianxia clenched his fist tightly, and the surging divine energy in his body surged like the waves of a great river. Inside Nietian's soul pool, the sea of soul power that had dried up started to bubble. The blue dragon divine seal was like an ancient god that had been asleep for a long time. When it opened its eyes, 3 rings of light appeared in the sea of soul energy, surging with waves. Xianxia's divine energy surged, and his soul returned to its peak. His tightly clenched right fist contained the vast energy brought by his divine energy and soul energy. His feeling was great. Xianxia's lips curled up in a smile. His soul was restricted, and his strength plummeted. This was not a good feeling. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 2 figures descended from the ancient Yin Emperor tree. They were Hao Kai and Xiao Suo. Big brother, the 9th prince sent us down to protect you. He said that you are interested in the ethereal immortal palace and will definitely clash with the other factions. After Xiao Suo landed, he explained to Xianxia why he left Wang Yin. Hao Kai added, "This 9th prince is a pretty good person. He sent Wu Ming and the others to search for the Yin Emperor fruits and sent us back." Xianxia withdrew his gaze from the ancient Yin Emperor tree. Then, he said calmly, he can only rely on himself for the final stage. If not for Wang Yin occupying the 9th altar, he would have become the crown prince. However, it is hard to say now. The 3rd round of the crown prince election was closely related to the 2nd round. The ancient Yin Emperor tree grew on the dynasty's dragon vein. Wang Yin and Wang Yun, who had perfectly merged with the dragon vein, had a great advantage over the other princes. The position of crown prince could only be between the 2 of them. Nothing, still nothing. Chu Chaoyun, who was holding the ethereal immortal palace key tightly, opened his eyes and shook his head in disappointment. The current martial epic was like rotten wood. It retained its shape, but lost its charm long ago. The momentum of the cycle of the epics was unstoppable. The wings of time, the strongest transcendent great soul tool of the martial epic, had once reversed the situation and defeated the Black Dragon King. There was no reason for it not to show up. At this moment, the various outstanding talents who had not climbed the Yin Emperor Divine Tree were all interested in the ethereal immortal palace. At first, he was still hiding it, but now that the tide had receded, he had no choice but to reveal it. Apart from the inheritance key, there were a total of 7 keys to the Immortal Palace. The tide receded, and it was just nice to see who held the key to the Immortal Palace. Xiaoqun looked around and glanced at Yuan Zhen, who was still seated on the lotus platform in the clouds, bathing in a bright Buddhist light. Yuan Zhen, who had the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's karma, frowned. It seemed like something exceeded his expectations. Xiaoqun was the one who gave Yuan Zhen his ethereal Immortal Palace key. There was no need to guess. 2 people stood on a distant mound. Yin Songming and Jin Yuan stood side by side. Clearly, these 2 also had an ethereal Immortal Palace key. She, who wore the Scarlet Dragon cloak, had Ming Xian and Yang Qing accompanying him. The 3rd ethereal Immortal Palace key had to be in his hands. The profound Heaven Holy Lands Wenrinyu and Dao Yin were together. Wenrinyu probably had an ethereal Immortal Palace key as well. Xiaoqun and Chu Chaoyan each had one. The final key had to be in the hands of the Silver Dragon Kings group. When Xiaoqun looked over, a strange look flashed in his eyes. The Dragon God Crown Prince Qin Ming actually stood up. Unfortunately, Xiaoqun happened to meet the other party's gaze. A cold, murderous intent sent a chill through his body. Xiaoqun sighed in his heart. The ancient Yin Emperor Tree's vigorous life force healed his injuries, allowing him to return to his peak. However, Qin Ming, who was nearly half dead and nearly crippled, underwent a nirvanic rebirth and improved. Nephew, there is no need to lower yourself to his level for now. Finding the ethereal Immortal Palace is more important. His Majesty instructed us to prioritize the wings of time. The Silver Dragon King feared Qin Ming and could not hold back, charging over on impulse. Earlier, Qin Ming had been crushed into a pile of mush and was in a deep sleep. He did not know how horrifying Xiaoqun, who possessed Heavenly Slayer, was. If Qin Ming thought that he could defeat Xiaoqun after undergoing a nirvanic rebirth, that would not be good. I know. Qin Ming showed a stern expression, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. However, he still slowly withdrew his gaze. Xiaoqun smiled faintly, not minding it. Previously, the chaotic scene had actually become somewhat deserted under the towering ancient tree. The other guests followed the princes and climbed up the ancient Yin Emperor tree. Even if this round did not have much to do with them, they still had to fight for the Yin Emperor fruits hidden on the tree. Not only did the Yin Emperor fruits have the miraculous effect of extending one's lifespan, but legend said that they could also increase one's luck, allowing one's luck to soar. The higher one's cultivation, the more one could sense the existence of fate. Naturally, one's desire for luck increased. Compared to the illusory, ethereal, Immortal Palace and the Wings of Time, which involve a lot of things, these people were more interested in the tangible Yin Emperor fruits. Where is the ethereal Immortal Palace? The people with ethereal Immortal Palace keys were like Chu Chaoyan, feeling somewhat confused. Looking at the silent Chu Chaoyan, Xiaoqun suddenly asked, "Have you ever thought that the ethereal Immortal Palace will not appear without the inheritance key?" "What do you mean?" Xiaoqun said after some thought. "Actually, I think this. For tens of thousands of years, there have been predictions of the ethereal Immortal Palace appearing. However, none of them have been accurate. If it happened once or twice, it could be due to the standards of these diviners. However, there has to be another reason for the thousands of failures." Chu Chaoyan's eyes lit up. He had never heard of such a theory before. "I believe that in the past, someone must have gathered all 7 keys and only lacked the inheritance key. Since one lacks the inheritance key, even if the ethereal Immortal Palace appears, one cannot enter. In that case, what is the point of the ethereal Immortal Palace not appearing?" Understanding dawned on Chu Chaoyan. He said, "Are you saying that the ethereal Immortal Palace can sense the existence of the inheritance key or a similar formation? Without the 7 keys and the inheritance key, the formation in the ethereal Immortal Palace would not be activated, unable to appear." "That's right. That is my guess. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why the predictions for tens of thousands of years have failed time and time again." Xiao Chun lowered his head and casually fiddled with his fingers. Then, he said softly, "However, this is just a guess. After all, the inheritance key was lost long ago. There is no way to truly gather all the keys and test them." Right after Xiao Chun spoke, Chu Chaoyan shifted his gaze to Jiang He. "Don't look at me. I really don't know where the inheritance key is." Jiang He showed a helpless expression as he quickly explained. If he knew, he would have said it long ago. Not everyone could endure Xi's torture. Boom! Jiang He lowered his head and fiddled with his fingers. Then, he suddenly raised his head. The instant Jiang He raised his head, the blue dragon image behind him turned solid. Its long hair fluttered, showing its sharpness. With a wave of his hand, he executed Firmament's rage. The rage of a great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon formed a gigantic palm. 5-element divine lightning flowed in the palm, rising and falling, looking like an immortal nation. Bang! This palm strike happened to clash with Yuan Zhen, who attacked without any warning. Yuan Zhen, who sat on a lotus platform in the sky, executed all things to nothing. Using the supreme Buddhist might, he formed a golden Buddha palm that covered the sky and sun. The two palms clashed, producing a loud sound and a strong wind. The ancient Yin Emperor tree, which towered into the clouds, trembled endlessly in the strong wind caused by the shock waves. The many guests searching for Yin Emperor fruits on the tree felt like the world collapsed. The weaker guests were instantly flung off, screaming endlessly. Retreat! Xiao Chun pulled Jiang He and turned into a flash of purple electric light as he retreated. After Xiao Suo landed, he tightly grasped the Scarlet Blood War banner. Then, together with Wu Meng, he shielded Xiao Chun, Chu Chaoyun, and Jiang He with grave expressions. The shock waves of the two palm strikes lingered in the air for a long time. The lightning and the shattered golden Buddha palm materialized a horrifying, mysterious phenomenon. From an outsider's point of view, such a large space had become a terrifying forbidden zone. Bathed in a gentle Buddhist light, Yuan Zhen sat on the lotus platform and slowly passed through the forbidden zone formed by the shock waves. Then, he looked around and fixed his gaze on Jiang He. Yuan Zhen's purpose immediately became clear. Whoosh! 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 3 figures arrived in an instant. She led Ming Xian and Yang Qing over. Xiao Chun, it looks like you are not the only one who figured out the crux of the problem. After Chu Chaoyan said that, Jiang He felt very uneasy. He smiled bitterly endlessly. After all, the one in the sky was the unfathomable Yuan Zhen. Jiang He had already experienced the various means of the 3 charging over from the ground. Jiang He cursed endlessly in his heart. However, he was not cursing these people, but his heartless father. Father, you really harmed your son. If you really knew about the inheritance key, you could have just told me. That way, I would not be in such a state where I cannot explain myself. Hand this person to me. She did not waste any words, getting straight to the point. Sure, Xiao Chun was exceptionally straightforward, startling Jiang He and Shi. However, you have to use the scarlet dragon sacred robe you are wearing to exchange for it. She revealed a faint smile, and the deep abyssal cross in his left eye appeared again. Then, it turned into a blazing scarlet flame. Kacha! Kacha! Crack! Crack! This strange scarlet flame ignited at the bottom of Shi's left eye and burned endlessly. It was like it burned through the barriers of many worlds, traversing a boundless distance. Then, it burned out of Shi's eye socket and reached his eyebrows. The instant the scarlet flame burned out of Shi's eye socket, the fear from the deep abyss materialized and surged over. Combined with the smile on Shi's face, he looked extremely reclusive. Whoosh! When faced with this materialized fear, Xiao Suo and the others had to take a few steps back before slowly coming to a stop. Even so, they still did not dare to look at Shi's face. Xiao Chun, do you know who is your friend and who is your enemy in this place? She asked, not taking advantage of the instant his aura suppressed Xiao Chun and the others to come out. Instead, he continued to smile. Xiao Chun looked straight at Shi and replied calmly, My friends are in front of me and on my left and right. Naturally, Xiao Suo and Xiao Chun were in front. Chu Chaoyan and Jiang, he were on his left and right. Wrong, she blurted out without hesitation. He showed a serious expression, exuding an unquestionable charm. The old epoch has already aged, and the new epoch is about to begin. Epochs come and go, the cycle of reincarnation never ending. Do you really understand that reincarnation is more than just these 4 words? This was the general trend. It was a trend that no one could stay out of, and no one could stay out of it. Aside from me, the people around you might not have a choice or follow the trend. They might betray you, abandon you, kill you. She enunciated every word like a clap of thunder, ringing in Xiao Chen's mind, targeting the weakest spot in his heart. Betray you, abandon you, kill you. These 3 words lingered in Xiao Chen's mind, reverberating without scattering. Xiao Chen's expression changed drastically. He had thought of a similar problem when Chu Chaoyan sought out Xiao Chun for cooperation. She's confident words meant that aside from Xiao Chun, no one else could be trusted. Why is he so confident? Is he a contingency plan that Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun laid back then? Does he know my identity as a blue dragon? Chapter 23-22. Betray you, abandon you, kill you. This was like a heavy blow to Xiao Chen's head, rendering him speechless for a moment, unable to understand what was going on. Xiao Chen also felt like he had just woken up from a dream, as he had thought of everything the other party said before. Back then, when the sinister winds lingered in Black Wind Ridge, Chu Chaoyan explained the situation to Xiao Chun when he met him. Xiao Chun had thought of all this. Who could remain aloof from the situation? Who could guarantee that their hearts would not change? Who could say that they did not have a choice? Hence, when Xiao Chun swung his saber, he did not believe in heaven or the situation. He just wanted to swing his saber and break all restraints. However, it was not that simple. Even until now, Chu Chaoyan had not told Xiao Chun how he entered the ancient Yin Emperor tomb. Xiao Suo had the Pirate Alliance behind him. After inheriting the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's undefeatable inheritance, could he guarantee that he would not be forced by the situation? Big brother, big brother. Xiao Chun only addressed Xiao Chun as big brother after his defeat. Hao Kai was an expert of the Golden Crow Empire. He came to help Xiao Chun because of Ao Jiao. Without Ao Jiao, Xiao Chun could not predict how Hao Kai would treat Xiao Chun. As for Jiang He, who could be sure that he did not know the location of the inheritance key? No one, aside from Xiao Chun. Who is your friend? Who is your enemy? The scarlet flame in Xi's demonic eye that burned through countless barriers of worlds looked like a flickering blood tear. After forcing back Xiao Chun and the others with his aura, she did not choose to make a move. This made his words sound very convincing. If she had not said that earlier and directly attacked, no one might have been able to block him. The scarlet flame that came from the depths of Xi's eye seemed to burn through countless barriers of worlds. It was more terrifying than many people imagined. Xiao Chen's heart wavered. He was practically certain that the other party was Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's backup. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun had the Blue Dragon bloodline in the first place. Given that Xiao Chun also had the Blue Dragon bloodline, he and she could be considered on the Blue Dragon's side. If that was true, Xi's words would be even more believable. The bright moon in the sky. Have you ever wondered whose blood dyed that bright moon red? You've also held the Blood Dragon Saint Robe in your hands. Don't you find it familiar? Others might not understand, but you should understand what I'm saying. You should make your own judgment on who to believe and who not to believe. Xi's words were too impactful, making Chu Chaoyan, Jiang He, Xiao Suo, and Wu Meng feel that something was wrong with Xiao Chun. In the past, Xiao Chun wouldn't have hesitated like this at all. What would you do if I hand Jiang He to you? After a moment of silence, Xiao Chun looked up at Xi and asked. Hearing those words, Chu Chaoyun and Jiang He's expressions changed drastically, as if their hearts had been struck heavily. Jiang He felt as if his heart was shattering, and he was in extreme pain. His lips curled into a cold smile. He knew that Xiao Chun was still suspecting him of not telling the truth about the inheritance key. However, Xiao Chun really did not know where the inheritance key was. Chu Chaoyan showed a complicated expression, feeling somewhat disappointed. In the end, Xianxia was an ordinary person. Before the greater picture, he could not stay out of it. Xianxia also felt somewhat relieved. This was good as well. There were no more excuses. Everyone had no choice. However, they had their own karma, so the guilt in Xiaoqian's heart lessened significantly. However, for some reason, memories of the past filled Xiaoqian's mind. The various scenes in the Sky Dome realm and the Kunlun realm flashed. Boundless sorrow still filled the depths of Xiaoqian's heart. Time was truly merciless. Xiao Suo tightly grasped the Scarlet Blood War banner, feeling somewhat powerless. His expression turned fidgety and uneasy. Even the indomitable battle hunger of the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance seemed somewhat unstable, somewhat uncontrollable. Xiaoqian wondered, if Xiaoqian really handed over his friend, is this big brother still worth following? Hao Kai's expression changed slightly, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. However, he quickly recovered his normal expression. Xiaoqian only needed to remember what Ao Jiao instructed him to do. Xi's grave expression relaxed slightly. The scarlet flame burning in the demonic flame slowly dimmed as he gave his answer. Whether he knows the location of the inheritance key or not, it is certain that he is the one with the deepest connection to the inheritance key in the entire ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Since he cannot obtain any information while he is alive, let him die. In any case, even if Trash dies, there will be no loss. If we can really obtain information about the inheritance key, we will have the initiative. No matter what, we will be the winners. This was what she wanted to do after Xiaoqian handed Jianghe to him. He spoke bluntly, not hiding anything. Who could have imagined that right after she spoke, Xiaoqian would draw the tyrant's saber on his back? Then, he said softly, "Sorry, I'm afraid I cannot hand him to you. Whether he is friend or foe, I cannot forgive myself for sending my friend to his death." Right after Xiaoqian spoke, Jianghe, who was preparing to leave, felt stunned. This made Chu Chaoyun's lips curl up in a smile. His sadness immediately vanished. Time was the most merciless. However, one should not throw all excuses to it. There would always be some people and some things that remain the same even after a long time. Boom! The scarlet flame in Xi's eyes, which had already dimmed, soared and brightened again. Then, he asked seriously, "Are you sure? When those people react, when the bald donkey in the sky makes up his mind, do you know how miserable your death will be?" The strangeness of this place had already attracted the attention of the Silver Dragon King, Yin Songming, Wan Rinyu, and the others. However, they had not thought about the connection between the prophecy and the inheritance key. They were still waiting to see what she was planning on doing to Xiaoqian. However, once they figured it out, Xiaoqian, who still had to protect Jianghe, would definitely become everyone's target, mercilessly besieged. No one would be able to survive after making so many enemies. You don't have to care about that. When I draw my saber, you should understand what I mean. Xiaoqian's expression remained calm, his heart no longer fluctuating. As a bladesman, when Xiaoqian drew his saber to protect someone, he had already forgotten about life and death. When a gentleman drew his saber, it was a promise of life and death. There was no need to say anything else. Everything was written on the saber. Those who could understand would not ask too much. Silence, no one spoke. However, everyone could feel it. Xi's aura grew increasingly terrifying. The heavy aura pressed down on everyone, making it hard for them to breathe. Boom! For half my life, I drifted from place to place. For half my life, I was unrivaled, moving about without fear. This body is like a sword, unyielding pride. My heart is like the sun and the moon, shining brightly for 10,000 years. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King's indomitable battle hunger traveled through time and space, descending once more. Xiao Suo used his physical body to wield the Scarlet Blood War banner, forcefully driving the indomitable battle hunger. The war banner fluttered like waves, flapping loudly in the wind, forcefully pushing back Xi's aura. Then, Xiao Suo ferociously thrust out, using his fearless courage and the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's indomitable battle hunger to take the initiative to attack Xi. "Go! I'll block him." Whoosh! A cold light flickered at the tip of the banner. The indomitable battle hunger gathered at one point. If a star were here, it would be able to pierce through it. Let's go. A look of determination flashed in Xianxia's eyes. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he made up his mind. He could not waste the opportunity that Xianxia created. Whoosh! 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 The group executed their movement techniques and retreated. Buzz! Xianxia seemed to be prepared to die. The spear that he thrust out looked like it would strike Xi's chest. The other party stretched out his right hand and grabbed it. The tip of the banner immediately buzzed endlessly. Rumble! As the tip of the banner buzzed, the ground shook wildly. The entire world seemed unstable. Whoosh! Whoosh! Ming Xian and Yang Qing flashed past Xianxia, turning into two beams of dim light, one black and one azure, in pursuit. The auspicious clouds in the sky churned like waves. Yuan Zhen, who was sitting on the lotus platform in the air, suddenly stood up. A bright light flickered in Yuan Zhen's eyes. Clearly, he had already made up his mind, believing that He was the key to the ethereal Immortal Palace's appearance. Yuan Zhen leaped up gently and descended at lightning speed, carrying Buddhist might that filled the sky. The ethereal Immortal Palace must have something to do with Xiao Chun or the people around Xiao Chun, Qi Ming said with a grave expression when he saw Yuan Zhen and Ming Xian chasing after Xiao Chun. The ethereal Immortal Palace must have something to do with Xiao Chun or the people around Xiao Chun, Qi Ming said with a grave expression when he saw Yuan Zhen and Ming Xian chasing after Xiao Chun. The eyes of Sikong Shu, who had been tightly grasping the ethereal Immortal Palace key and searching for clues, lit up in realization. I understand. After him, the inheritance key's whereabouts must be with Jianghe. This fellow is the descendant of the previous generation Heaven Dragon. No matter what, we must capture him. Right after Sikong Shu spoke, he led the Silver Dragon King and Qin Ming in a frantic pursuit of Xiao Chun. Everyone here was an outstanding talent. As they grasped the ethereal Immortal Palace key, they could start a new epic. All of them had the determination of a super faction behind them. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they were the strongest, outstanding talents of the entire martial epic. Perhaps they could not figure it out previously. However, given the current situation, they could guess the connection between the inheritance key and Jianghe. Yin Songming and the profound Heaven Holy Lands Wanren raised their heads at nearly the same time, looking in the direction that Xiao Qin took. Then, without hesitation, their figures flashed at the same time, leading their people in pursuit. Xianxia, who was holding the Scarlet Blood War banner, gritted his teeth. His facial features twisted wildly, but he still could not advance. Xianxia did not grab the Scarlet Blood War banner with a hand, but a scarlet dragon claw. Chapter 23:23. The blood dragon, swimming on the sage, cloak merged its claws with Xi's arm, firmly grasping the Scarlet Blood War banner. This made it hard for Xianxia to advance. What blocked him was not a person, but a vast dynasty. The moon reigned supreme, and the blood dragon supported him. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King's undefeatable battle hunger could force back Xi's aura. However, it could not stop a dynasty. How unfortunate. She sighed softly. I can't see the Scarlet Blood Pirate King personally. Defeating his inheritor is simply an unfair victory. Xianxia gently twisted the hand holding the banner pole. He felt like he could not hold the banner properly. As Xianxia slowly moved the banner pole, demonic energy flowed through his palm and entered his body, looking like a demonic dragon rampaging through his body. Blood dyeing the sky. Xianxia suppressed the demonic Dao divine energy in his body and roared ferociously. A mysterious phenomenon immediately appeared. Blood dyed the sky red, and a vast sea roared. Huge waves surged, and a vast aura instantly formed. Boundless blood filled the sky, dyeing it red. Below was a vast sea with surging waves, each one taller than the one before. Xianxia's Scarlet Blood War banner covered his body, creating layers of waves. Then, He took a step forward with the Scarlet Blood War banner in his hand. The Scarlet Blood War banner broke through the other party's dragon claw and pierced his chest, launching a great counterattack. Roar! However, the blood dragon on Xi's black robes came to life in an instant. A scarlet dragon image circled around Xi. Then, the dragon head hovered above Xi's head and roared ferociously at the surging waves. Rumble! The waves surged back, and the blood-stained sky slowly faded. The blood dragon raged, directly forcing back the surging aura. Wuxia! The backlash from the killing move forced Xianxia to vomit a mouthful of blood. He could no longer tightly grip the Scarlet Blood War banner. The other party's demonic energy war banner surged over like a spiral. First, Xianxia suffered a backlash. Then, he was ruthlessly knocked back by this attack. As soon as Xianxia landed on the ground, before he could even react, Xi waved the war banner in his hand. Whoosh! A miserable shriek rang out as the banner tip pierced Xiaoxia's chest, pinning him to the ground. The demonic, Dao divine energy on the war banner flowed through Xiaoxia's chest, invading his limbs and bones like a ferocious tiger. Xiaoxia was immediately suppressed, pinned to the ground, unable to move. To an imperial lord, the heart was no longer a vital point unless they used their divine essence to extinguish all the vitality in the body. Otherwise, if a sovereign emperor were to leave behind a drop of blood that contained life force, they would be able to be reborn. However, without a rebirth mystic art, the process would be slower. Even if their physical bodies were destroyed and their divine seals were not destroyed in time, an Empyrean lord's soul could still escape. She's moved completely suppressed Xiao Qin's physical body and soul. Then, Xiao Qun used the Scarlet Blood War banner to pin him to the ground. Although it would not harm his foundation, the humiliation would be devastating. More importantly, Empyreans were difficult to kill. Since she could restrain Xi without spending too much effort, he would definitely know when to give up. Not killing Xiaoxia was not his benevolence. His main objective was to catch up to Xiaoqian. You are too weak. You have only scratched the surface of the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's indomitable battle hunger. After saying that, she swaggered over, not bothering to look back at Xiaoxia. Xiaoxia gripped the blood-colored war banner with both hands and clenched his teeth, wanting to pull it out. His facial features contorted, and even after exerting all his strength, it was to no avail. It had to be said that this was a great irony. Xiaoqian was pinned to the ground by his own Scarlet Blood War banner, yet he could not do anything about it. No one would want to endure such humiliation. However, Xiaoxia did not mind at all. Even though his divine energy and soul energy were suppressed, he was like an ordinary person now. He only had brute force left, and he did not give up. What was worse was that the tip of the banner pierced his chest. Every movement brought intense pain that could cause him to faint at any moment. However, Xiaoxia did not give up. He did not get distracted or hesitate. He focused on slowly pulling out the Scarlet Blood War banner. Xiaoxia showed a ferocious expression, and sweat dripped down his forehead like rain. He completely displayed the brute force, tenacity, and ferocity of a pirate captain. Cassie, Xi, who had already walked some distance away, stopped and turned to look. He saw blood spurting out of Xiaoxia's chest like a fountain as he lay on the ground. Xiaoxia had used his own brute force to pull out the Scarlet Blood War banner. The instant Xiaoxia pulled out the war banner, the restriction that she left in his body collapsed like a gushing river. Xiaoxia held up the Scarlet Blood War banner, allowing it to flutter in the air. Then he stood up again. The bloodstained war banner did not diminish its elegance at all. Instead, it added lofty aspirations and hot-bloodedness. The war banner fluttered noisily. It was not the wind blowing at the banner, but the banner fluttering in the wind. The blazing battle hunger in Xiaoxia's heart drove this once unrivaled war banner. As Xiaoxia held up the war banner, it was like he was not standing on the ground, but on a vast ocean. His battle hunger and his pirate heart seemed to infect this land of absolute beginning. A ship slowly broke out of the ground. A group of experts who once followed this war banner turned into war souls. They rode a ship from the distant river of time, coming under orders. A vast ocean surged before Xi's eyes. Xiaosuo stood on the bow of the ship, and many other warships materialized behind him. The souls of experts stood on the bow of those warships, facing the wind and riding the waves. She revealed some surprise on his face. He asked in a strange tone, "Did you not feel humiliated at all in that earlier scene?" She had not expected Xiaosuo to stand up again. If it were an ordinary person, after being pinned to the ground by their own weapon, they would have broken down due to the great humiliation. This would leave an indelible shadow in their hearts in the future. However, she did not see any humiliation or hatred in Xiaosuo. She was not shocked at the strength of the Scarlet Blood War banner. To think that it could summon war souls of the past and materialize many strong warships. She was shocked at Xiaosuo's temperament. Such a person was the blind spot of his demonic eye of fear. If he was so resilient, he would not feel any fear in his heart. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King spent half his life wandering from place to place. He lived like a dog for half his life, but he never gave up on his pirate heart. The humiliation just now was nothing to me. Compared to the wind and rain I experienced on the sea, it is nothing. Xiaosuo showed a calm and unruffled expression, not showing any rage or dissatisfaction at all. Why bother? Even if you blocked me, at least two of the people chasing Xiaochun are no weaker than me. Only death awaits him. Xiaosuo grabbed his collar and tossed it up. The black robes turned into a blood moon that slowly rose. Under the blood moon, she spoke unhurriedly as he looked at Xiaosuo. She stretched out his hand and beckoned. The demonic imperial sword, which was stabbed into the ground somewhere, buzzed and turned into a beam of black light that entered his palm. All this showed that she treated Xiaosuo as a true opponent and was truly enraged. All I need to know is that by blocking you, Xiaochun will have one less strong opponent. There is no need for you to shake my will. After receiving a favor, I will remember it for life. It has already merged into my soul and bloodline. Xiaosuo lowered the war banner on the warship's bow and pointed it at the other party. After some thought, he said, "Attack then." As she and Xiaosuo fought, Xiaochun, Jianghe, Chu Chaoyun, and the others took the opportunity to retreat. However, Yuan Zhen, who was in the sky, used the auspicious clouds to pursue them. Xiaochun could not shake off Yuan Zhen, who kept his eyes on him. The more problematic thing was that the Silver Dragon King, Sikong Shu, Dao Yin, Wenrin Yu, Yin Songming, Zhen Yuan, and the others held the ethereal Immortal Palace keys. All of them reacted. The crux of the ethereal Immortal Palace lay with Jianghe, so they gave chase as well. Yuan Zhen attacked again. Xiaochun and the others did not want to waste time with him, so they delayed themselves and dodged. Boom! The ground within 5,000 kilometers caved in, and a huge palm imprint appeared. If this palm strike landed, it would not be good. They would either die or be injured. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent, and the shore is at hand. While the group dodged, Yuan Zhen landed in front of them, blocking their path. A sea of bitterness appeared. Yuan Zhen sat on a lotus platform, looking at the others from distance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ming Xian and Yang Qing arrived in an instant. The Silver Dragon King and Sikong Shu landed together. Yin Songming and Jin Yuan blocked the left path. Dao Yin and Wenrin Yu were even farther away, rushing over unhurriedly. Ambushes immediately surrounded the group. There was no way out in the sky or on the ground. Xiaochun looked around and sighed. He already made up his mind. He looked at Jianghe and said, "As a friend, this is as far as I can help you. I'll deal with this monk. I'll help block the Silver Dragon King and Sikong Shu." Chu Chaoyan added, "Leave Ming Xian and Yang Qing to me." Since there was no way out in the sky or on the ground, Xiaochun could only help Jianghe block the strongest few and see if he could take the opportunity to break out. Even if he didn't say anything, I would be too embarrassed to remain here. Many thanks. Jianghe knew that for Xiaochun to be able to help him this much, he had already done his best, far surpassing that of friend. Without any hesitation or delay, a dragon roar came from Xianxi's body as he soared towards a certain opening. The mighty dragon roar caused the surroundings to tremble slightly under this furious roar. Xianxi's body exuded a rare dragon might, giving off an ethereal and holy feeling. The mysteries of the heaven dragon. Xiaoqian's eyes lit up as he immediately recognized it. It looked like this Xianxi was not weak either. What was the mysteries of the heaven dragon? One had to have great boldness and breadth of mind to be able to encompass the boundless sky. However large the sky was, one's heart had to be as large as the sky. One had to be able to encompass the sky and not become one with it, walking the path of no return. One had to be one with the sky and yet be outside it. This was where the ethereal feeling came from. Attack. Seeing that Xianxi wanted to flee, a murderous intent appeared in Yuan Zhen's eyes as he immediately attacked. Xiao Chun, Chu Chaoyun, and Hao Kai had expected this long ago. Their figures flashed as they blocked their opponents. They had to create a path of survival for Xianxi amidst this desperate situation where he was being ambushed from every direction. However, just at this moment, something strange happened. All the cultivators holding the ethereal Immortal Palace keys felt their keys tremble for no reason. All of them felt their keys trembling for no reason, and their faces instantly changed. Chapter 23-24. The ethereal Immortal Palace keys trembled for no reason. Without any warning, the ethereal Immortal Palace keys in everyone's hands suddenly trembled for no reason. Wait a moment. Xikong Shu stopped the Silver Dragon King and Qin Ming, who were about to attack Xianxi. The key in his hand gave off a faint glow as it trembled endlessly. Qin Ming and the Silver Dragon King stared at the key, their expressions changing slightly. What's going on? Qin Ming looked at Xikong Shu in confusion. Xikong Shu could not hide his nervousness. Even after coming to the ancient Yin Emperor tomb for so long, the key had not shown any strange movements. Now, it suddenly moved like it was summoned by something. Clearly, the key could not possibly tremble for no reason. There had to be a reason. What was the reason? Naturally, the first thing that came to mind was whether the ethereal Immortal Palace was about to appear. The ethereal Immortal Palace is about to appear? The Silver Dragon King asked excitedly, excitement flashing in his eyes. It is highly possible. It looks like the ethereal Immortal Palace does not have much to do with Xianxi. Perhaps we had guessed wrong before. Let Bai Yunfei and Xia Hozhen guard outside, and we should not chase anymore. We should not give chase, Xikong Shu said softly after some thought as he watched Xianxi leave. The ethereal Immortal Palace might appear in the next moment. At that time, it would be hard to avoid conflict. It would be foolish to split the main force to chase after Xianxi. Above the sea of bitterness, Yuan Zhen, who sat on a lotus platform, quietly looked at the key floating before him. It appeared? Yuan Zhen frowned slightly. He did not feel as excited as the Silver Dragon King and Qin Ming. Yuan Zhen's eyes were empty, showing neither joy nor sorrow. It looks like the ethereal Immortal Palace is really going to appear. Where will it be? Yin Saming tightly grasped the key with his right fist, trembling slightly. As he looked around, he revealed a terrifying aura in his eyes. The trembling key startled everyone, disrupting what they were doing. Congratulations. I'm going to spare your life, she said indifferently as he looked at the injured Xiaoxia. Then, he ignored the other party and quickly met up with Ming Xian and Yang Qing. What's going on? Xiaoxia's fighting spirit had yet to fade. However, his injuries could no longer support him. If she had persisted earlier, Xiaoxia might not have been able to last much longer. However, the other party suddenly lost interest in Xiaoxia. Then, he put on the robes again and fled far away. Whatever, let's heal first. Without giving it any further thought, Xiaoxia swallowed a medicinal pill and left silently. Chu Chaoyun and Xiao Chun exchanged a look. The keys to the ethereal palace in their hands were both trembling. The profound meaning of the heaven dragon? It was too much of a coincidence that the divine palace key changed right after Jiang. He unleashed his heaven dragon's esoteric way. The others were attracted by the movement of the key and might not have noticed this detail. However, Xiao Chun, who also grasped the mysteries of the Heaven Dragon, would not miss this. He muttered to himself, did the previous Heaven Dragon really know about the inheritance key? Be that as it may, it was too late to ask Xianxia now. Everyone's attention was drawn to the key in their hands. Just a moment ago, Xianxia had been the target of everyone. After a few glances, he watched him leave. Since the ethereal Immortal Palace had yet to appear, they naturally had to capture him, the descendant of the Heaven Dragon who had limitless possibilities with the inheritance key. Now that the Immortal Palace was about to appear, chasing after him would be putting the cart before the horse. Xiao Chun took a quick look around. Aside from a few weak sovereign emperors still chasing Xianxia, there were no other sovereign emperors. The other super experts like Dao Yin, Yuan Zhen, and the others did not take the initiative to attack. Whoosh! Just as Zhang Xian was deep in thought, the ethereal palace key suddenly flew out of his hand and flew in a certain direction. In the dusky sky, it was like a meteor shooting out rays of light. It was not just Xiao Chun. Chu Chaoyun, Yin Songming, Shi, Yuan Zhen, Wen Rinyu, and Sikong Shu all lost control of their ethereal Immortal Palace keys. Ha chase! However, there was not the slightest bit of panic on most people's faces. Instead, it was replaced by wild joy. The Silver Dragon King roared ferociously. Then, together with Sikong Shu and Qin Ming, they chased after the flowing light. The Immortal Palace is really going to appear. A fanatical look flashed in Yin Songming's eyes. He appeared excited and overjoyed. It's not time to get excited yet. Obtaining the wings of time will be perfect. Zhen Yuan, who was at the side, said calmly. Right, let's go as well. Yin Songming suppressed the excitement in his heart. Then, his expression slowly turned calm, and his eyes filled with sharpness. Suddenly, a black demonic image burst out of Zhen Yuan's eyes. The demonic image surged and surged. If Xiao Chun were here, he would definitely recognize this as the Black Dragon King's demonic nature energy that Zhen Yuan absorbed in the soaring dragon great realm. Whoosh! In the next moment, the demonic image burst out and wrapped around Yin Songming, turning into a black tornado as it charged forward. Everywhere it passed, sand and rocks flew. Ferocious roars rang out endlessly, and the sky changed color, inspiring fear. The people who held the ethereal Immortal Palace keys did not want to fall behind. They all brought out their strongest means, moving like lightning bolts as they gave chase. Did you see Xianxia? After she met up with Yang Qing and Ming Xian, he immediately asked about Xianxia's whereabouts. After some thought, Ming Xian replied, after the ethereal Immortal Palace keys moved strangely, I feared that something big would happen, so I did not give chase and waited for my lord to come. I only sent a few people to chase after him. I don't know if we can catch up. What's wrong? Could it be that Xianxia is still useful? The Azure Lotus Holy Daughter asked softly, her eyes sparkling. After some thought, she replied, the ethereal Immortal Palace keys would not move for no reason. The mystery of Jiang, he has not been solved yet. My intuition tells me that this person is very useful. What should we do now? Should I chase after him? Ming Xian asked as he looked at Shi, raising his eyebrows. Shi's expression did not change as he replied indifferently. There's no need. If he really has karma, he will not be able to leave even if he wants to. Let's go after the keys. Shi gently flapped his cloak, and a dragon roar rang out. The blood dragon roared and soared into the air, carrying the three into the air. Xianxia, who she said could not escape karma, was not having a good time either. Although no super experts chased after Xianxia, some of the great perfection sovereign emperors were demonic Dao outstanding talents, great desolate Ian bloodlines, and sect elders. Even a two-vein sovereign emperor like Xiao Chun could not afford to offend them. Fortunately, Xiao Chun grasped the Heaven Dragon's mysteries. These people would not be able to catch up to him quickly. However, if this continued, he would still die when he ran out of divine energy. Xiao Chun had never intended to join in on the excitement of the ancient Yin Emperor tomb. Jiang He felt very depressed that he ended up causing a great calamity for no reason. Oh no! Suddenly, Jiang He's expression changed slightly. He drew his saber and swung it around. Bang! The saber light struck a huge snake's body. A strong rebound knocked Jiang He back, and blood leaked out of a corner of his mouth. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two figures landed. They were the White Marsh Beast Empires by Yun Fei and the Hound Lion Empires Xiahozun. Jiang He, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Bai Yun Fei smiled faintly. He and Xiahozun had been guarding the periphery under Sikong Shu's orders. This was to prevent Jiang He from breaking out of the encirclement with Xiao Chen's help, not giving him a true chance to flee. Xiahozun said indifferently, Jiang He, come with us obediently. On account that we are both from the Bushin Palace, we will not make things too difficult for you compared to those demonic Dao sovereign emperors. The path ahead was blocked, and there were pursuers behind. Jiang He's situation immediately turned extremely bad. His thoughts raced as he felt helpless. Jiang He thought about how carefree and unfettered he was in the Great Thousand Realms. With his Heaven Dragon's mysteries, practically no one could do anything to him. However, after coming to the ancient Yin Emperor tomb, he realized that it was not that others could not do anything to him. It was just that he had not run into too many experts in the past. The ancient Yin Emperor tomb was a place where the elite sovereign emperors were continuously eliminated. Nearly all of the strongest sovereign emperors under 500 years old in the entire martial epoch gathered here. Jiang He's carefree life in the past was restricted in this ancient Yin Emperor tomb. Boom! Suddenly, two beams of black light surged out. Everywhere they passed, life force extinguished. They instantly bound up by Yun Fei and Xiahozun. Whoosh! Grim Reaper Lin Feng descended from the sky and landed beside Jiang He. Come with me. Lin Feng did not say anything more. He grabbed Jiang He, wanted to bring him away. You are... I'll explain later. Seeing that Lin Feng did not show any murderous intent, Jiang He felt suspicious as he quickly followed him. By the time Bai Yun Fei and Xiahozun dealt with the troublesome Death Dao Sovereign Emperor's mysteries, the two could no longer be seen. This place should be safe for now, Lin Feng said calmly as he looked around after landing. Along the way, Lin Feng had already explained his identity. He was Xiao Chen's friend in the Heavenly Alliance. Jiang He smiled bitterly. In the end, he could not escape being saved by Xiao Chen's good friend. Jiang He smiled bitterly. In the end, he could not escape being saved by Xiao Chen's good friend. Fortunately, Jiang He had a cheerful personality and did not mind. Just as he wanted to say something, the ethereal Immortal Palace is about to appear. Lin Feng looked into the distance. 7 beams of light slowly gathered there. They looked like 7 divine birds with their heads connected to their tails, spiraling around like the blazing sun in the sky. Chapter 23-25. The 7 ethereal Immortal Palace keys connected like divine birds, looking resplendent and dazzling. On the demon blood vulture's back, Xiao Chun, Chu Chaoyan, and the other 2 looked into the distance, entering deep thought. Xiao Chun thought to himself. The 7 ethereal Immortal Palace keys formed a circle, looking incredibly dazzling. However, the circle was pitch black. This formed a clear contrast with the light of the keys. That pitch-black circle was frighteningly dark, giving off faint spatial fluctuations. To others, the scene before them looked like a total solar eclipse. Aside from slight shock, they could not see any other mysteries or obtain any more information. However, the nearby cultivators were either great perfection, sovereign emperors, or outstanding talents like Xiao Chun. They could sense the space-time fluctuations in the black hole, so they frowned heavily and showed grave expressions. The space-time Great Dao split into 2. One was the Time Dao, and the other was the Space Great Dao. The latter was still fine. The sovereign emperors present had many experts who comprehended the Space Great Dao, or soul tools or secret techniques related to the Space Great Dao. For example, Xiao Chen's Firmament's Rage had a deep connection to the Space Great Dao. The five-element divine lightning grew endlessly in Xianxia's palm, materializing a simplified, small world. This was the manifestation of the space Great Tao. Another example was someone like Dao Yin, who grasped the 10th layer Ice Tao domain and could materialize a small world. However, the former, the Time Tao, was a great Tao that inspired despair. If one grasped a little of it, one could sweep through the world. Even during the peak of the martial epoch, no one grasped the Time Tao, not to mention the current martial epoch. Xiaoqian's state of cycle touched upon the Time Tao. However, it was far from the Time Tao. The faint fluctuations made it easy to connect it to the wings of time. At the same time, the results of the third round of the succession race on the ancient Yin Emperor tree slowly became clear. The 9th Prince Wang Yin and the 4th Prince Wang Yun led the other princes by a large margin. If nothing unexpected happened, these two would ascend to the top of the Yin Emperor tree and decide the victor. However, not many people paid attention to the final outcome of this succession race. The various feudal lords and noble clan powerhouses in the palace focused their gazes on the black hole, giving off space-time fluctuations. They showed horrified expressions and panted, not daring to say anything. This was too shocking. The ethereal immortal palace actually appeared. The strongest soul tool in the world, the wings of time, was in there as the epoch changed. The ethereal immortal palace's importance went without saying. Perhaps whoever grasped the wings of time would have the absolute initiative at this juncture of the change of epochs. It could even be said that whoever grasped the wings of time would be the next master of the era. The sovereign emperor could not help feeling. Now that it involved the change of an epoch, the situation was likely not something that the imperial ancestral temple could control. In the past, foe gods had never paid attention to the prophecies of the ethereal immortal palace. However, if the ethereal immortal palace really appeared, no foe god would be able to sit still. Xianxia's dragon palace appeared, and dragon. At this moment, foe gods would definitely be alarmed. At that time, the imperial capital Yin City might become a battlefield for foe gods. Emperor and Dao Emperor and Shun and Had and Mountain into and one. And three people stood at the foot of the huge Buddha statue at the summit of Spirit Vulture Mountain. Abbot Suyi stood in the middle, while sword god Su Han and the spring snow bladesman Pan Huang stood on the left and right. The three of them looked down the mountain. Even Pan Huang, who had always been aloof, showed a grave expression. The ethereal immortal palace really appeared. Abbot Suyi pressed his palms together and let out a long sigh, his tone strangely grave. Su Han hugged his sword. Even from a great distance, he seemed to be able to see everything that happened in the ancient Yin Emperor tomb, not missing out on any details. Who do you think is his pawn? Pan Huang smiled and retorted. Who are you talking about? Su Han frowned slightly, somewhat unable to suppress his murderous intent. He retorted, Stop putting on an act. Do you know who I'm talking about? Huh. All right, I'll stop messing around with you. You do not dare to say his name, but I have nothing to fear. Are you trying to ask who among the people with the ethereal immortal palace keys is the foe god world's holy lord's pawn? Pan Huang did not care about the sword god's murderous intent. He smiled and continued. The geniuses nurtured by the 5 super factions are all possible. Perhaps it is Qin Ming, perhaps it is Wen Rinyu, perhaps it is Chu Chaoyan. In any case, it can't be Xiao Chun, right? Su Han interrupted Pan Huang, saying softly. Right? Pan Huang's expression slowly turned serious. After some thought, he said, As for who is most likely, naturally, it is Qin Ming. You and I both know that. The Golden Dragon Emperor's bloodline is a dog that he personally nurtured. Not to mention anything else, they're at least loyal. Hee. Abbot Suyi felt a mountainous pressure as he stood between the two. Only these two people dared to talk about the current era master without any inhibitions. Although the martial epoch was on the verge of collapse, no matter what, the epic master was a horrifying existence that deterred an entire epoch. Putting aside the Holy Lord, Xiao Chun looked at the current situation. experts that only faux gods could sense were rushing over from all directions. Their strong auras spread throughout the Yanwu dynasty. These experts stared at the imperial capital, Yin City, like tigers eyeing their prey. Among them were some horrifying old monsters. The faux gods of the righteous Tao and demonic Tao descended silently. However, Su Hanzhan and Pan Huang chatted cheerfully, not caring about the arrival of these faux gods. Su Yi withdrew his gaze and sighed softly. The ethereal immortal palace has appeared, and the epic has changed. Strong enemies surround us, making life and death hard to predict. However, the two of you remain so calm. This old monk admires you. Since the two of us have already lit our divine flames, we are destined to be unable to sever the karma of the martial epic. No matter the outcome, today should be the last time we make a move. It was as if Su Hanzhan was speaking his last words before his death. Words that would shock the world had been uttered by Su Hanzhan so casually. There was no nostalgia or pity in Su Hanzhan's eyes. Instead, there was a fanaticism that bordered on madness. That was his dedication to the Sword Tao. To Su Hanzhan, life and death were not as important as the Sword Tao. Pan Huang smiled faintly and said, "Your backyard is in trouble. You should be even more anxious than the two of us. Can you deal with it?" When Sui heard that, his expression suddenly changed. Naturally, Pan Huang referred to Yuan Zhen, who appeared with the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's karma. After a pause, Sui said somewhat helplessly, "Junior brother Su Yun already made a move. However, even if he successfully subdued Yuan Zhen, it would be pointless. The situation is already set. Be it the Black Lotus Church, the Azure Lotus Church, or the current Orthodox Buddhist sect, they were the two sides of the Kitagarbha Buddha. However, the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva had a completely different philosophy. Once the Kitagarbha Buddha gained the upper hand, the golden Kitagarbha Buddha statue on Spirit Vulture Mountain would instantly shatter. The consequences would be even more severe than the Black Lotus Church gaining the upper hand. The various feudal lords and noble clan powerhouses in the palace already felt somewhat restless, feeling very unnatural. They could all guess that a startling battle would take place. A group of peerless experts that they could not understand would definitely fight each other over the wings of time. The Yanwu dynasty, which possessed deep accumulations, was like a small boat in a storm before this group of experts, unable to decide its own fate. Perhaps the Yanwu dynasty's clan elders already knew about this and participated in it. However, this made things difficult for them. They did not know what to do. Under the gazes of a group of faux gods, they did not dare to leave even if they wanted to. If they did not leave, they feared being implicated. The aloof experts who dominated a region or ruled the world all felt how insignificant they were before the epic's change. However, in reality, they did not know. The faux gods who looked so terrifying and powerful that they could not understand could not help themselves either. They were also like a small boat in a storm that could capsize at any moment. The fear and anxiety in his heart were not any less than what they were feeling. In fact, he could empathize with them even more. One could say that the more one gained, the more one feared losing. However, more accurately, the deeper the karma, the harder it was to escape. Chapter 23-26. In the ancient Yin Emperor tomb, the 7 ethereal palace keys turned into a divine bird that was connected from head to tail, spinning nonstop. The pitch-black black hole in the circle was faintly emitting space-time fluctuations. Everyone present felt that it was the passageway to the immortal palace. However, guessing was just guessing. In front of the real passageway, the fanatical group of people all became cautious. A space-time tunnel. This was a space-time passageway. Who knew where it would lead to? There were just too many unexpected things. There was no lack of space-time cracks in the major wide world. Even if a faux god was unfortunate enough to be sucked into one, it would be difficult for them to escape. Furthermore, this group of sovereign emperors naturally did not dare to act rashly. "Are you going in?" Qin Ming had an impulse in his heart, and a fanatical flame flashed in his eyes. The dragon race had once used the wings of time to defeat the unparalleled Black Dragon King. Qin Ming had a special feeling toward the Immortal Palace and the Wings of Time. Shu looked around and saw Yuan Zhen, Yin Songming, Wen Rinyu, and the others frowning slightly. They were all thinking of a foolproof plan, not intending to act rashly. It's better to be cautious. Although we have the treasure that the purple gold dragon emperor entrusted to us, we shouldn't reveal it too early. Withdrawing his gaze, Shu said in a deep voice. The fervor in Qin Ming's eyes intensified. He said softly, "What are you afraid of? Riches and honor come from danger. For the sake of the Wings of Time, we can definitely take this risk. As long as we seize the initiative, the Wings of Time will definitely be ours." The Silver Dragon King advised with a grave expression, "Don't be rash. Who here can guarantee that they do not have trump cards? Let's make a plan before we act. There are quite a few people here, and I still can't see through them." Sigh. Upon hearing the Silver Dragon King's sigh, Qin Mu's lips twitched, clearly dissatisfied. But in the end, he calmed down and didn't say anything more. While the group watched and hesitated, Jiang He, who was now far away from the core zone, was with Lin Feng. When the 7 keys were connected end to end, he suddenly felt his heartbeat quicken and his blood flow reverse. He was in a trance, and his face was frighteningly pale. How unbearable! Jiang He dropped to his knees with a thump, clutching his chest as he looked up into the distance at the dazzling circle of light where the key was connected to the divine bird. The field of vision was blurry and hazy. Nothing could be seen clearly. The inheritance key, is it really with me? Father, what did you do to me? Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you tell me? Jiang He, Jiang He. Beside him, Lin Feng jumped in fright and crouched to check on Jiang He's condition. Jiang He's consciousness blurred. All he felt was that he was immeasurably weak, and someone seemed to be calling his name beside his ear. His vision was filled with the bright light of the key. Compared to the physical pain, his heart hurt more. At this moment, no matter how stupid he was, he could guess that the inheritance key was really related to him. But why didn't his father tell him? Why didn't you tell me? In his hazy consciousness, in his blurry vision, a figure appeared in the boundless light. That silhouette seemed illusory and ethereal under the light. Behind him, there was a little guy squinting his eyes as he looked at the back of the tall mountain with a gaze of worship. What do you think an expert is? The little guy clenched his fists, clenched his teeth, and firmly said, "Of course it's people like Father. Only then can they be experts." Xiao Qin's father was a heaven dragon that everyone in the Divine Dragon Empire respected. He was a heaven dragon that was even more powerful than the purple gold dragon emperor. Am I an expert? However, this empire has already rotted to its roots, becoming a dog in someone else's hands. I'm just a slightly stronger dog. The little guy revealed a confused expression on his cute face. He could not understand what his father was saying. The little guy bit his finger, unable to understand no matter how he thought about it. This made his young and tender face look even cuter. Although that figure did not turn around, Xiao Chun could clearly see his appearance. He could not help smiling. "Here, Father's leaving. Remember to do your homework properly in the future. Don't ever be lazy." The little guy felt nervous for some reason. He ran over and hugged that figure's legs stubbornly. Why does Father have to leave? Little Jiang, he does not allow Father to leave. Why? Because Father has the heart of an expert. Little Jiang, you have to remember that being an expert is not about strength, but about one's heart. If you can understand this, you will become a heaven dragon one day as well. Right after Xiao Qin spoke, no matter how the little guy called out, that figure gradually moved further away until it vanished. The scene changed. A group of youths surrounded the little guy in Ancestor Dragon City, using their fists and legs to beat him up. "Little bastard, you stole young Master Qin's things again. That's what you get for stealing. That's what you get for stealing. I'll beat you to death. You are indeed a lowly mixed blood dragon. I wonder, why are you staying in Ancestor Dragon City?" The little guy curled up on the ground. His face was swollen, but he tightly hugged his saber in his embrace. unwilling to let go. The little guy clenched his teeth. His eyes watered, but no tears fell. He stubbornly said, "I'm not a thief. I'm not a thief. This is my father's saber. My father gave it to me." "Ha ha ha. Your father is a sinner. Everything he has already been confiscated. Now, it all belongs to young Master Qiming. Your father overestimated himself, wanting to rebel and sneak attack the purple gold dragon emperor. Sparing your life is a gift from the Qin clan. I won't allow you to say that my father is a heaven dragon. He is a heaven dragon." The little guy on the ground suddenly erupted with a ferocious expression, knocking back all the surrounding youths. Bang! However, the little guy only took 2 steps before he went flying back. A footprint appeared on his face, and blood flowed from his nose. The youth, Qin Ming, appeared and said indifferently, "Little mixed blood dragon, just keep this broken saber. This young master has many treasures. If you dare to steal in the future, it will not be as simple as beating you up." Bastard. Trash mixed blood dragon. Where did you get the face to stay in Ancestor Dragon City with us divine dragon bloodlines? The youth slowly went far away. However, the unpleasant words did not disappear. The little guy hugged his saber and looked at the sky, ignoring these humiliating words. In his heart, he was thinking about why his father had left and why he hadn't said anything to him. In the blink of an eye, the little guy turned into Xianxia. Then, he hugged his saber and looked at Ancestor Dragon City behind him. Xianxia showed a resolute and stubborn gaze as he clenched his right fist and said, "I must find you. I want to ask you why." Then he left Ancestor Dragon City without even looking back. Lin Feng felt somewhat helpless. After Xianxia fell, he started babbling nonsense, occasionally asking why. "Why do you have so many whys? You are about to die. What should I do now?" Lin Feng felt somewhat helpless. He had never heard of Xianxia's situation before. His bloodline flowed in reverse. His divine energy turned chaotic, and his divine seal reversed. To think that he was still alive. Lin Feng, who was proficient in the Death Dao, could not understand this strange situation. Just as Lin Feng was at his wit's end, his expression changed slightly. Then, he saw Xianxia's chest release a faint light. After a while, the light spread to Xianxia's entire body, slowly turning immaterial. What the heck? Lin Feng bent over, wanting to check. Then, he placed his hand on Xianxia's body. Without any warning, the two vanished into thin air. Crack! At the same time, the black hole in the ring of light formed by the key suddenly shattered. As Xiao Chun looked into the circle, he saw a world inside. A palace that was sparkling and translucent like beautiful jade and gave off a celestial spiritual aura was faintly discernible. That palace looked ethereal amid the clouds, inspiring yearning. The ethereal Immortal Palace. Yin Songming, the Silver Dragon King, and the others could no longer hold themselves back. To think of a perfect plan? To be cautious, someone else would take the initiative to enter the ethereal Immortal Palace. Whoosh! Immediately, light and figures flickered. Yuan Zhen, Yin Songming, and the others executed their various means, executing exquisite movement techniques as they flew towards the tunnel. On the demon blood vulture's back, Xiao Chun entered deep thought, not daring to be sure. Is it really an ethereal Immortal Palace? Unfortunately, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor had no choice but to erase all his memories of the ethereal Immortal Palace. Back then, under the pressure of the Holy Lord and the experts under him, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor had been forced to hand over the wings of time. He had no choice but to erase his memories of this. Even though it was right before him, Xiao Chun could not learn too many clues. This is the ethereal Immortal Palace. The wings of time must be in there. Chu Chaoyan, who was beside Xiao Chun, showed a determined expression as he stood up and prepared to fly in. Xiao Chun asked, "Are you not going in with us? We'll talk after we enter." Chu Chaoyan's body paused slightly. After hesitating for a moment, he stayed behind in the end. "Big brother, is this person trustworthy?" Xiao Saw, who had been recuperating on the demon blood vulture, suddenly opened his eyes and asked as he watched Chu Chaoyan leave. Hao Kai also looked at Xiao Chen. After all, the two did not know about the past grudges between Chu Chaoyan and Xiao Chen. It was normal for Hao Kai to have such doubts. Is he trustworthy? Xiao Chen did not know, but he knew how to answer this question. He replied calmly, "My saber will never attack him first." Chapter 23-27. There were many mysteries about Chu Chaoyan. How did he enter the ancient Yin Emperor tomb? What secrets did he have that he could not speak of? It was hard for Xiao Chen to answer whether he believed it or not. However, Xiao Chen was certain that no matter what, he would not take the initiative to attack Chu Chaoyan. "Come, let's go as well." Xiao Chen shouted, and the demon blood vulture turned into a beam of scarlet light, entering the space-time tunnel. Whoosh! The instant the demon blood vulture passed through the key, the scene changed. The demon blood vulture appeared in a mirror-smooth, immortal lake with mist-like spiritual energy. A magnificent palace made of white jade stood in the center of the immortal lake. The palace looked like the most perfect work of art in the world. It was pure white and flawless, so perfect that it did not seem like something of this world. This made one sigh in amazement. When one looked at it, one could not bear to look away. The palace was like an otherworldly fairy, so beautiful that it entered one's heart. With just one look, one could not let it slip away. It made one forget everything, intoxicated with it, unable to wake up from this beautiful dream. That's not right. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly as he suddenly startled awake. His mind felt dazed. When Xiao Chen's vision cleared, he saw that Xiao Suo and Wu Ming had already jumped off the demon blood vulture. As the two walked on the lake, they headed for the immortal palace. However, what was even more horrifying was that the two of them were slowly sinking deeper and deeper into the lake. Yet, they did not even realize it. Xiao Chen soared into the air and turned into a beam of light before landing on the two. Then he grabbed one with each hand and pulled, ferociously pulling the two out. Whoosh! Water splashed everywhere, startling Xiao Suo and Wu Ming to their senses. They asked with some confusion, what happened? Xiao Chen put down the two and honestly told them what he saw. The two paled in fright. They felt a chill run down their backs, and their bodies trembled slightly. This was too terrifying. They did not feel anything at all. The two were considered experts, but they did not feel anything earlier. If not for Xiao Chen, they might have already sunk to the bottom of the lake. "Big brother, look!" On the surface of the lake, Xiao Suo suddenly jumped in fright. He pointed at the bottom of the lake and took a few steps back. At the bottom of the clear lake, there were many corpses of celestial fairies floating in the air. They looked exactly like how they were when they were alive. Their faces were beautiful, and their skin was as white as snow. However, there was no sign of life at all. It was extremely strange. Immortal Burial Lake. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen blurted out. Just as he finished speaking, he seemed a little confused. How did he know that this place was called the Celestial Burial Lake? It seemed like he had never seen such secrets or ancient records in hiding. Celestial Burial Lake? Hao Kai frowned slightly and muttered, "So, the legend is true." Xiao Suo asked curiously, "What legend?" Hao Kai looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Legend has it that before the immortal epic ended, the supreme female immortal of the immortal court, Shi Wangmu, sensed a calamity descending. He couldn't bear to see his face ruined and his body destroyed, so he led a group of fairies to throw themselves into an immortal lake at the peak of Mount Kunlun, committing suicide. At that time, all the people of the immortal court saw this shocking scene. That was how Immortal Burial Lake got its name. Shi Wangmu's death by jumping into the lake also marked the beginning of the immortal epic's destruction. Shi Wangmu had been in existence equal to an immortal king during the immortal epic. Even in the martial epic, one could find a few words about her in some hidden ancient texts. However, such a peerless and supreme Queen Mother of the West, in the face of the change of epics, was completely defeated. Similarly, he was helpless and chose to end his own life. Xiao Suo immediately trembled. Then, he said with some lingering fear, "That is to say, if not for Big Brother earlier, we would have gone down to accompany these immortal corpses." You are Shi Wangmu, and you're also at the bottom of this immortal burial lake? Xiao asked as he looked at Hao Kai. Hao Kai shook his head and replied, I am not sure about that. I read about it in an ancient record. If not for Brother Xiao saying the words Immortal Burial Lake, I would not have remembered it. Big brother, how do you know about Immortal Burial Lake? Xiao Chun showed a complicated expression. However, he could not answer Xiao Sua's question. Perhaps he had read about it in an ancient record before. However, he had forgotten about it, just like Hao Kai. Then he suddenly recalled it. Let's not talk about this. Where are the others? Xiao Chun looked around, but did not see Chu Chaoyun, Yuan Zhen, or the others. There was no aura at all. Indeed, where did these people go? Did they all sink? At the mention of this, Xiao Sua and Hao Kai revealed doubtful expressions. The demon blood vulture turned into a small scarlet bird and landed on Xiao Chen's shoulder. Then it sent a voice projection. Master, there seems to be a bewildering barrier here, something like an illusion. If we cannot break it, we will never be able to see the true scene. Xiao Chun entered deep thought as he looked at the indistinct immortal palace in the spiritual fog. He basically agreed with the demon blood vulture's opinion. How do you know all this? I did not sense it. My clan has a similar place. The bewildering barrier is naturally formed by the world. There are no signs of formations at all. Unless one is prepared, no matter how high one's cultivation is, one will not be able to sense the bewildering barrier. Can you bring us through the bewildering barrier? How is that difficult? It is as simple as returning to myself. The demon blood vulture chuckled and turned into a flash of scarlet light, leading the way. Xiao Chen called out to Hao Kai and Xiao Sua. After some thought, he said, follow it. Under the demon blood vulture's lead, the three moved over the mirror-smooth lake surface, which gave off spiritual energy. The three did not dare to lower their heads. The female immortals swimming at the bottom of the lake not only looked the same, but also had their eyes open. As long as one lowered their head, countless pairs of eyes would stare at them. This feeling was bone-chilling. No one dared to look at them for too long. I broke through. After a while, the demon blood vulture suddenly spoke, and the three's eyes lit up. The ethereal immortal palace hidden in the fog stood before them in its complete form, reflecting the lake. Without the hazy fog, the perfect and flawless ethereal immortal palace lost some of its mystery and allure. However, it gained a bewitching air. It was as beautiful as a bewitching air. Whoosh! Many gazes looked at Xiao Chun and the others, showing shock in their eyes. These gazes belonged to Yin Songming, Yuan Zhen, Chu Chaoyun, and the others. They had broken through the bewildering barrier long ago. Xiao Chun immediately understood. These people clearly understood the ethereal immortal palace more than he did. These people had made preparations long ago and had supreme treasures for breaking through the bewildering barrier. After all, the super factions had participated in the sealing of the Wings of Time back then. They would have left behind some information. If the Blue Dragon bloodline had not gone extinct, Xiao Chun would have obtained similar secrets. Xiao Chun looked around and fixed his gaze on Chu Chaoyun. He also knew about the bewildering barrier. Chu Chaoyun felt somewhat embarrassed. When he saw Xiao Chen's gaze, he turned his head and avoided it. Xiao Chen smiled coldly in his heart. If not for the demon blood vulture, he would continue to be trapped in the bewildering barrier. With just one glance, these people's gazes returned to the ethereal immortal palace. All of them frowned and sighed softly. Hao Kai observed their expressions and roughly understood what was going on. After some thought, he said, without the inheritance key, no one can open this ethereal immortal palace. It looks like we made a wasted trip. Looking at the dispirited expressions of Yuan Zhen, Qin Ming, and the others, Xiao Chun guessed that these people must have used some tricks. However, they could not open the ethereal immortal palace. They could only watch helplessly. Brother Xiao, everyone has already tried. No one can open the ethereal immortal palace. Do you want to try? Shi, who stood with Ming Xian and Yang Qing in the distance, asked with a faint smile as he looked at Xiao Chun. The others' gazes immediately landed on Xiao Chun again. A bright light flashed in their eyes. This Xiao Chun had done many startling things. He was also one of the people that the sovereign emperors present could not figure out. Perhaps he could open the ethereal immortal palace. Xiao Chun knew that he did not understand the ethereal immortal palace as much as these people. Without the inheritance key, there was no other way to open the ethereal immortal palace. Xiao Chun did not reply to Shi. He just sized up the ethereal immortal palace in a daze. At such a close distance, he was only 10 kilometers from the ethereal immortal palace. Now he could clearly see every detail of the ethereal immortal palace. The shock and astonishment in his heart became even more exaggerated. This ethereal immortal palace was so perfect that it did not look like it came from a human. It was like a powerful treasure filled with boundless charm. However, something strange happened just at this moment. The calm lake suddenly started trembling. A terrifying existence was slowly awakening at the bottom of the lake. That strong aura surged out of the water, inspiring despair. The female immortal corpses floating at the bottom of the lake opened and closed their mouths, giving off strange sounds. If one listened carefully, one would hear the words Sky Dome Realm, Sky Dome Realm, Sky Dome Realm, Sky Dome Realm. Thousands of celestial voices gathered together. The expressions of the prodigies and outstanding talents on the lake changed drastically, and they all felt anxious and uneasy. In the face of this unknown and strange situation, he wasn't mentally prepared. Boom! The lake trembled even more intensely. Finally, it gave off a loud boom. The female immortal corpses floating at the bottom of the lake leaped out. If this were the immortal epic, this scene would be very alluring, like a fairy coming out of a bath. However, this was a group of flying immortal corpses. Chapter 23-28. Flying immortal corpses. The immortal corpses broke out of the calm, immortal lake. Plop, plop. Countless female immortal corpses broke out of the water like fish dancing in the air. These female immortal corpses had agile figures, beautiful faces, and unmatched talent. Their skin was snow white and gentle like jade. They had all the beauty that women in the world envied. However, they did not have any life. Immediately, immortal corpses filled the air above Immortal Burial Lake, swimming like mermaids. Sky Dome, Sky Dome, Sky Dome. Deep, hoarse voices continuously came from the depths of the lake. The scene before them shocked Xiao Chun, Yin Songming, Qin Ming, and the other outstanding talents. Their minds went blank for a moment. These were once immortal corpses that everyone looked up to, inviolable immortals. The lake water splashed and fell like rain. Everyone was at a loss. Suddenly, the eyes of these female immortal corpses turned scarlet at the same time, exuding overwhelming, killing qi. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Without giving Yin Songming and the others time to react, the immortal corpses swam in the air like mermaids and attacked them. Xiao Qin's expression changed slightly. The attacks of these immortal corpses were incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, 3 immortal corpses charged at Xiao Chun. Their eyes were scarlet as they pounced over like wild beasts. Supreme Dragon Fist. Xiao Chun drove the 10,000 dragon's art in his body, and a king's dragon might spread out from his body. A blue dragon image appeared behind him as he raised his hand and punched. Boom! The dragon image flickered as Xiao Chun punched with the aura of a prime. The fist light exploded, and dragon might spread out. Xiao Chun directly knocked back the 3 immortal corpses. This was much simpler than he expected. Xiao Chun easily knocked back the immortal corpses with just one punch, which stunned him slightly. However, when he saw the immortal corpses flying over an even more horrifying speed, as if nothing had happened, his expression changed drastically. The Supreme Dragon Fist was the strongest offensive fist technique in the world. Furthermore, Xiao Chun drove it with the 10,000 Dragons Art's 3rd layer, which carried the king's blue dragon might. Even a great perfection, Sovereign Emperor would find this punch unbearable. However, these immortal corpses were not damaged at all. Naturally, Xiao Chun was shocked and raised his guard. Bang! Bang! Xiao Chun continuously sent out the supreme dragon fist. The immortal corpses that surrounded him could not get close at all. Xiao Chun also discovered that the attacks of these immortal corpses were completely disorganized. Aside from his incredible speed, he did not know any celestial arts, martial techniques, or magic treasures. He could only rely on his physical body. But that was enough. Before he died, he already had an immortal spirit body. After becoming an immortal corpse, his physical body would only be even more terrifying. Ordinary attacks would not be able to severely injure these immortal corpses, much less kill them. At present, there seemed to be no danger, but as time went on, it would be disastrous. No one would be able to leave this place alive. Not a single one of them would be able to leave. An unsolvable situation. Evidently, the other outstanding talents had also predicted this outcome. Their expressions all changed drastically. Damn it, what's going on with these immortal corpses? Qin Ming used the Emperor Dragon Fist to fight. Although there were no major problems, he gradually found it somewhat taxing. According to the information left behind by the Bushin Palace, the corpses of the immortals were indeed buried under the lake. However, they were all antiques from the previous epoch. They could not be any more dead, so there was no danger at all. If the ethereal immortal palace appeared, at most, one would not be able to enter because one did not have the inheritance key. Xiao Chun had never said that he would encounter such a desperate situation. How troublesome. Ming Xian frowned heavily as he watched the wounds on the immortal corpses slowly recover from the Buddhist sect's secret technique. The Buddhist sect's secret technique had a strong counter to corpses like zombies and desolate slaves. However, it did not seem to be as effective this time. Is it because they are all immortal spirit bodies? As Ming Xian blocked the immortal corpses' attacks, he calmly analyzed the situation to see if he could find the immortal corpses' weaknesses. Yuan Zhen, who sat on the lotus platform, held up a light barrier shining with Buddhist light. The immortal corpses continuously attacked the light barrier. Ripples and cracks appeared on the light barrier. Although the cracks were small and unnoticeable, they would break sooner or later. Yuan Zhen considered retreating. In any case, he could not open the ethereal immortal palace, so he might as well leave. The wings of time were crucial to the change of epochs. Naturally, it would be best to obtain them. However, if no one could obtain them, it would not be unacceptable. Yuan Zhen looked up at the sky, where a black hole swallowed up the sun. That was the passageway formed by the 7 keys. However, when Yuan Zhen looked at the densely packed immortal corpses in the air, he shook his head helplessly. Yin Songming, who was skilled in the Death Dao, originally felt happy. He wanted to use the Death Dao's mysteries to control these immortal corpses. If he succeeded, he would immediately be unrivaled in this place. He would no longer have to worry about a threat. However, when he tried, he discovered that the other party could swallow up his Death Dao. Even after Yin Songming's Death Dao invaded the other party's soul, he was so frightened that he no longer dared to try. On the other hand, she showed a rather relaxed expression. The blood dragon in his sage cloak circled him, dancing up and down. Its dragon head roared ferociously, and its scarlet claws moved like lightning. There was practically no need for she to make a move. Scarlet shadows surrounded him, forming an impenetrable defense. Bang! Xiao Chun attacked again, sending 3 immortal corpses flying. However, a group of them immediately appeared. Even though Xiao Chun did his best to dodge, several immortal corpses still managed to strike his alloy dragon armor with their palms or claws. Whoosh! Xiao Chun took 3 steps back. The alloy dragon armor absorbed most of the force for him, so his physical body did not suffer much damage. However, when Xiao Chun saw the few clear scratches on the alloy dragon armor, he still sucked in a breath of cold air. Even spirit tools could not leave marks on the alloy dragon armor. Demon Blood Vulture, go and try swallowing one. Xiao Chun had already sensed the horror of this group of immortal corpses. He placed his right hand on the scabbard of the tyrant saber on his back. Master, I can't. This group of women have terrifying death spirit chi on them. I can't swallow them. The demon blood vulture's body trembled. revealing the fear in its heart. To think that even the demon blood vulture, which dares to swallow anything, is afraid. What exactly are the origins of this group of immortal corpses? Whoosh! Suddenly, Xiao Qian's entire body froze. His pores opened up as a terrifying gaze stared at him. The thing that Xiao Qian feared the most happened. The terrifying existence at the bottom of the lake, which kept shouting for the Sky Dome Immortal Lord, finally targeted Xiao Qian. All this while, Xiao Qian did not want to associate this voice with the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. Xiao Qian had just arrived at this strange place when the words Immortal Burial Lake came out of his mouth for no reason. This made him feel that something was wrong. Then, the group of immortal flying corpses cried out in unison. This deepened Xiao Qian's suspicions. He kept his guard up, hoping that it was just a coincidence. However, it looked like Xiao Qian was overthinking. The terrifying existence at the bottom of the lake came for him. The group of immortal flying corpses also appeared because of him. Oh no! Feeling that the monster at the bottom of the lake was about to attack, Xiao Qian let go and switched to his saber, preparing to take out Heavenly Slayer. However, before Xiao Qian could let go, the horrifying existence at the bottom of the lake pulled him down. With a splash, he dove into the bottom of the lake. Big brother. Xiao Sua's expression changed dramatically. He waved the scarlet blood war banner in his hand and sent it flying, sending the immortal corpses flying. Without even thinking, Xiao Sua prepared to jump down after Xiao Qian. I can't. Just as Xiao Sua was about to sink to the bottom of the lake, Hao Kai fished him up. Hao Kai demanded angrily, "Are you crazy? The surface of this immortal burial lake is the line of life and death. Life at the surface and death at the bottom. It does not matter if you're a sovereign emperor or a faux god. Even immortals cannot avoid it." But big brother, he got pulled down? Xiao Sua appeared somewhat flustered, his voice trembling as he spoke. The sudden change immediately attracted the attention of several people. To think that Xiao Qian slipped up and got pulled down to the bottom of the lake by the immortal corpses. This was too strange. Some of Xiao Qian's enemies were present. However, they did not feel happy in their hearts. Even they could hold on. Given Xiao Qian's strength, how did he get pulled down to the bottom of the lake? Dead? Qi Ming showed a stunned expression, feeling somewhat flabbergasted. They had heard of the legend of Immortal Burial Lake before. Life at the surface and death at the bottom. Life and death were separated by a thin line. Once one crossed that line, even an immortal would die. Strange. The more they thought about it, the stranger it became. Panic and fear stirred in their hearts. When people faced the unknown, they would always feel fear. However, the attacks of the immortal corpses did not stop because of Xiao Qian's strange sinking into the lake. The danger that this group faced had not been resolved yet. They might end up like Xiao Qian at any moment. Crack! Just as everyone felt worried, confused, and horrified, a melodious sound suddenly came from the ethereal immortal palace. Suddenly, a crisp sound came from the ethereal immortal palace. This sound was like the most beautiful music in the world. In an instant, everyone's gazes were attracted to him. They saw someone push open the doors of the ethereal immortal palace, which everyone had used countless means but could not open. We finally came out. Lin Feng, who was covered in wounds, showed a relaxed expression as he carried the half-dead Jiang He on his back and appeared at the ethereal immortal palace's doors. The scene of flying immortal corpses, which looked like 10,000 demons dancing around, stunned Lin Feng. The instant Lin Feng's hand touched Jiang he was transported to a dangerous land filled with ancient era's immortal birds and great desolate Aeon ferocious beasts. Lin Feng, who could barely handle the situation in the first place, had to take care of Jiang He. One could easily imagine how miserable he was. However, this dangerous land was like a maze. He could not find the exit. When Lin Feng finally found the exit after much difficulty, he saw the immortal corpses, Yin Songming, and the other outstanding talents in sorry state surrounded. Despair involuntarily welled up in the depths of Lin Feng's heart. The doors are open. Before Lin Feng could react, The eyes of the people fighting the immortal corpses blazed with a frenzied flame. They instantly brought out their various Dao domains. Then, the group charged towards the ethereal immortal palace's entrance at an incredible speed without any regard for their lives. Chapter 23-29. At the entrance of the ethereal immortal palace, Lin Yun cursed and quickly dodged when he saw the crowd charging over. Whoosh! 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 Yuan Zhen rode on his lotus platform, bathing in a Buddhist light as he led the charge in. Before entering, Yuan Zhen glanced at Lin Feng. After hesitating for half a second, Yuan Zhen directly charged in, ignoring Lin Feng. Indeed, Lin Feng and Jiang, he suddenly appeared in the ethereal immortal palace and pushed open the doors while everyone was in despair. No matter how one looked at it, this was extremely strange. Naturally, it would be for the best if one could capture these two calmly. However, even if one delayed, it did not mean that others would be delayed. If one delayed, one would lose the initiative. One wrong step and lose everything. Following that, the Silver Dragon King, Wen Rinyu, and the others charged into the ethereal immortal palace. Some glanced at Lin Feng, and some ignored him. The doors were already open. Nothing was more important than charging into the ethereal immortal palace. However, some people did not want to let Lin Feng and Jiang He off. Whoosh! Whoosh! Xi's group of 3 blocked Lin Feng and the unconscious Jiang He, showing malicious intent in their eyes. However, Xi attacked without saying a word. The scarlet dragon images circling around Xiao Chan roared ferociously at Lin Feng at lightning speed. The scarlet dragon image carried the horrifying demonic might of a dynasty as it charged over in Lin Feng's eyes. In Lin Feng's vision, this scarlet dragon image was vast and boundless, exuding an overwhelming aura. Lin Feng, who had already fought a bitter battle in the ethereal immortal palace, showed a troubled expression when he faced this attack. Even if he could receive it, he would definitely be severely injured. At that time, he would be captured. Naturally, the best choice was to give up on Jiang He and leave alone. Just as Lin Feng felt troubled, a figure shielded him and swung his sword without hesitation. Everlasting primal chaos. Qi. The scarlet dragon image clashed with the sword light and quickly sliced it in half. How strong? Lin Feng felt startled. The person in front of him actually broke the scarlet dragon image with one sword strike. Whoosh! The 2 halves of the scarlet dragon image returned to Xi's side and reformed. Xi, don't be so ruthless, Chu Chaoyan said as he looked at Xi's group of 3. She smiled faintly and said indifferently, "Don't you want to know how he entered the ethereal immortal palace?" Chu Chaoyan said expressionlessly, "I'm more concerned about whether you can catch up to the others if you continue to delay." Xi's expression suddenly turned gloomy when he finished speaking. If it weren't for Chu Chaoyan's interference, he wouldn't have needed to waste so much time. With his strength, it wouldn't have taken much effort at all. "I'll let you escape last time, but you're getting bolder and bolder." Murderous intent accumulated in Xi's eyes, and his expression flickered, making him unfathomable. "Although you are strong, I have never truly feared you. No one here understands you better than I do." Chu Chaoyan remained calm and collected. He did not show the slightest bit of fear in the face of the other party's threat. So. Right at this moment, 2 figures flew over. It was Xiao Suo and Hao Kai. "Brother Chu, do you need help?" Xiao Suo asked softly as she held the Scarlet Blood War banner and landed beside Chu Chaoyan. "Let's go." Upon seeing Xiao Suo and Hao Kai arrive, she withdrew his aura and left decisively. As everyone watched the 3 leave, they heaved a sigh of relief. Xi's strength was too unfathomable. No one could lower their guard against him. Chu Chaoyan glanced at the many immortal corpses surrounding them. He frowned and said, "Let's go to the ethereal immortal palace first. These immortal corpses don't seem to dare to enter. We can't go in. The ancient immortal beasts and great desolate Ian ferocious beasts are even more horrifying." When Lin Feng heard that they were about to enter the ethereal immortal palace again, he immediately recalled the horrifying experience from before. No matter how horrifying it is, it won't be as horrifying as this place. Let's go in first, Hao Kai said with lingering fear as he looked at the immortal corpses. Whoosh! The group ascended the ethereal Immortal Palace's entrance. Indeed, the immortal corpses that chased after them did not advance any further. I'm going in. Do you want to come with me? Chu Chaoyan asked as he looked at Xiao Suo and Hao Kai. He definitely had a fight for the wings of time and could not remain here. There's no need. Xiao Suo shook his head and said resolutely, We have to wait here for Brother Xiao Chun. Very well, you can stay here then. However, I want to take this person away. Chu Chaoyan's gaze fell on Xianxia. His expression did not change, but his words shocked everyone. He wanted to take Xianxia away. You are indeed not a good person, Xiao Suo said with a cold gaze as his figure flashed, shielding Xianxia and Linfeng. Chu Chaoyan had a deep gaze as he said after some thought. He is the crux of the wings of time. I have to take him away. However, I guarantee that I will not harm his life. Do you think that I will let you take him away? Xiao Suo showed a cold smile as he looked at Chu Chaoyan with murderous intent in his eyes. That is not up to you. Right after Xiao Suo spoke, Chu Chaoyan's figure turned blurry. The space where he was turned chaotic, making it impossible for anyone to catch him. Where is he? Hao Kai and Xiao Suo charged forward. However, they could not find Chu Chaoyan at all, greatly startling them. Whoosh! A beam of light flashed, and Chu Chaoyan carried the unconscious Xianxia as he dashed past the two. Damn it! After him, the three of them cursed and rushed forward. Chu Chaoyan, who moved with the wind, looked back at the cloud-like figure in front. A golden light flickered in Chu Chaoyan's eyes, and golden flames surged out, forming a sea of fire that blocked the three. It's the universe origin true flame. Hao Kai sucked in a breath of cold air. He stretched out his hands and blocked Xiao, Suo, and Linfeng. Why are you stopping? That fellow is already far away. Xiao Suo raged. While he looked crude and rash as he walked on the sea, he had a forthright and righteous nature. In Xiao Suo's heart, righteousness always took precedence. He would never forget the kindness of others. Xiao Chun gave him everything he had. Without Xiao Chun, Xiao Suo would not have obtained the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance or reached his current height. That Xiao Chun was Xiao Suo's benefactor. Hence, Xiao Suo was willing to do anything for Xiao Chun without hesitation. Such a person hated betrayal the most. He could not even tolerate a sesame-sized stain. If Xiao Suo could, he would have killed Chu Chaoyan right now. He had come over to help Chu Chaoyan deal with Shi in vain. In the end, it turned out that this fellow was a liar, no different from Shi. Lin Feng's gaze turned grave as he looked at the blazing golden flame. Fear flashed in his eyes. This is the universe origin true flame that surpasses rank 9. It already comes in contact with the universe origin true flame's origin. If we charge over rashly, we will die a miserable death. Hao Kai said after some thought. Unexpectedly, there is such a strong person hidden beside us. He is not much weaker than Shi. However, I have a way to deal with this flame. How? Fight fire with fire. Boom. A resplendent flame blazed around Hao Kai's body. The solar true flame blazed fiercely. Hao Kai wanted to use his solar true flame to burn away all of Chu Chaoyan's universe origin true flame. Although the other party's flame was stronger than Hao Kai's, Chu Chaoyan was already far away. If Hao Kai continued to use his soul energy to control the solar true flame, he would eventually be able to burn away the sea of fire before him. However, it would take some time. After shaking off Xiao Suo's group, Chu Chaoyan continued running without stopping. Everywhere Xiao Suo passed were the corpses of ancient immortal beasts and great desolate Ian ferocious beasts. Yuan Zhen, the Silver Dragon King, and the others, who led the way, must have brought out all their trump cards. The dirty blood had dyed the beautiful jade-like palace walls and the ground bright red. However, the strange thing was that as the blood seeped into the jade, the glow of the palace walls and floor became even brighter. Chu Chaoyan did not go far before he stopped with a slight frown. Then, a person walked out from a corner in front, smiling at Chu Chaoyan. This was the Shuowu dynasty's Shi. A strange look flashed in Chu Chaoyan's eyes. After some thought, he said, "It looks like you guessed it as well. The so-called inheritance key is Jiang, he himself." She smiled faintly and said, "I can only say that the previous generation Heaven Dragon's means are indeed brilliant. Normally, Jiang He is Jiang He. When a Heaven Dragon brings out his mysteries, he will activate the inheritance key hidden in his body, bringing out the ethereal Immortal Palace." "What are you trying to do?" Chu Chaoyan asked, not saying anything more. "Naturally, I am trying to extract the inheritance key from his body. Don't you want to? You have a deep understanding of me. How can I not guess your background?" "Hee hee. Actually, I should have appeared at the banquet and waited for you to kill him to obtain the inheritance key." She narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled playfully. "There's no need to pretend. You and I are the same kind of person. It just so happens that the two of us can work together to break the previous generation Heaven Dragon's restrictions. After we obtain the inheritance key, we can fight for it with our strength." Chu Chaoyan showed a smile on his face, showing a mocking expression in his eyes. "I never thought of killing him. It looks like you do not understand me. Move aside." Chapter 23:30. It looks like you do not understand me. Get out of my way. Chu Chaoyan did not even consider Shi's suggestion, directly rejecting it. "Are you sure?" Shi's face sank as he said coldly, "This time, I will not give you a chance to escape." Chu Chaoyan retorted indifferently, "Is that so? If the two of us fight at full power, whether you are willing or not, Jiang He will die for sure. If the previous generation Heaven Dragon dies before the restriction on him is broken, the inheritance key might be destroyed as a result. Are you sure? Given the two's strength, if they fought at full power, they would not be able to control it. He would definitely not be able to control it in the end, and it would definitely affect the unconscious Jiang He. The result went without saying. Are you threatening me?" Shi's expression turned extremely sullen, although he did not want to admit it. What Chu Chaoyan said was indeed very likely. "Am I? I am just stating the truth. Or do you really think that we are the same kind of person?" Chu Chaoyan revealed a faint smile as he looked at Shi calmly. Shi's gaze was deep. He discovered that he could not see through Chu Chaoyan, not knowing how to describe him. While Shi was said to value relationships, he was not like Xiao Chun, who would unconditionally protect the people important to him. If it were Xiao Chun, he would absolutely not use Jiang He's death to force Shi. While Xiao Chun placed his own interests above all else, he rejected working with Shi, a decision that would maximize his own benefits. Xiao Chen's words were filled with contradictions. Xiao Chun wanted to protect the persistence in his heart, but had no choice but to compromise with reality. This was the best portrayal of Xiao Chun. With the epoch changing, such a person was the most pitiful. "Living like you is really tiring." She revealed a pitiful expression as he said indifferently, "I do not need to force you. Whether you are willing or not, time will slowly force you to make a choice. I just need to wait patiently." Right after she spoke, he turned illusory, slowly vanishing from Chu Chaoyan's sight. Chu Chaoyan's smile froze. Then, he revealed unprecedented grief, the helplessness of having his disguise seen through. The scene of Xiao Chun drawing his saber after learning the truth in Black Wind Ridge appeared in his mind again. That saber strike destroyed the sinister wind that lingered in Black Wind Ridge for 10,000 years, venting all the dissatisfaction in his heart. That saber strike displayed the determination in Xiao Chen's heart, even if he faced a change in fortuitous encounters. He would also draw his saber without hesitation. No matter how difficult it was, he would press forward and face it head-on. He would never retreat. Withdrawing his thoughts, Chu Chaoyan remained impassive as he continued forward with Jiang He on his back. There were ancient immortal birds and primordial beasts everywhere in the Immortal Palace. Yuan Zhen and the others, who were searching for the wings of time, did not have a smooth journey. They stumbled along the way. However, these people were either outstanding talents among outstanding talents, demonic geniuses, or peak great perfection, sovereign emperors. No matter how strong the ancient immortal birds and primordial beasts were, they could not compare to the immortal corpses outside. The group of people advanced madly, each using their trump cards, continuously advancing into the depths of the immortal palace. Damn it, we can't catch up to him. After Xianxia, Lin Feng, and Hao Kai crossed the Sea of Fire, they could not see Chu Chaoyan at all. Lin Feng closed his eyes and did his best to recall something. After a while, he opened his eyes and said, "I know where he is." Oh! Xianxia and Hao Kai revealed suspicious gazes as they looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng said after some thought, "It should be the great hall that Xianxia and I first appeared in. Now that I think about it, that should be the core region of the ethereal immortal palace." However, there were immortal birds and ferocious beasts everywhere at that time. I did not dare to linger, so I charged out with him. Xiaoxia thought for a while before saying, "If you had not left back then, you might have obtained the wings of time already." I did not see the wings of time. At that time, I also did not expect this to be the ethereal immortal palace, Lin Feng answered honestly. At that time, he had been confused, not knowing how he got to this place. Hao Kai said after some thought, "Let's not talk about this for now. Bring us over. Follow me." Along the way, the ground was littered with the corpses of ancient immortal beasts and primordial beasts. The blood hadn't dried yet, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. The speed of the three of them was not considered fast. On one hand, Lin Feng needed time to recall. On the other hand, he would occasionally encounter immortal birds and ferocious beasts. Fortunately, Xiaoxia and Hao Kai were around. One had inherited the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's indomitable will, and the other was a great perfection, six-vein sovereign emperor. With the three of them working together, there were almost no immortal birds or ferocious beasts that they could not defeat. Just like that, they killed their way over. After an hour, Lin Feng pointed to the exit in front of them and said, "If I remember correctly, it should be the hall in front. Let's go take a look." They passed through the passageway and entered the hall. In an instant, his eyes lit up. The spacious circular hall had a towering dome, and above the dome was a moving galaxy, sun, and moon. The sky was filled with dazzling stars. The floor of the hall was made of pure, white, immortal jade. It was seamless and emitted a dazzling light like white snow. Suddenly entering such a bright hall, Xiaoxia and the other two were not used to it. "This is the place," Lin Feng said softly as he sized up the hall. Although Lin Feng had been here once before, he had not been able to stay for long before the immortal birds and ferocious beasts surging over from all directions scared him into fleeing. Now that he was here again, he could not help looking around curiously. A vast star chart hung above the core hall. Stars flickered, and the sun and moon shone together, illuminating the entire hall, making it look dreamy. When one entered, one's emotions, physical body, and soul naturally turned ethereal, feeling somewhat unreal. An even more dazzling five-color divine stone was placed on a stone pillar in the center of the hall. Red, orange, yellow, green, and blue flickered with light, changing endlessly. The interior of the five-color divine sense was an azure liquid that looked like ripples from space-time fluctuations. Xiaoxia immediately said, "It turns out that the space-time fluctuations we sensed in the outside world came from this five-color divine sense. Could it be that the wings of time are sealed in there?" Hao Kai showed a grave expression as he thought of a possibility. "That's very possible," Xiaoxia said softly, narrowing his eyes slightly. Lin Feng scanned his surroundings and discovered that there were many passageways in the hall. It wouldn't be long before the others arrived. There were immortal birds and ferocious beasts in the ethereal immortal palace, as well as maze-like winding corridors. If not for Lin Feng having been here once before, he could not have arrived before the others. However, he would not have been much faster. What should we do now? To think that Chu Chaoyan is not here. Xiaoxia glanced at the five-color divine stone and ignored it. He felt somewhat depressed that he could not find Chu Chaoyan. Let's wait first. Since he is here for the wings of time, he will definitely come. Someone is coming. Hao Kai, who was speaking, frowned slightly. The three quickly raised their guard and retreated to the edge of the hall. Whoosh! A Buddhist light flooded the dreamy hall. It was Yuan Zhen, who had rushed in first, flying in while seated on a lotus platform. Upon closer inspection, Yuan Zhen's lotus platform was stained with blood. Clearly, Yuan Zhen had killed many people along the way before finally reaching this step. The Wings of Time. The instant Yuan Zhen looked at the five-color divine stone, he immediately sensed the space-time ripples in it. His expression changed slightly. Yuan Zhen immediately concluded that the Wings of Time were sealed in the five-color divine stone. Dong! 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 Just as Yuan Zhen was about to make a move, the Silver Dragon King, Qin Ming, and Sikong Shu rushed in from another passageway, covered in blood. Qin Ming's gaze fell on the five-color divine stone, and a frenzied flame immediately blazed in his eyes. The Wings of Time. I finally found it. After so much effort, I finally found it. Qin Ming revealed boundless joy on his face. When he glanced around and saw Yuan Zhen, heavy murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Humph! On the lotus platform, Yuan Zhen showed a disdainful smile, his eyes filled with mockery. Before the two sides could fight, Wen Rinyu and Dao Yin, Yin Songming and Zhen Yuan, Shi, Ming Xian, and Yang Qing all came out for different passageways. Looking around, nearly all the holders of the ethereal Immortal Palace keys had charged over with their companions. This was the final place where the Wings of Time were hidden. Murderous intent gathered in Xiao Sua's eyes as he looked around. However, he did not see Chu Chaoyun's figure. Damn it! Where is this ungrateful fellow hiding? However, Qin Ming, Wen Rinyu, and the others showed cautious gazes as they watched the others. At a crucial moment, they might get killed by the others if they were not careful. The Wings of Time were right before them. Everyone wanted to obtain them. However, there was only one Wings of Time in the end. No matter who wanted to monopolize it, they would face a situation where everyone would attack them. No one dared to act rashly. The atmosphere slowly turned strange. At some point in time, Qin Ming's group slowly closed the distance between Wen Rinyu and Dao Yin. Yin Songming, Zhen Yuan, and she slowly moved closer. Everyone could foresee that a battle of life and death would soon break out. Before life and death, it was human instinct to stick together. Everyone had a tacit understanding. The two sides happened to be the righteous Dao and demonic Dao. The Buddhist sect's Yuan Zhen remained neutral, not leaning on anyone. On the other hand, Xiao Sua's group of three was ignored. They had an inseparable connection to Xiao Chun. Clearly, neither the righteous Dao nor the demonic Dao could tolerate Xiao Chen's existence, which implicated Xiao Sua's group of three. Yuan Zhen, the Hidden Spirit Temple has always been a righteous Dao sect. Are you trying to take advantage of the situation by not siding with us? Qin Ming asked coldly as he looked at Yuan Zhen on the lotus platform. As Qin Ming spoke, Shi and Yin Songming also looked at Yuan Zhen. Clearly, neither the righteous Dao nor the demonic Dao would allow a strong existence to watch from the sidelines. If Yuan Zhen still did not express his stance, the righteous Dao and demonic Dao might work together to finish him off, not giving him a chance to take advantage of the situation. Facing Qin Ming's overbearing attitude, Yuan Zhen said indifferently, "Buddha is not Buddha, demon is not demon. This humble monk does not want to get involved in the karma of your two factions." The moment Yuan Zhen said that, the righteous Dao and demonic Dao glared at each other. Whoosh! However, just as the righteous Dao and demonic Dao prepared to work together to finish off Yuan Zhen, the five-color divine stone on the stone pillar suddenly soared into the air. When everyone looked up, they saw a person descend from the starry sky. Jianghe's eyes were tightly shut as he faced the ground. His chest gave off a complicated light as he slowly descended. There seemed to be some kind of restriction in Jianghe's body. As the light spread out, it slowly dissolved. One descended from the sky, and the other soared into the air. Jianghe slowly approached the five-color divine stone. Everyone showed some confusion on their faces. Only she showed a cold smile. He had long expected that Chu Chaoyun would undo the restriction left by the previous generation Heaven Dragon at the crucial moment. Whether Chu Chaoyan was willing or not, he had to make a decision. It was not up to him. Chapter 23:31. In the starry sky above, Xianxia descended with his eyes closed. The restriction on his chest slowly unraveled. The five-color divine stone on the stone pillar below seemed to sense it. It soared into the air and slowly merged with Xianxia. If nothing unexpected happened, this five-color divine stone would soon merge with Xianxia. No one knew what would happen after the merger. Perhaps the five-color divine stone seal would be undone. Perhaps the five-color divine stone would merge with Xianxia and obtain the wings of time. Perhaps Xianxia would die, and the five-element spiritual sense would explode, and the wings of time would appear. Everything was possible, but it was also possible that none of it would happen. A faint smile appeared on Shi's face as he quietly watched the two slowly approach, not moving at all. Yin Songming and Zhen Yuan, who stood beside Shi, showed grave expressions. Damn it, what is this Shi thinking? Even now, they're not doing anything. Wouldn't everything be over if he managed to get his hands on the wings of time? Yin Songming sent a voice projection to Zhen Yuan, showing the anxiety and conflict in his heart. Zhen Yuan's expression was equally unsightly. He replied, "This fellow must know something that we do not. We cannot let Xianxia merge with the five-element divine stone. Otherwise, we will be too passive." Yin Songming entered deep thought. Then, he turned his head and said, "Lord Shi, this situation is somewhat strange. Are we just going to watch the five-element divine stone merge with Xianxia?" She smiled faintly and said, "Yin Songming, do you want to make a move? I have no objections. This is indeed somewhat strange. It will be good for you to test it out." Seeing Shi smile, Yin Songming felt that this person was unfathomable in the depths of his heart. Yin Songming cursed Shi countless times in his heart. However, Yin Songming had no choice. He could not be as calm as Shi, watching the five-element divine stone merge with Xianxia. If Xianxia really gained control of the wings of time, Yin Songming, as the hope of the Flood Dragon race, would not be able to accept such a result. Damn it! Yin Songming roared as he clenched his teeth. Then, he soared into the air and attacked Xianxia. On the other side, another figure leaped up at nearly the same time as Yin Songming. It was Qin Ming, the Dragon God crowned Prince Qin Ming. Like Yin Songming, Qin Ming could not accept that a Heaven Dragon's descendant grasped the wings of time. If that really happened, he would feel even worse than Yin Songming. No matter how strange the situation in front of him was, or if someone was secretly plotting something. But the two of them had no choice. Even if they knew they were trapped, they had no choice but to jump in. Xiao. One was a golden divine dragon, and the other was a flood dragon human that had fallen from a mixed blood dragon. Their gazes clashed in midair. Both of them could see the deep-seated hatred and disgust in each other's eyes, but both of them had the same goal and attacked Xianxia at the same time. Touch of Death. 9 Heaven's Dragon. The two each executed a killing move. A black flame burned on Yin Songming's body. The flames seemed to be alive, flowing like water. When driven by Yin Songming's Death Dao domain, it was like the Grim Reaper swinging his scythe to harvest life mercilessly at Xianxia. Qin Ming executed the Emperor Dragon Fist to its limits. He clenched his fist and merged with the Golden Emperor Dragon. Boom! The two's killer moves manifested a terrifying momentum that was swift and decisive. Almost before anyone could react, they landed on Xianxia's body at the same time, erupting a shockwave that was a mixture of black and yellow. Shockwaves emanated from Xianxia's body, but something weird happened. Xianxia was unscathed. Not only that, but the restriction on Xianxia's chest seemed to dissolve even faster. Damn it, how can it be like this? Yin Songming and Qin Ming revealed horrified expressions. Even great perfection, sovereign emperors could not endure their killing moves. However, Xianxia seemed fine, only stopping Yin Songming's descent. If you want to kill Xianxia, you have to ask for our permission first. Xiao Suo and Hao Kai reacted, but they did not have time to think. They soared into the air and guarded Xianxia, one on the left and one on the right, staring at Qin Ming and Jiang He. "You're seeking death." Qin Ming and Yin Songming were enraged, not hiding the murderous intent on their faces at all. The four immediately started a chaotic battle in the air. Under the illumination of the resplendent light, it was incredibly intense. Whoosh! When Lin Feng saw the situation, he wanted to take advantage of the chaos to carry Jiang He away. However, Zhen Yuan blocked him with his saber. Damn it! The two immediately started fighting, turning the battle in the air even more chaotic. Whoosh! Without any warning, the five-color divine stone below flashed with light and headed for Yuan Zhen, who was on the lotus platform. To think that Yuan Zhen wanted to take advantage of the chaos to take away the five-color divine stone. Damn Baldy! Stay here. Wenren Yu and Dao Yin surrounded Yuan Zhen. She's expression changed slightly. After some thought, he said, "Attack. We absolutely cannot let Yuan Zhen bring the five-color divine stone out of this place." Ming Xian and Yang Qing's figures flashed as they worked with Wenren Yu and Dao Yin to surround Yuan Zhen. The core region of the ethereal Immortal Palace immediately turned chaotic. The various factions fought each other in a chaotic mess. Amid the chaotic battle, all the attacks that landed on Jiang He's body made the restriction on his heart melt even faster. When she saw this, a smile widened on his face. He looked meaningfully at the starry sky in the sky. The Silver Dragon King and Sikong Shu, who were staring at Shi, felt that something was wrong. However, they did not know what was wrong. At the same time, at the bottom of Immortal Burial Lake, the instant Xiao Chen was pulled into the lake, he found himself unable to move. He could not circulate his divine energy or soul energy. He could only watch as his life force slowly flowed away at the bottom of the lake. Life and death hung by a thread. Life on the surface, death below. A chill invaded Xiao Chen's entire body, making him feel like death was slowly approaching. However, he remained calm in the depths of his heart, not showing any fear of death. Slowly, all the light in the lake vanished. Only darkness remained at the bottom of the lake, cold and silent. Boundless loneliness and desolation surged like the tide, stirring restlessly in Xiao Chen's heart. Xiao Chen felt somewhat confused. He did not know where this boundless loneliness that lasted for tens of thousands of years came from. After some time, when this loneliness filled Xiao Chen's heart, a beam of light suddenly appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared in front of him, and he saw a beautiful figure. She was so beautiful that she could topple cities with a single glance. She was so beautiful that she could topple cities with a single glance. She was swimming toward him quickly. How fast? However, Xiao Chen's first reaction was not that she was beautiful, but that she was very fast. The beautiful figure moved like light, arriving before Xiao Chen in the blink of an eye and cupping his face. She gently kissed him. This kiss penetrated his heart. Then, the beautiful figure entered his soul pool in the blink of an eye. This was clearly his soul pool. However, Xiao Chen felt like he had become a bystander. That beautiful figure floated into his soul pool. Her red lips parted as she muttered, "Sky Dome, Sky Dome, Sky Dome." The voice of the Sky Dome reverberated continuously in his soul pool, causing Xiao Chen's soul energy to surge like waves. She showed an anxious expression, a flustered look in her eyes. She seemed to be searching for something as she continuously ran through the vast and boundless soul pool. Xiao Chen felt shocked, somewhat surprised that his soul pool was actually so vast. There were many remote places that his mind had never been to. As the beautiful figure ran, Xiao Chen saw many things that he had never seen before. This broadened his horizons. What is she searching for? Could there be a secret that even I do not know hidden in my soul pool? Xiao Chen felt curious. He had seen his previous life in the three-life mirror. He knew that he was the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's reincarnation. However, he did not know much about the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. He only knew that although the Sky Dome Immortal Lord was an Immortal Lord, he was much stronger than Xiao Chen's ancestor, the top Immortal Lord of the Immortal Epic. That is, suddenly, Huge waves stirred in Xianxia's heart. To think that there was a grave in the boundless depths of his soul pool. When the beautiful figure saw the grave, she could no longer suppress her emotions. She fell to the ground and caressed the wordless stone steel, tears flowing endlessly. Without a doubt, this beautiful figure was definitely the immortal epic's Shi Wangmu. However, why was she crying endlessly before this grave? Many doubts appeared in Xiaoqian's heart. Many questions lingered in his heart. Xiaoqian thought back to the scene he saw in the three-life mirror, the meeting between the Sky Dome Immortal Lord and the Qing Emperor before his death. This filled him with doubts and fear. Who was buried in this grave? Chapter 23:32. However, just as Xiaoqian prepared to stand up and fight again, he suddenly discovered that Shi Wangmu, who was standing on the grave mound, was looking at the sky with some despair. You must have many questions and questions in your heart. Just ask. Back then, when he created this immortal burial lake for me, he said that he would appear before me one day. He left this remnant soul of mine to wait for you to appear. It was easy to change a person's appearance. However, it was hard to duplicate a person's aura. Xiaoqian revealed a self-mocking smile. Then, he said helplessly, if everything in life is fixed and arranged, I would just be someone else's shadow. What is the point of knowing these questions and secrets? There is no point. There is really no point. Xiaoqian slammed his palm on the ground and leaped up like a fish. Then, he looked at Shi Wangmu, who was on the grave mound. The scene that Xiaoqian saw in the three-life mirror had already explained everything. From the moment he swallowed that immortal pill, he was the Sky Dome Immortal Lord, the reincarnation of the Blue Dragon bloodline. In the end, he still had to face the Sky Dome Immortal Lord head-on. However, his mental state was extraordinary. Normally, he could maintain a good balance. Or rather, he had already merged with the Sky Dome Immortal Lord perfectly. Shi Wangmu's expression changed slightly. How much suffering and responsibility did this youth before her endure in his short life? The two fought endlessly. Shi Wangmu used her supreme immortal skills to fight against Xiao Qian's demonified cultivation technique and martial technique. Shi Wangmu, who was in front of the stone steel, stood up and spoke softly. He once said that he would come. However, what she saw was only a grave. What appeared before her was his reincarnation. You repulsive woman. Scram. I am not some dog's-hit Sky Dome Immortal Lord. I am Xiaoqian. I will never be someone else's pawn in my life. Shock flashed on Shi Wangmu's face. Then, Xiaoqian knocked her back and sent her flying. The demonified Xiaoqian on the ground slowly regained his clarity, and the overwhelming demonic flame on his body slowly faded away. I don't want to ask. I don't want to know anything. Please leave my soul pool and send me out of a mortal burial lake. I, Xiaoqian, still have friends. I do not know if they are alive or dead. I am very worried about them. With a blood-curdling screech, the demonized Xiaoqian was severely injured. It was as if he didn't want to hurt him, afraid that he would accidentally kill him. He was a celestial and demonic being, cultivating both immortal and martial arts. Deep in his heart, there had always been a terrifying demonic intent. You have 1,000, 10,000 reasons to become a demon, but you can't become a demon because of him. If you do, I will really look down on you. You must remember, you can be Firmament, but Firmament will never be Xiaoqian. You have all the possibilities. He is just a pitiful person that no one can protect. Without these, what would he, Xiaoqian, be? He was nothing, not even a fart. Demonic thoughts filled his heart, expanding Xiaoqian's negative emotions infinitely. Shi Wangmu revealed a mocking expression as she said indifferently, he could not even protect himself, turning into a wasteland with only a lone grave left. In the end, it was all for naught. It was pitiful and lamentable. Why do you need to live in this person's shadow? Why do you feel inferior, unable to even protect your heart? Xiaoqian could not guess the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's purpose in reincarnating into the martial epic. However, he did not want to know either. I once saw him sweep through the demons. Even when the 8 desolate demonic sovereigns worked together, they could not last more than 100 moves against him. I once saw him ascend the spirit mountain alone, not daring to show himself despite the gods and Buddhas filling the sky. I once saw him go to the Kunlun realm and the heavenly court in a rage for a beauty shattering the clouds. 100,000 heavenly soldiers, 3,000 immortal kings, and 8 immortal ancestors could only watch as he carried the beauty away. Shi Wangmu's words were like a blow to the head, pulling back the disheartened Xiao Chun. With all his hopes dashed, the demonic thoughts in the depths of Xiao Chen's heart broke free like a wild horse, slowly slipping out of his control. Shi Wangmu's words elicited a bitter smile on Xiao Chen's face. "What is this?" The demonized Xiao Chun burst out with startling strength, driving all the soul energy in his soul pool. The more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable Xiao Chen felt. Then he clutched his chest and knelt on the ground. An uncontrollable obsession raged in Xiao Chen's body like a flood. He felt like he was about to lose control of his heart, showing a ferocious and pained expression. Xiao Chen felt startled. He did not know what kind of existence this Shi Wangmu was now. Her strength was somewhat incredible. It was like some kind of force had forcefully pulled her out and solidified her in his soul pool. Xiao Chen's hatred for the Sky Dome Immortal Lord turned into boundless hatred. He even felt a boundless murderous intent toward Shi Wangmu before him. The tears in Xiao Chen's eyes had already dried up, leaving only boundless loneliness and unchanging grief. The demonic thoughts were a ferocious beast, a ferocious tiger in the heart. Once released, even Xiao Chen would fear it. Running away was a sign of the weak. There were no openings. The immortal was Xiao Chen, the demon was Xiao Chen, and the Buddha was Xiao Chen. Everything was him. Only his heart did not change. Now, Xiao Chen finally understood that he was the Sky Dome Immortal Lord, a pawn that used the Qing Emperor's karma to reincarnate into the martial epic. In this soul pool, Xiao Chen brought out strength that far surpassed his main bodies. Unexpectedly, he forced Shi Wangmu back step by step. Shi Wangmu snorted coldly in her heart. With a flip of her hand, she sent out a god-killing seal. Her gorgeous clothes fluttered, and her long hair fluttered. Her beautiful appearance was like a rose carved from ice, bursting out with a horrifying aura. When Xiao Chen discovered this opening, he immediately laughed maniacally. He showed no mercy, launching an even more unbridled attack. If someone had planted a seed of karma in Xiao Chen's life long before the martial epic started, he would have died. The demonized Xiao Chen had broken the shackles that Xiao Chen had placed on himself, standing upright and rushing forward. There was no need to guess what the Qing Emperor's final wish was. It was to bring back the glory and flourishing age of the Blue Dragon bloodline. The person before Xiao Chen perfectly overlapped with the Sky Dome Immortal Lord from back then. The Sky Dome Immortal Lord who did not even spare a glance at the immortal ancestor. "Come out." Shi Wangmu wore large, gorgeous clothes that looked like thousands of fresh flowers spread out. She knelt before the grave and caressed the wordless stone stele. Back then, the Qing Emperor made a deal with the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. The Sky Dome Immortal Lord successfully reincarnated into the martial epic. However, he also had to inherit the karma of the Blue Dragon bloodline, completing the Qing Emperor's unfulfilled final wish. At first, Xiao Chen did not hold much of an advantage. However, he slowly discovered that Shi Wangmu had many concerns. Xiao Chen did his best to calm the fluctuations in his heart, doing his best to remain calm. Shi Wangmu calmed her emotions and said after some thought, "I cannot exist for long. If you turn around and leave now, you might never be able to resolve the doubts in your heart. Are you sure you don't want to know anything?" The name of the Sky Dome Immortal Lord shook the 3 realms. Everyone knew him. He was the leader of the 3,000 immortal lords, fully deserving of being the strongest person in the immortal world. However, so what? In the end, he was just a pitiful worm. Before the epic changed, he could not even protect his loved ones, friends, or lovers. That's right. It's me. It's me, the white-robed bladesman, Xiao Chen. You want to suppress me? It's not that simple. Die. Tell me then. What exactly is the obsession in the Sky Dome, Immortal Lord's heart? Xiao will complete it for him. Not only could the Sky Dome Immortal Lord not resolve the problem, but it also gave the demonic thought an opportunity to push the matter to a situation that he did not want to see. This Xiao Chun was insufferably arrogant, becoming increasingly arrogant. Boom! Right after Shi Wangmu spoke, Xiao Chun, who was originally just a bystander and could not even control his spiritual sense. Plop! Xiao Chun turned berserk. His eyes turned pitch black, and the demonic flames covering his entire body surged into the sky. Right now, Xiao Chun's heart was crumbling. He felt that he had lived his life in vain. Even Shi Wangmu felt immense pressure, unable to suppress the demonic thought in his body. Seeing the obsession and persistence in Xiao Chen's eyes, Shi Wangmu's body trembled. This is too similar. Seeing the increasingly berserk expression on Xiao Chen's face, Shi Wangmu stepped forward and placed her hand on his forehead. At this moment, there was no obsession or resentment in his eyes, only calmness and ease. Bang! Xiao Chen's heart and morals, which he had been holding onto until now, were a huge joke. Xiao Chun faced the karma that the Sky Dome Immortal Lord left behind. He faced the weakness and inferiority complex that he feared being mentioned in the depths of his heart. Shi Wangmu turned around and looked at Xiao Chun. She clearly looked at Xiao Chun, but she gave off an aloof feeling, a noble and cold arrogance that one could only look up to. Pa! Just as Xiao Chun was feeling confused, wondering why there was a grave in his soul pool, Shi Wangmu turned around and looked at Xiao Chun. When the god-killing seal landed, all of Xiao Chen's attacks were easily broken. However, Shi Wangmu's words and this strange grave shook Xiao Chen's indomitable heart. Hee, are you afraid? In the end, this is my Xiao Chen's soul pool. It is not a place for an old and smelly woman like you to be stunned. If you still do not scram, don't blame me for being impolite. Chapter 23:33. Tell me then, what is the obsession in the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's heart? Xiao Chun will complete it for him. After saying this, Xiao Chun knew that the demonic thought in his heart had already vanished. Deep in his heart, he knew everything that had happened when he was demonized. However, the demonic thought was too deep. After demonizing, one's way of thinking would completely change. After demonizing, one would abandon their long-held heart and break the shackles. Their strength would soar by leaps and bounds. However, the increase in strength would only be temporary. The negative emotions would linger for a long time, forming new shackles. In the martial Tao, many experts demonized. Most of them could not break the shackles for a long time. Their obsession was too deep, and they took risks out of desperation, losing to power. While it looked like their strength soared for a short time, in reality, it became a subsidiary of power, falling into the abyss forever. However, it was not that no one in history had entered the Tao through the demonic path. After demonizing, they found another way to control the demonic thought, such as the Buddhist sect's Kasayapa Buddha. In the past, Xiao Chun had faced the danger of demonizing many times. However, he managed to keep his heart at the very last moment. However, when he saw the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's grave and learned that he was just a pawn of the Sky Dome Immortal Lord, his mental state fluctuated too much. He felt like he was living in someone else's shadow. With all his hopes dashed, the demonic thought found an opening. Fortunately, Shi Wangmu woke him up at the crucial moment. This experience of demonizing gave him a new understanding of his heart, removing the greatest weakness in the depths of his heart. To others, Xiao Chen's talent was outstanding. He was calm and collected, even more horrifying than a demonic genius. However, Xiao Chun always had a secret in his heart that no one could tell others. Xiao Chun was not a person of this world. He came from the distant earth. Originally, he was just a somewhat introverted shut-in. Sometimes, he doubted all his current glory and strength. Was it just because of that miraculous immortal pill? Without that immortal pill, would he not have been able to achieve his current accomplishments, unable to become the white-robed bladesman in the eyes of others? This was the ultimate weakness that troubled Xianxia's heart of the martial Tao. He did not even dare to think about it. He had already forgotten about it for a long time. However, just because he didn't think about it didn't mean that it didn't exist. The truth was the truth. Hence, when Xianxia saw the grave of the Sky Dome, Immortal Lord, and heard what Shi Wangmu said, he had such a huge reaction. They would lose all hope and feel inferior. It was like the fear and embarrassment of a person with a dishonorable past who had been exposed in public after succeeding. But now, Xianxia had a new understanding of his heart, and the biggest flaw in his mental state had been fixed. "Thank you, Queen Mother," Xianxia said sincerely as he looked at Shi Wangmu's grave. She looked like a phoenix that descended from the heavens. If not for the other party, Xianxia would still be deceiving himself, not daring to face the karma left by the Sky Dome realm. Shi Wangmu said calmly, "Humans are all like that. Most of the time, it is just that they cannot overcome themselves. Once you get past it, you'll realize that what you're afraid of is actually just that. It's not that scary." "I understand." Xianxia performed a cupped fist salute and bowed. His eyes were like limpid autumn water, rippling with faint ripples, looking peaceful and peaceful. He gave off a feeling of tranquility and otherworldliness. It was like he had been reborn. Shi Wangmu looked at Xianxia in a daze. Then she sighed softly and said, "He did indeed have a very deep obsession. I believe that even in death, he would not have forgiven himself." "What obsession?" "He once had the chance to become the new epic master. However, because of his conceit, he failed miserably." "Who did he lose to?" Shi Wangmu shook her head and said, "I don't know. I only know that after that battle, he changed completely. He did not say a word as the epic changed. He sank into despair and helplessness. Given his character, if he lost, he would have ended it with death, not living an ignoble existence. However, not only did he survive, but he even set up a trap, carrying the karma of others to the martial epic. He definitely felt dissatisfied." Xianxia entered deep thought. It looked like Shi Wangmu was not clear about the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's trap. Although he did not say it, I can roughly guess that he swept through the three realms. Even the Immortal Epic's epic master was not a match for him. He definitely felt dissatisfied with how he lost in the end. Shi Wangmu voiced her guess based on her understanding of the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. Xianxia thought to himself, Shi Wangmu is a proud person. Shi Wangmu's guess should be close to the mark. Putting this matter aside for now, Xianxia asked, "What was the message that he wanted you to bring me?" Whoosh! An item appeared in the Queen Mother's hand. It was a gloomy ball of light. When Xianxia looked at the outline of the ball of light, he vaguely felt that it was an extremely ancient talisman script containing some supreme law. It should have once shone with light, writing the laws of the world, containing the Tao and principles that everyone had to abide by. What is this? Although this item was already dim, Xianxia could still feel its unfathomable power and strange law energy. This is the Epic Heart. More accurately, it is the Immortal Epic Heart. Back then, the Immortal Epic's epic master used his supreme might to write the character immortal. Hence, the Immortal Epic began, giving birth to thousands of laws and principles. It was the character immortal, the heart of the Immortal Epic. The Immortal Epic started because of it. Shi Wangmu slowly explained the origins of this item, shocking Xianxia. To think that the once glorious and vast Immortal Epic started because of this item. I'm very curious. How exactly did the new epic start? What kind of person truly had the qualifications to establish a new great era? Why was it that after the great era, before the great era was destroyed? Why did the Immortal Epic appear after the end of the previous epic and not some other epic? While Xianxia felt shocked in his heart, his doubts also filled his heart. He looked at Shi Wangmu in confusion. Shi Wangmu said after some thought, "After the epic is destroyed, everyone can condense a new epic heart. Using one's own understanding to start a new epic, one can spread out in the end, continuously perfecting one's Tao and principles. There will always be only one epic heart. That one will be the true master of the new epic." Xianxia revealed an expression of understanding. So that is the case. Everyone can condense a new epic heart. However, the epic hearts that they condense have their own merits, with some strong and some weak. There will be competition between experts, just like 100 clans contending for supremacy. The victor will rule the new epic. The laws of the world will materialize according to the Tao and principles in that victor's heart. He told me to hand this immortal epic heart to you after I meet you. Shi Wangmu stretched out her hand and gently raised the immortal epic heart. Then, the immortal epic heart slowly flew towards Xianxia. Xianxia carefully put away the immortal epic heart. However, he could not understand what the Sky Dome Immortal Lord meant. Could it be that the Sky Dome Immortal Lord wanted to restore the immortal epic to its glory and decline? The entire immortal epic's birth, glory, and decline are all within it. In the future, if you want to start a new epic, it should be of help to you. When Shi Wangmu saw Xiaoqian's confused expression, she explained softly, "Very well, I'll accept it. Can you send me off?" Xiaoqian carefully put away the immortal epic heart. Then, he looked at Shi Wangmu. He's still worried about Xiao Suo, Hao Kai, and the others. He did not know how they were or what the ethereal immortal palace was like. The commotion caused by this succession race was already uncontrollable. Xiaoqian needed to leave early. If he stayed late, he might miss the crucial moment. Shi Wangmu said indifferently, "I'm afraid not." Why? When Xiaoqian heard this, his expression immediately changed drastically. Right now, his physical body was lacking life force. Right now, the life force of his physical body was slowly fading. If he still did not leave, he might die here. Shi Wangmu gently drifted down and landed beside Xiaoqian. Then, she walked forward. As Xiaoqian watched Shi Wangmu leave, he hesitated for a moment before following. Shi Wangmu revealed a reminiscing expression on her face. She muttered to herself, "I did not want my physical body to be destroyed when the epic changed. I did not want to end up like the other immortals, dying for no reason, growing old and wrinkled, living like an old woman. So there was this immortal burial lake. I would rather die at the bottom of the lake, as long as my appearance remains and my physical body remains immortal." When Xiaoqian heard that, he felt somewhat sorrowful. It was hard to imagine that a beautiful person like Shi Wangmu would have a wrinkled face and grow old. Indeed. So, I begged him to create an immortal burial lake for me. When I learned that the epic changing could not be avoided, I jumped in without hesitation. Shi Wangmu revealed a gentle smile on her face. She said, "He told me to leave a strand of my soul intact. He said that he would come back again. At that time, if I can get out, it will be a fortuitous encounter. If I cannot, he will stay behind and accompany me, dying at the bottom of the lake with me." As Xiaoqian looked at the smile on Shi Wangmu's face, he felt some pity in his heart. At this moment, the other party was not the aloof Shi Wangmu, who looked like a model of phoenixes. She was just a passionate young girl. Back then, when she jumped into a mortal burial lake, she definitely had such a smile on her face. However, because of a promise, she left with a smile from the bottom of her heart and jumped into a mortal burial lake without hesitation. However, in the end, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord still lied to her. He did not come. The one who came was Xiaoqian. The Sky Dome Immortal Lord was left with only a lonely grave. Hence, Shi Wangmu sat before the grave, crying endlessly. She had waited for many years. However, all she got was a grave and the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's lie. As the saying went, getting out is a fortuitous encounter. That was the fortuitous encounter left for Xiaoqian. If Shi Wangmu could not get out, the one who stayed behind to accompany her would be Xiaoqian. From the start to the end, it was not the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. Chapter 23:34. Shi Wangmu's words sounded like she was talking to herself. However, in reality, she also answered the doubts in Xiaoqian's heart. The Sky Dome Immortal Lord had left the fortuitous encounter at Immortal Burial Lake for Xiaoqian. If Xiaoqian could comprehend it, he could obtain this fortuitous encounter. If he could not, he would stay behind and become a living corpse to accompany Shi Wangmu. Not wanting to waste time, Xiaoqian asked, "Senior, Do you know what the mysteries of this immortal burial lake's fortuitous encounter are? If Xiaochun could find some clues, it should be easier to comprehend it. Shi Wangmu said softly, "Life above the lake and death below the lake. Life and death hang on a thin line. However, to me, life can only be found below the lake. There's only death above the lake. The epic changes, life and death, life and death. Life and death, life and death." Xiao Chen's eyes lit up as he suddenly understood. It turned out that Shi Wangmu already knew what the fortuitous encounter the Sky Dome Immortal Lord left here was. "What will happen to you after I leave?" However, Shi Wangmu felt dispirited, like she was seeking death. Xiao Chan felt very nervous as he looked at Shi Wangmu's back. "Me? I have been waiting for a person for so many years. That person has arrived." Xiao Chen added, "I want to ask, if I obtain the fortuitous encounter at Immortal Burial Lake, what will you do? Why are you so confident? It is still uncertain whether you can walk out of this Immortal Burial Lake." Shi Wangmu smiled faintly as she turned to look at Xiao Chun. "You already told me earlier that the fortuitous encounter at Immortal Burial Lake is that so?" Shi Wangmu interrupted Xiao Chun, showing a smile that did not seem like a smile, unfathomable. Xiao Chen did not know whether it was a tacit agreement or a denial. Right after Shi Wangmu spoke, her figure started to drift away. Her expression was neither joyful nor sorrowful as she said, "The fortuitous encounter is right before you. Grasp it properly." Boom! As Shi Wangmu's figure vanished, Xiao Chen's consciousness came out of his soul pool and returned to reality. In reality, it was not as relaxing as it was in the soul pool. Immortal Burial Lake was like a boundless abyss. Xiao Chen's physical body continued to sink at the bottom of the dark water. His life force slowly faded. Even worse, he could not use his soul energy or divine energy. Death crept closer and closer, but he could only watch it happen slowly. There was no doubt that it was more despairing than fear. However, this time, Xiao Chan was no longer as flustered as he was at the beginning. He opened his eyes in the dark lake. Her clear eyes shone with a gaze that was even cleaner than the lake water, tranquil and peaceful. The Queen Mother of the West once said, "Live on the surface of the lake, die under the lake." The changing of eras, life and death, his words ended here. It seemed like he didn't say anything, but he had already pointed it out. Epics changed, life and death, death and life and death. Only the cycle of reincarnation would never end. The opportunity in the Immortal Burial Lake was the essence of the change of epochs, the reincarnation great Tao. The Queen Mother of the West had actually seen through it long ago. However, she did not say it out loud, because she was waiting for someone. That person was not Firmament, but Xiao Chun. She would rather use a lie to deceive herself for the rest of her life, pretending that she did not see through it, pretending that she was still waiting for someone. This was because that person was her most beloved, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. Whether you love me or not, whether you lie to me or not, at the very least, in your heart, I was once a person worth trusting. As the epochs changed, how many people did not have a choice? How many people did not mean what they said? How many people cheated and lied? I am already satisfied with your trust. I would rather be misunderstood by you, jumping into Immortal Burial Lake so that my beauty would not be ruined. However, in Queen Mother's heart, from the start to the end, she was only guarding this lake for you. As Xiao Chan expected, the state of cycle circulated smoothly. As the state of cycle slowly circulated, Xiao Chun stopped sinking. Xiao Chan closed his eyes and focused on circulating the state of cycle. The scattered life force returned to his physical body 100 times, 1,000 times faster. A black and white halo appeared behind Xiao Chun, looking like life and death circulating. Mysterious phenomena immediately appeared in the lake, and all sorts of scenes appeared. A figure roamed the great 1,000 realms, searching for treasures of heaven and earth. Even 100,000-year-old immortal herbs were condensed into a drop of dew. This was the dew materialized by the boundless supreme treasures of the world. Many a little makes a mickle. From a depression, to a clear spring, to a circle of water, and finally to the lake in front of them. It turned out that before the immortal epic ended, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord gathered all the supreme treasures of the world to form this immortal burial lake. After that, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord used the different attributes of these supreme treasures to derive the cycle Great Tao. Finally, it created the terrifying Immortal Burial Lake. Life above the lake, death below the lake. This sentence looks simple, but it already involved the power of laws, close to creating a world. At this moment, after Xiao Chun circulated the state of cycle, he activated the backup plan that the Sky Dome Immortal Lord left behind. Xiao Chen's physical body was like the mouth of a deep abyss, frantically devouring the entire Immortal Burial Lake's water. If someone else were here, they would be shocked to discover that the entire Immortal Burial Lake's water level dropped at a visible rate. In merely a few breaths, Xiao Chun absorbed half of the entire Immortal Burial Lake. After about 7 minutes, Xiao Chun stood in the middle of the lake, his upper body already exposed. The lake water had already dropped to his knees. The black and white ring of light behind him had already turned into a black and white ink world. Boom! When not a single drop of lake water remained, Xiao Chun suddenly opened his eyes. A spiritual light surged in his clear eyes. At this moment, Xiao Chen's state of cycle finally formed a great Tao. The fortuitous encounter that the Sky Dome Immortal Lord left behind for Xiao Chun surpassed his imagination. Not to mention the cycle Great Tao that Xiao Chun could freely drive from now on. This lake water, formed by countless supreme treasures from the immortal epoch, would bring him unimaginable benefits. With a thought, Xiao Chun was shocked to discover that his cultivation had already broken through to 3-vein Sovereign Emperor. With a thought, Xiao Chun was shocked to discover that his cultivation had already broken through to 3-vein Sovereign Emperor. At some point in time, he had formed a 4th divine vein in his body, breaking through to small perfection and advancing to great perfection, Sovereign Emperor. However, this divine vein seemed somewhat special, different from the other 3 divine veins. Bang! Just as Xiao Chun was about to check it out, loud sounds came from the surroundings. The immortal corpses filling the air suddenly shattered. A strong wind picked up their bones and scattered them into ashes. After Xiao Chun absorbed the immortal burial lake, the originally unkillable immortal corpses turned into ashes. Xiao Chen's heart suddenly tightened, and anxiety appeared on his face. When he looked up, he saw a person standing in the air in front, looking like she would go with the wind. She was a peerless beauty, a beauty that could topple nations. She was as beautiful as an ice lotus, looking very noble. Shi Wangmu. The joy in Xiao Chen's heart scattered. He felt empty as he frantically ran toward Shi Wangmu. Shi Wangmu seemed to hear Xiao Chen's call. Then, she looked back and smiled as she stretched out her hand. This smile was like a sovereign descending on the world in the spring breeze. However, this smile was very lonely, making one's heart ache like needles pricking one's heart. Xiao Chun pushed off the ground with his feet and soared into the air. It looked like he was about to touch that jade-white finger. Shi Wangmu's entire body shattered and went with the wind. She was like a short-lived epiphyllum, a smile that could topple nations. Then, she fell and went with the wind. Xiao Chun landed dispiritedly. He closed his eyes and remained silent, unable to speak for a long time. The ancient sages were all lonely. The 10,000 years of mundane affairs were all for naught. Shi Wangmu was a peerless beauty, like an ice lotus blooming at the peak of the Kunlun realm, attracting thousands of immortals. In the end, she scattered like a flower. Before the epoch changed, she was helpless. In the 10,000 years of mundane affairs, how many people, how many things, and how many beautiful dreams all came to naught. Saying that the Sky Dome Immortal Lord was unrivaled in the world was just a liar. The might of the 3 realms could not compare to Shi Wangmu's smile. However, Xiao Chen somewhat envied the Sky Dome Immortal Lord for having a confidant like Shi Wangmu. Xiao Chun felt very jealous. How many women in the world could see through things like her without saying anything? To be able to be like her, indulging in love until death, even if the other party loved someone else. What was love in the world? It was like drinking. One would not leave until one was drunk. Chapter 23:35. The existence of the immortal burial lake abandoned the complicated seven states. Or rather, it advanced directly from the seven states to the life and death Tao, connecting directly to the essence of reincarnation. That was when Xianxia's chest shone with a blinding radiance as blinding as the sun. Boom! Everyone was shocked, and panic appeared on their faces. They found it difficult to control their bodies. Even the Silver Dragon King and Sikong Shu, who had been keeping their guard up against Shi, did not expect Shi to be so horrifying. He thought that these people had left after failing to open the Immortal Palace. This was one of the ultimate grand Daos. Everything in the world had life and death. After falling to the bottom of the lake, Zhang Xian had no idea what was going on behind him, but from the chaotic situation before him, he had caught a whiff of a scheme. If he still did not make a move, Xiao Suo and the others would be swallowed by Shi's demonic eye. Right now, Xiao Qian had to focus on keeping an eye on Shi and see what he was up to. A thick blood-colored flame burned in his left eye. The blood-colored flame burned through the barriers of countless worlds in the depths of his eye. His eyes burned out of his eye sockets and lingered under his brows, erupting with a terrifying, devouring power. Devouring the heavens, devouring the earth, devouring everything. It was not the pure power of life, nor was it the pure power of death. Instead, it was a brand new power of the great Tao that was created by combining the characteristics of the two. From slaughter to death, it was actually a reincarnation cycle from life to death, and from death to life. Yuan Zhen sat on the lotus platform, tightly controlling a five-colored divine stone. Xiao Chun fought 1 against 4. Wen Rinyu, Dao Yin, Ming Xian, and Yang Qing. After the saber light passed, the originally distorted space and chaotic scene were forcibly returned to normal by this saber. Just as the five-color divine stone was about to be devoured by the dazzling radiance in front of Jianghe's chest, from a bystander's point of view, he only needed to pay a little attention to discover all sorts of strange things. The five-color divine stone that Yuan Zhen held tightly struggled free and flew towards Jianghe's chest. As he stealthily looked over, he could see that those people all had confused expressions on their faces. Xiao Qin soon realized that someone was using Jianghe to set up a trap. He wanted to incite the various factions to fight to remove the restriction that the Heaven Dragon had left in Jianghe's body. Chu Chaoyan. The consequences were unimaginable. Xiao Chun had to pull out the saber. Boom! Xiao Suo, Hao Kai, and Lin Feng guarded him, fighting Qin Ming and Yin Songming with much difficulty. The wings of time are in the five-color divine stone in Yuan Zhen's hand. No one could avoid it. The so-called reincarnation power was essentially the power produced by the reincarnation cycle of life and death. Even though the Immortal Palace had disintegrated, these people did not stop. After a moment of shock, they continued to fight. In the past, he had condensed the reincarnation intent from the intent of slaughter, despair, and death. The others who were struggling in the demonic eye whirlpool were repelled by the devouring power and sent flying. With a single glance, Zhang Xian recognized that this was the inheritance key that everyone yearned for but could not find. No, Xiao Chun, if there is a next life, I only hope that you don't become infatuated. Just be yourself and be a peerless beauty. Why is the lake dried up? Just at this moment, the misty immortal palace in the sky started to shake. A crisp sound rang out. The resplendent light in front of Jianghe's chest gathered into a key covered in talisman scripts and shot out. Xiao Qin stretched out his hand and caught a pure white piece of jade. He could clearly sense the pure spiritual energy contained in it. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's visit. The wings of time that everyone expected did not appear. Only 8 words floated quietly in the air. Demonic, I swallowing the heavens. Damn it, what's going on? Crack. Just like how one would not return until they were drunk, Xiao Qin's figure flashed. Before the immortal palace completely disintegrated, he withdrew his aura and hid. Hidden in the dark, Xiao Qin frowned heavily, feeling very confused. The Silver Dragon King and Sikong Shu also noticed the dried lake water. Jin Yuan's eyes turned pitch black. A black dragon image slowly swam in each of his eyes. Xiao Chan felt somewhat heavy. As he looked at the empty sky after Shi Wangmu left, his heart also felt empty. If Shi Wangmu had been talking about Shi Wangmu, perhaps he would have added that he would not return until he was drunk. The inheritance key easily broke the five-colored divine stone. The newly formed divine vein was completely different from the previous three divine veins. It was even clearer and purer. Aside from driving his divine energy and soul energy, it was also for driving his cycle Great Tao. The Silver Dragon King and Sikong Shu, the two experienced great perfection sovereign emperors, did not participate in the battle. Instead, they kept staring at the mysterious and unfathomable Shi. The two agreed that Shi, who had not made a move yet, definitely knew some secrets. This thought immediately flashed in Shi's mind. Never mind, the restriction is about to be undone. I'll go and check it out after I obtain the Wings of Time. Xiaoqin stopped thinking and looked up. He saw cracks appearing in the ethereal palace that was as perfect as a beautiful piece of jade. Qin Ming and Yin Songming attacked ruthlessly, showing no mercy. They wanted to chase away the three and kill Jiang He. Shi, Chu Chaoyun, Yuan Zhen, and Jin Yuan were in a tense stalemate. Saber lights knocked them into the air, causing them to vomit blood. However, what Xiao Chan did not understand the most was this saber light. This slash seemed extremely ordinary, yet everywhere it passed, it swept through everything in its path, and all phenomena collapsed and were easily crushed. As long as Xiao Chun kept an eye on Shi, he would not have to worry about not gaining anything. Xiao Chun frowned heavily as his thoughts raced at lightning speed. Chu Chaoyun's figure turned blurry, turning chaotic. He gently pushed off with his feet, trying to confuse space and break free. Given the ethereal Immortal Palace's noble and magnificent appearance, only Shi Wangmu in the Immortal Epic could possess such a powerful treasure. That was very likely the case. Otherwise, there was no other explanation for the ethereal Immortal Palace's coincidental appearance at Immortal Burial Lake. Pu Xi. Suddenly, Xiao Chun thought of a name. Shock filled his face as he gaped. The ethereal Immortal Palace had completely disintegrated, and a river of stars flowed continuously in the sky. Countless stars flickered in the sky. Suddenly, a ripple appeared in space, and a blurry figure seemed to emerge from the primal chaos. Could the ethereal Immortal Palace's disintegration have something to do with Immortal Burial Lake's drying up? Only 3 people could barely stabilize themselves in the whirlpool. Crack! This was especially so for Chu Chaoyun, Yuan Zhen, and Zhen Yuan. As they struggled, they did their best to prevent Shi's demonic eye from swallowing up the inheritance key and the 5-color divine stone. Without any warning, Shi appeared above Jiang He and landed a palm strike on his back. However, just at this moment, Shi, who had been strolling leisurely with his hands behind his back, suddenly made a move. Shi Wangmu just left, and something happened to the ethereal Immortal Palace. Could it be that the ethereal Immortal Palace was Shi Wangmu's temporary residence when she was alive? Chu Chaoyun. Earlier, Xiao Chen had been wondering who was using Jiang He to lay a trap. Then, he was shocked to discover that Chu Chaoyun was not around. He clearly sensed that the potential of Immortal Burial Lake had not been exhausted yet. Naturally, the 5-color divine stone that Yuan Jin grasped could not escape Xiao Chen's notice. The space-time ripples coming from it would be hard not to notice. After a while, Xiao Chun perked up and checked the changes in his body. She stood in the air and looked at the deep pit left by Immortal Burial Lake. He showed some confusion in his eyes. Someone is laying a trap. On the other side, a Buddhist light shone, and Buddhist chanting rang out endlessly. Yuan Zhen pressed his palms together and chanted endlessly. The colossal figure of the Kitagarbha, Bodhisattva, materialized behind him. Jianghe? After grasping the cycle Great Tao, Xiao Chun gained many comprehensions, many things that he did not understand when he was still in the state of cycle. Seeing Chu Chaoyun appear, Rage immediately appeared on Xiao Sua's face. He ferociously swung the Scarlet Blood War banner and charged at Chu Chaoyan. Everyone saw Xiao Chun use the inheritance key to open the five-color divine stone without hesitation. Immediately, some people cried out in dissatisfaction. Clearly, the ethereal Immortal Palace's sudden disintegration caught these people off guard. The three of them, along with Shi, fought in four directions. The others felt the world spin around them, their bodies spinning in a whirlpool. No matter what Xiao Chun thought, the ethereal Immortal Palace disintegrated at a visible rate. The peerless, unpolished jades emitted a celestial spiritual light as they rained down in all directions. After indulging in love, they would not return until they were drunk. Even if they were drunk, they would not return. The main reason was that she was too strange, and his strength was unfathomable. The two did not dare to confidently defeat him. One of them stepped aside to check. If she suddenly attacked, they might not be able to stop him. Die. Immediately, everyone thought of a possibility. What was love in the world? However, the gazes of the others were no longer on Chu Chaoyan. Instead, they were focused on the golden key. They saw Jiang, he floating in the air with his eyes closed, unconscious. Light continuously poured out of Jiang, his chest, as the restrictions in his body rapidly dissolved. The shock waves from the battle of the various sides, be it demonic chi, divine energy, or spiritual energy, divine energy, silently entered Jiang He's body after a series of ripples. Then, they sped up the removal of the restrictions in Jiang He's body. Tears of blood continuously dripped from Shi's eyes. Clearly, it was very taxing for him to fight so many outstanding talents alone. The onlooker sees more clearly than the person involved. The five-color divine stone instantly melted, and the resplendent space-time power rippled like lake water. The Silver Dragon King, Sikong Shu, Wenrin Yu, the other outstanding talents, and the older generation sovereign emperors all felt their breathing turn rushed. When the various outstanding talents on the ground saw Xiao Chun walk out while brandishing his saber, they revealed horrified expressions. The palace shook continuously, showing signs of breaking apart. This startled Xiao Chun. The four sides fought in secret, not daring to relax. The scene in this area turned blurry and space twisted. Xiao Chen's left eye was like a bottomless hole. Everything in the surroundings flew into his left eye uncontrollably. The chaotic battle continued. As the ethereal Immortal Palace disintegrated, it became even more chaotic. After Xiao Chun consumed the entire Immortal Burial Lake, he easily broke through to Small Perfection Sovereign Emperor and advanced to Four Vein Sovereign Emperor. However, the two did not do anything. Pusi. The sound of intense fighting rang out, along with all sorts of familiar shouts. Who would have thought that all of them would enter the Immortal Palace without a single one missing? Xiao Chun sheathed his saber and slowly walked forward from the darkness. Then he stretched out his hand and collected the inheritance key and the five-colored divine stone. However, these were not what shocked Xiao Chun. What shocked Xiao Chun was that, as the ethereal Immortal Palace disintegrated, the inheritance key appeared. The inheritance key, because Xiao Chen's physical body could not endure it. He stored the potential of Immortal Burial Lake's boundless natural treasures, waiting to be developed. As the four sides wrestled, a saber light carrying the power of reincarnation swept out. One could face death and live to death. One could cycle endlessly, producing the power to tear time and space. Life to death, death to life to life. As long as the world existed, the cycle would not end. The person who arrived was Chu Chaoyan, who had been lying in wait for a long time. Chu Chaoyan saw Shi, who wore the scarlet dragon robes, standing upright with his hands clasped behind his back. It seemed like the battle before him had nothing to do with him. What surprised Shi was that although the ethereal Immortal Palace disintegrated, every piece of white jade seemed to be connected. Chapter 23:36. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yin came here. There was nothing when Xiao Chun used the inheritance key to open the seal on the five-color divine stone. He did not get the wings of time that everyone expected. Instead, he got a sentence that rendered everyone speechless. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yin came here. Even though Xiao Chun had always been calm, he was stunned speechless when he saw these words. He was completely stupefied. He was completely dumbfounded. What the hell? Everyone schemed, set up, and used all sorts of trump cards, fighting to the death. In the end, all they got was empty words. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's merciless mockery. She, who was even more incredulous than Xiao Chun, remained unperturbed, believing that his plan was flawless. Xi's mind went blank as he muttered to himself, "Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. If Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun took away the wings of time, he would definitely hide it in the demonic Dao Hall. If it were in the demonic Dao Hall, I would definitely know where exactly went wrong." Chu Chaoyun remained silent, showing a complicated expression as he looked at the 8 words in the air. It was like he saw Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun mocking the Holy Lord. A person who died 50,000 years ago toyed with the powerhouses of the various factions. Although there were no faux gods here, in reality, those who could reach this step had the support of a super faction. By standing here, they represented not only themselves but also the terrifying factions behind them. What the heck is going on? Qin Ming bit his lip, confusion filling his face. His father clearly swore that the wings of time were hidden in the ethereal Immortal Palace. However, why was there nothing after the inheritance key opened the seal? There's no need to think about it. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun must have taken away the wings of time. We were all fooled by him, Sikong Shu said with a sullen expression, sounding extremely upset. No one would feel good if they were fooled by a dead man. Crack! Crack! Just at this moment, cracks appeared at the edges of this space, spreading out like a spiderweb. When everyone looked up, the space-time tunnel formed by the 7 ethereal Immortal Palace keys was shrinking continuously. Oh no, this space-time secret realm is going to shatter. Instantly, everyone started to panic. They were in the middle of a space-time gap. As a mystic realm, it had always been extremely stable. But now, strange things kept happening. First, the misty Immortal Palace had exploded, and the celestial burial lake had disappeared for no reason. Now, the 5-color divine stone had also been opened. The important pillar that maintained the space-time mystic realm might no longer exist. If they couldn't get out before the secret realm broke, they might be lost in the space-time reversal forever. We shouldn't stay here for long. Let's go. The Immortal Palace was gone, the Immortal Burial Lake was gone, and now the Wings of Time were also gone. Even a mystic area was about to be destroyed. If he stayed here any longer, he would definitely die. He had to leave even if he didn't want to. Jin Yuan and Yin Xiaoming stood side by side, appearing somewhat confused. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun came here. What a came here? Yin Xiaoming said somewhat hatefully, feeling very depressed. Jin Yuan said indifferently, "It is still acceptable. Let's go." The outcome of the Crown Prince battle should be out soon. However, the outcome of the Crown Prince battle doesn't seem to have much meaning. Jin Yuan paused for a moment. Then, he smiled and said, "That's true. This was decided from the very start. Let's go. Our original plan will not change." Yes. So. Many figures immediately flashed, flying towards the space-time tunnel in the sky. No matter how dissatisfied they were, being fooled was being fooled. They had to leave. Lord Shi. When Ming Xian and Yang Qing arrived beside Shi, they clearly discovered that something was wrong with Shi's condition. Shi's left eye looked like a hole, not daring to look at it directly. His complexion was pale, and he kept muttering to himself. Ming Xian frowned slightly and said, "Lord Shi, we should go. If we still don't, this place will crumble." She covered his left eye and slowly stood up. Then, he looked at Xiao Chun, who was taking care of Jiang He. It seemed like she was wondering if the other party's expression was fake or not. "Ming Xian, do you think that Xiao Chun obtained the Wings of Time in advance? He mysteriously came back to life in Immortal Burial Lake. Even I could not understand that final saber strike." Rumble. As she spoke, the space-time secret realm slowly shook, and the cracks widened. Ming Xian said after some thought, Perhaps he had some other fortuitous encounter, but the wings of time should not be in his hands. Otherwise, if he had the wings of time, we would not be able to survive. He would have finished us all off. At that time, when the epic changed, he would not have a single opponent. She remained silent. In his heart, he also leaned toward Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun taking the wings of time. However, it was strange. If Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun had the wings of time, why did he not use it when he fought the Holy Lord back then? There had to be something fishy about this. Let's go. After looking at the crumbling secret realm, she no longer hesitated. After some thought, he said, "Let's leave first. Our plan is not over yet." Yes. Before leaving, she gave Xiaochen a deep look, revealing a complicated look in his right eye. Soon, aside from Xiaochen, Xiao saw, Hao Kai, and Lin Feng, who were guarding Jiang He and the others. Only Chu Chaoyan remained in this secret realm. Chu Chaoyan wanted to go over from a distance, but he saw Xiao Sua's murderous expression. Chu Chaoyan shook his head and sighed softly before leaving through the space-time tunnel. "Big brother, can he still be saved?" Xiao Sua asked somewhat anxiously. The secret realm looked like it was about to collapse, but Xiao Chun did not show any intention of leaving. It was hard not to feel anxious and worried. However, Xiao Chun remained unmoved, appearing like he did not hear Xiao Sua's words. He entered deep thought. Jiang He's condition was extremely strange. All signs of life were present. However, his divine seal was dim, and his soul showed no fluctuations. He was like a living corpse. After a while, Xiao Chen's gaze landed on his right hand. The inheritance key in his palm flickered with a faint light. Could it be? A thought occurred to Xiao Chen as he looked at Jiang He. Then, he looked at the inheritance key in his hand. Could it be that this inheritance key already merged with Jiang He's soul? I can only gamble. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and slapped the inheritance key back into Jiang He's chest. Boom! In the next moment, Jiang He's chest burst out with resplendent light. The beautiful, ethereal, immortal palace jades in the sky turned into beams of rainbow light and entered Jiang He's chest. The wandering starry river in the sky and the surrounding stars all followed. Soon, a brand new ethereal immortal palace materialized in Jiang He's chest and merged into his body. This, Xiao Se Lin Feng and the others gaped at this scene incredulously. After Jiang He absorbed the entire ethereal immortal palace, his entire body gave off a crystalline, faint light. Like a peerless piece of jade, her entire body, from the inside to the outside, was undergoing a complete transformation. Understanding appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes as he understood some things. This ethereal immortal palace did not have the wings of time. The previous generation Heaven Dragon was very clear about this. He must have discovered some of Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's secrets in the Blue Dragon's old land. The Heaven Dragon had left the inheritance key in Jiang He's body to give him a great fortuitous encounter. All of this was Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's plot. After learning about Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's plot, the previous generation Heaven Dragon went with the flow and left this fortuitous encounter for Jiang He. Since the Heaven Dragon had the wings of time 50,000 years ago, why did he not use it against the Holy Lord? Xiao Chun could only personally ask the previous generation Heaven Dragon for the answer. Otherwise, he could only seek the answer in the Blue Dragon's old land. It's over. It's going to collapse, Xiao Sua said in some despair as he looked at the edges of the collapsing space. This secret realm was already in tatters. Don't panic. Xiao Chun slung Jiang He over his shoulder and said, "Come with me." He drove the cycle Great Tao, and Xiao Chun gently pushed off with his feet. Then, he used the power of cycles to reconnect the shattered space. After Xiao Chun left, space immediately shattered. Wherever he passed, the space behind him would collapse. He relied on the forceful pull of the reincarnation power. Then, Xiao Chun led the four into the air, forcibly stepping out of the passageway just as it was about to close. Lin Feng and the others, who followed behind Xiao Chun, felt incredibly mystical. they suddenly discovered that Xiao Chun seemed to have undergone a drastic change compared to before he sank to the bottom of the lake. Xiao Chun now gave off an indescribable calmness. His eyes were clear and pure, and he gave off a faint otherworldly aura. Previously, this feeling was not obvious. Now it was very clear. The succession race will end soon, Xiao Chun said softly. After exiting the passageway, the group returned to the ancient Yin Emperor tomb. Xiao Chun looked at the peak of the ancient Yin Emperor tree. Chapter 23:37. At the peak of the ancient Yin Emperor tree, the 9th Prince Wang Yin was currently fighting an intense battle with the 4th Prince Wang Yun. However, the situation did not look good. The Yin Imperial sword that Wang Yun refined was the 9th altar. 9 was the limit, containing a vast amount of dragon essence. The other princes, on the other hand, had long since lost the right to participate in the battle for the position of crown prince. They could only watch from the ancient tree. The 8th Prince Wang Feng and the 13th Prince had unwilling expressions on their faces. They were the most popular princes after the 1st Prince. Who would have thought that after the death of the 1st Prince, someone would truly ascend to the top of the ancient Yan Huang tree? They were the 2 brothers whom he looked down on the most. This was especially so for the 4th Prince Wang Yun. He had always been treated like a fool, a complete joke. No one thought that he would be able to pass the first round of the test. But who knew that this fool would turn the tables and stand at the top of the ancient Yan Huang tree? This was the final battle with the 9th Prince Wang Yin. Based on the situation, Xiao Chun was suppressing Wang Yin all the way, holding a great advantage. Even though Wang Yan's grasp of the Massacre Great Tao was far more exquisite than the other party's Buddhist Tao might, Wang Yan's Massacre Great Tao was not as exquisite as the other parties. In terms of martial strength, the 4th Prince could not compare to the battle-hardened and experienced Wang Yin. However, there was nothing he could do. The 9th altar contained too much dragon essence. The might of Wang Yun's Yin Imperial sword far surpassed Wang Yan's. Wang Yin used force to break technique. He did not need to use too many exquisite killing moves or martial techniques. He could suppress Wang Yin with just the sword in his hand. 9th brother, you still haven't given up? Wang Yun held his Yin Imperial sword at the top of the ancient tree, stuck in the vast clouds. The body of the sword overflowed with Buddhist light, and the Buddhist light behind him shone even brighter. It was as if a sky full of Buddhas had appeared, chanting Buddhist mantras incessantly, and the might of one sword seemed to be able to flatten mountains and rivers. Wang Yan's eyes filled with murderous intent. However, his aura was completely drowned out by the other party's vast sovereign might. It seemed as if he was surrounded by a powerful army, and his entire body was filled with killing intent as he fought bravely while bathed in blood. Unfortunately, there was no end to the killing. Even when they were exhausted, they were still unable to break out of the encirclement. It looks like Wang Yan's defeat is only a matter of time. Xiao Suo looked into the distance and sighed softly as he watched the battle at the top of the ancient Yan Huang tree. Hao Kai also shook his head slightly. Although the few of them had not interacted with Wang Yin for long, they still admired his character. Seeing that the prince whom he had been escorting was about to lose to someone else, he couldn't help but feel indignant. Xiao Qin's expression was calm, and his emotions did not fluctuate. Along the way, he had done his best to protect Wang Yin. Now, in this final battle, he could only rely on himself. Regardless of the outcome, he only hoped that he would not have any regrets. He could tell that Wang Yan's martial Tao foundation far surpassed the 4th Prince, Wang Yun. After all, he had been stationed at the borders all year round and was always at the forefront. Wang Yun, who lived in the capital, couldn't be compared to him. Unfortunately, Xiao Qin's aura was completely suppressed. The dragon essence in the Yin Imperial sword could not compare to his opponents. If he could come to his senses and use the brocade pouch that he had given him, it would be hard to say who would win or lose. However, it did not matter. The 1st prince had already been killed. No matter who ascended to the position of crown prince, Xiao Chun could still reluctantly accept it deep down in his heart. At this moment, Xiao Chun had other worries. The succession race in the ancient Yin Emperor tomb had been full of twists and turns. The situation had developed to this point. It was hard not to worry about why the Imperial Ancestral Temple was protecting Shi and the others. Now, Xiao Qian felt somewhat worried about Ao Jiao, Su Yi, and the others in the depths of the Imperial Palace. Big brother, should we continue watching? Xiao Suo asked as he looked at Xiao Chen. Most of the other prince's guests had already left the ancient Yin Emperor tomb. Let's leave this place first. Xiao Chen and the others thought to themselves, give up. Then they immediately felt a vast, mighty force from the depths of the ground connecting to their physical bodies and souls. The mighty force of the ancient Yin Emperor tomb forcefully sent Xiao Chen and the others out. In the next moment, Xiao Chen opened his eyes, and the scene before him changed drastically. His entire body suddenly felt incredibly relaxed. The pressure of the ancient Yin Emperor tomb no longer existed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The instant Xiao Chen appeared in the Imperial Palace's drill ground, he immediately felt 10-odd strong, suffocating soul energy scanning his body. This startled Xiao Chen. He had once come into contact with a faux god flame and could clearly sense it. Every strand of soul energy contained a faux god flame. This meant that a significant number of faux gods had arrived in the Yinwu dynasty. The soul energy containing a faux god flame left as quickly as it came, lasting less than 1,000th of a second. Those who were slightly weaker would not be able to sense it. Xiao Chen understood. These faux gods were trying to sense if they had the wings of time or not. Xiao Chen immediately felt a chill down his spine, feeling fortunate. Fortunately, the misty Immortal Palace did not have the wings of time. If he had taken the wings of time and appeared in the Imperial Palace, the misty Immortal Palace would have been destroyed. If Xiao Chen obtained the wings of time and appeared in the Imperial Palace, he would instantly suffer the attacks of at least 10-odd faux gods. At that time, even if he had the Cycle Great Tao, he would not be able to escape death. However, it was hard to say. With so many faux gods gathered, the Heavenly Alliance's faux gods would be here as well. If the Heavenly Alliance's upper echelon knew that Xiao Chen possessed the wings of time, they would definitely protect him to the death. But no matter what, he would be caught in the center of the dispute, and it would be hard to predict whether he would survive or not. Without batting an eyelid, Xiao Chen handed Jiang he to Xiao Suo and walked toward Ao Jiao and Su Yi. Your Highness Goddess, I'm glad I didn't fail you. Hao Kai said respectfully when he saw Ao Jiao. Thank you, Senior Hao Kai. Ao Jiao quickly returned the greeting and said softly. Then, her beautiful eyes turned and landed on Xiao Chen. She complained, why did you work so hard? You don't know how worried we were about you. Indeed, the competition for the Crown Prince position was full of twists and turns. There were many times when he was on the brink of life and death. He didn't have the time to think about it, but the onlookers were definitely alarmed and worried. I'm not dead, don't worry. Feeling Ao Jiao's concern, Xiao Chen felt warmth in his heart. Then, he stepped forward and pinched Ao Jiao's cheeks. After Shi Wangmu's matter, Xiao Chen understood many things. One should not wait until the people by one side were no longer around before regretting it. After seeing Ao Jiao, many of the emotions that Xiao Chen suppressed in his heart surged out. Ao Jiao's youthful face immediately blushed. She pulled away from Xiao Chen's hand and asked, what are you doing? There's so many people watching. Cough, cough. Young Master Xiao, this is our Golden Crow Empire's divine daughter. Don't go overboard, Hao Kai said softly as he coughed a few times. Xiao Chen withdrew his hand and looked back. Indeed, several gazes were looking at him. Then, Xiao Chen saw Shi with a white bandage wrapped around his left eye. He smiled at Xiao Chen in a mocking manner. Yin Songming and Zhen Yuan, who fought to the death with Shi earlier, were together with Shi again. There were also several hostile gazes, such as Qin Ming, who gritted his teeth in anger. Naturally, Xiao Chen ignored all of them. At this moment, the eliminated princes and the many guests on the drill ground all stared at the light screen. Everyone stared at the light screen, watching the peak battle between Wang Yin and Wang Yun. There was destined to be only one victor in this battle, ascending to the crown prince position. However, Xianxia had a bad feeling in his heart, regardless of whether he had the wings of time or not. Whether he had the wings of time or not, the Yinwu dynasty gathering so many foe gods was an ominous sign. If he got careless, a battle between foe gods would start. At that time, the consequences would be dire. What worried Xianxia more were Shi and Yin Saming. One was the Xiuwu dynasty's first prince, the leader of the demonic Dao. The other was the underworld god hall's outstanding talent, representing the factions of the 9 layers of the abyssal underworld. They were like fire and water with the righteous Dao. Now that the first prince was dead, the two of them, who had lost their protection, still dared to openly remain in the palace. This gave Xianxia a bad feeling. After some thought, he said, "Everyone, stay closer to me. Something is not quite right." The current calm was like the calm before the storm, making Xianxia very worried. Xianxia got Su Yi and the others to stay closer to him. Once there were any changes, he would use the divine universe steel to put everyone in. Su Yi and the others did not suspect anything. After hearing that, they quietly gathered around Xianxia, surrounding him. Suddenly, Xianxia thought of something. He asked, "Did you see the Yin Emperor appear?" As long as the Yin Emperor was around, Xianxia could swing his Yin Imperial sword. Even foe gods would fear him in this Yinwu dynasty. Su Yi frowned and said, "His Majesty, the Yin Emperor, has not appeared since the start." The moment Su Yi said that, Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. He already had a bad feeling. Just at this moment, the surrounding people started discussing. The fourth prince is going to win. On the light screen, Wang Yin, who was surrounded at the top of the ancient Yin Emperor tree, could no longer endure getting knocked into the air by Wang Yun's sword. Blood spurted out endlessly, a cruel sight to behold. Chapter 23:38. At the peak of the ancient Yin Emperor tree, at the start of the fight, Wang Yun, who held the upper hand, finally inflicted heavy injuries on Wang Yin, who was bitterly holding on. After being sent flying by a single sword strike, the accumulated injuries all erupted at this moment. Wang Yin, who was sent flying, showed an expression of dissatisfaction. Hey, if this Wang Yun was truly stronger than him, he could still accept his loss wholeheartedly. However, Wang Yun was no match for him. In fact, he was much weaker than him. However, he relied on the vast dragon essence contained in the 9th altar to suppress him in terms of the Emperor's might. He didn't have any room to display his various martial arts. The other party used force to break technique. I don't care what killing move or martial technique you have. I only need one sword, and the deities and Buddhas in the sky all materialize sovereign might. If Wang Yin could match his opponent's long essence, he was confident that he could defeat his opponent within 3 moves. However, there were no ifs in this world. In terms of unwillingness, the eliminated 8th prince and 13th prince were even more unwilling. It's a pity. I've already come this far, but I still fell short of success. Wang Yin felt very guilty. He felt that he had let down Xianxia and the heavenly book scholar, who had supported him through life and death along the way. I'm sorry to disappoint you. From the very beginning when he faced Wang Yuan, he knew that his chances of winning weren't high, and he had no regrets holding on until now. However, when he thought of Xianxia and the others, he was filled with guilt. No, just as Wang Yin closed his eyes in despair, he suddenly recalled that Xianxia had given him a brocade pouch in Black Wind Ridge. Wang Yin, who was about to open it, was stopped by Xianxia, telling him not to open it unless absolutely necessary. With this thought, Wang Yin opened his eyes. Just as he was about to descend to the top of the ancient tree, Wang Yin opened his eyes. With a tap of his foot, he stabbed his sword into the crown of the tree. He knelt down on one knee and stood up once more. A hint of doubt flashed in Wang Yun's eyes. In that instant earlier, he clearly sensed that the other party had lost all fighting spirit. There was no chance of victory at all, so why did he suddenly stop? 9th brother, there's no need to struggle anymore. You and I are brothers. I don't want to hurt you too badly, and I don't want to kill you. Wang Yin said calmly. What he said was the truth. Of the many princes, only Wang Yin did not have much resentment or murderous intent. However, if Wang Yin insisted on going his own way, then don't blame me for being ruthless. You think you've already won, isn't it? Wang Yun's lips curled up in a smile filled with mockery. His ninth brother, Wang Yin, is only SOSO. Even now, he is still so naive. I don't think so. Wang Yan's eyes suddenly narrowed, and a sharp look flashed in them. Then, he opened the brocade pouch that Xianxia gave him. Boom! The instant the brocade pouch was opened, a dazzling radiance flowed out in all directions. Wang Yin covered his eyes with his left hand and slowly looked at Luo Kai. He squinted his eyes, and when he looked, his expression changed drastically. It was a heavy jasper with clear ripples on the inside. 9 dragon shadows floated around it. This was a dragon jade with 9 dragon shadows. When this jade appeared, not only was Wang Yin shocked, but the many spectators in the dueling ground were also astonished. In the first round of the test, being able to fill up the dragon jade with 3 dragon shadows was already very impressive. Reaching 5 dragon shadows was already considered heaven-defying. It was unheard of for someone to reach 9 dragon shadows in the past. Damn it! Wang Yin could no longer remain calm. He cursed and charged over while holding his Yin Imperial Sword. Wang Yin wanted to end this battle before Wang Yin absorbed this dragon jade. Xiaochun, you really gave me a pleasant surprise. A smile appeared on Wang Yun's face. The importance of this brocade pouch surpassed his expectations. Whoosh! Wang Yin raised his Yin Imperial Sword to the sky, and 9 dragon shadows immediately gathered. The Yin Imperial Sword in Wang Yun's hand burst out with a light that rivaled the sun. His dynasty's dragon might quickly soared. Wang Yun, who originally held a suppressive advantage, forced back his aura before the resplendent Yin Imperial Sword. Soon, Wang Yun's dynasty's dragon might clashed with Wang Yun's and overtook him. Wang Yun, who was charging over, could only watch helplessly as all this happened. A look of horror flashed in his eyes. Whoosh! Wang Yin roared furiously and soared into the air. His sword light flickered. Sword images containing the massacre great Tao pierced through the Buddha statues in the sky and destroyed them all. Pussy-eye! Wang Yun vomited a mouthful of blood as the many sword images knocked him to the ground. After losing the advantage in dragon essence, Wang Yun's true level instantly revealed itself. He lost in one move. How could it be like this? Wang Yun felt confused, unable to accept this. Earlier, he had been suppressing the other party. By the time their dynasty's dragon might were about the same, he was actually defeated in one move. Crack! Cracks appeared in the Yin Imperial Sword in Wang Yun's hand before shattering. Without sufficient accumulations, Wang Yun forcefully occupied the 9th altar. The huge difference after losing in one move caused him to crumble. After losing his Yin Imperial Sword, Wang Yin was forcefully sent out of the ancient Yin Emperor tomb. No one had expected such a dramatic reversal. In the end, the one to truly ascend to the peak and become crown prince was the 9th Prince Wang Yin. All the princes' Yin Imperial Sword were gone. Now, only Wang Yan's remained in the entire ancient Yin Emperor tomb. Boom! The dynasty's dragon vein hidden under the ancient Yin Emperor tomb poured into the ancient Yin Emperor tree and merged with Wang Yin, who was at the top. In the next moment, the huge screen in the drill ground shattered, materializing bright light. Wang Yin held his Yin Imperial Sword as he stepped out amid the bright light, appearing before everyone. Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince. The various feudal lords and noble clans all stood up and performed cup fist salutes. No matter how the succession race turned out, now that Wang Yin was the crown prince, he would be the next Yin emperor in the future. Wang Yin revealed a smile as he looked around, his heart filled with joy. If you're the crown prince, then what am I? Just at this moment, a discordant voice rang out. Wang Yin's expression changed slightly. Wang Yin looked in the direction of the voice and saw the one-eyed, she smiling mockingly at Wang Yin, who had the dynasty's dragon vein. Wang Yan's face sank. I thought that you already left. You're still here even now. You're really bold. The sudden situation startled the feudal lords, the many princes, and the guests at the drill ground. "Why should I leave?" She countered with a faint smile. Right after she spoke, the imperial ancestral temple's imperial ancestor walked out of the clouds in the sky above the palace. Then he said coldly, "Wang Yin, your guest cruelly killed the first prince. You will not be able to escape punishment. The elders have already decided to strip you of your crown prince position." What? These words were like a bolt from the blue, shocking the various feudal lords and stirring up a huge commotion. Wang Yin said with a sullen expression, "I want to see Imperial Father. You are not qualified to strip me of my crown prince position. I'm afraid that's not up to you." She sneered and said indifferently, "Whoosh." Hundreds of figures covered in demonic flames rushed out of the vast palace. Without exception, they were all demonic Dao Hall elite sovereign emperors. They surrounded the entire drill ground, filling the air with demonic might, spreading out in all directions. The Yinwu dynasty's palace instantly changed. The imperial ancestral temple's experts, who were supposed to be here, disappeared. The demonic Dao Hall took over the entire palace. The expressions of the various feudal lords and princes changed drastically. At this moment, all the elites of the Yinwu dynasty gathered in the palace. It was like the demonic Dao Hall had surrounded them. In the palace in the clouds, the imprisoned Yin emperor trembled with rage. "You to think that you are so deranged, becoming the demonic Dao Hall's dogs." The imperial ancestral temple's imperial ancestor said expressionlessly, "The epic is changing. If we want to continue the Yinwu dynasty's glory, we need to make a choice." The sudden change in the situation caused everyone to feel somewhat frightened. How did the Yinwu dynasty fall in an instant, occupied by the demonic Dao Hall? How can it be like this? To think that the demonic Dao Hall's people took over the palace just like that. Senior Feng and the heavenly book scholar said with uneasy expressions, not understanding what happened. Xiaochen looked around and said, "That is not all. The underworld god Hall's people are mixed in as well. This should have been planned long ago. If the first prince had not died, the imperial ancestral temple's imperial ancestor would have had a trump card to bargain with the other party. Now, he has completely sided with the other party. What should we do?" Ao Jiao asked somewhat anxiously. The demonic Dao Hall took over the entire palace. The imperial ancestral temple's imperial ancestors' experts listened to the other party. This was like the dynasty's faction and the demonic Dao Hall's faction working together to surround them. There was no way out. "Give me the sword." She climbed onto the drill ground and walked towards Wang Yin, demanding the Yin imperial sword that symbolized the dynasty's inheritance. Chapter 23:39. The entire palace immediately burst into a huge commotion. Mu Zifeng and Swearin Ji both felt startled, flabbergasted. Wang Yan's lips curled up in a cold smile. After some thought, he said, "You two are really my good brothers. Let me tell you this. Unless I die today, I will not give you the Yin imperial sword in my hand." During the succession race, she wielded the demonic imperial sword and prepared to swallow up the dynasty's dragon vein. The imperial ancestral temple's elders, who managed the ancient Yin emperor tomb, already turned a blind eye to it, not doing anything. Before the imperial ancestral temple's imperial ancestor finished speaking, Pan Huang mercilessly attacked, sending him flying with a slap from a distance. "Xiao Chun, are you going to save the ninth prince?" Indeed, Xiao Chun thought to himself. It was more or less as he guessed. That's right. Father is still in their hands. Even if you don't want to kill us, are you going to kill Father as well? Everyone's heart skipped a beat. The smile on Xi's face faded, replaced by a murderous intent. Just as she pressed forward, the 13th Prince Wang, he said indifferently. If not for something unexpected happening that even she could not control, Yuan Zhen and Wang Yin would have counterattacked. Several dozen figures rushed over from the dark. Without exception, they were all experts of the Imperial Ancestral Temple. Whoosh! 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 Everyone looked up and saw the peak of Spirit Vulture Mountain outside the imperial capital. The golden body of the Kasayapa Buddha released a resplendent light, materializing a Buddhist nation behind him. However, the situation was far from that simple. Hence, no matter what, they could not let down their guard. They had to protect the people around them. After some thought, Mu Zifeng said, "That's right. Wang Fei is the representative of the Imperial Ancestral Temple, the demonic Dao Hall, and the Underworld God Hall. If he did not die, he would not have pushed Xi to the front. He would not have let these faux gods do so either. However, a war between faux gods is just a matter of time. The Hidden Spirit Temple will not just sit and wait for death." Under the control of the Imperial Ancestral Temple's elders, the Yinwu dynasty submitted to the demonic Dao Hall. Did they become prisoners? Xuerenji said softly, "Little girl, the Yinwu dynasty is now filled with the faux gods of the various super factions. No matter how bold the demonic Dao Hall and the Underworld God Hall are, they would not dare to offend all of them. People like the Dragon God Crown, Prince Qinming, and the profound Heaven Holy Sun, Wenren, you were also taken away by the faux gods of the various factions. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor, an 8-vein sovereign emperor, could not even last one exchange with Pan Huang." Ao Jiao asked as he looked at Xiao Chen. The world out from the Xiao into the Buddha Light Mountain. Suddenly, the boundless golden light disappeared, and a dark Buddhist light, accompanied by the strange and indifferent face of the Gautama Buddha, shrouded in front of the world. Xiao Chen's heart was as clear as a mirror. He said, "Don't worry. There will be someone who will not let him die. I just need to take care of you." Pan Huang chuckled, looking down on everyone, not taking these for seriously at all. "Chun Feng say, Chun Shan Kama Chun Kama Shan." "Spirit," Mu said. Ji said Ji. "Mu Kama Emperor Chun Kama." "Mu, hi. This is the 9th Yin Emperor? He's still alive?" It looked like a faux god battle was about to start. The Yinwu dynasty would always be at the foot of the Spirit Mountain. "No need. You teach me." The Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor appeared again in the palace in the clouds. He said calmly, "Princes and feudal lords, there is no need to be nervous. After Lord, she becomes the new Yin Emperor. Everyone will continue as before. Your titles and lands will not change. The martial epic is about to collapse, and the new epic is about to crumble. Lord, she promised us even greater glory." The imperial palace had always been bathed in the Buddha's light, and it had never changed. Just at this moment, the golden body of the Kasayapa Buddha that everyone looked up to suddenly spun on Spirit Vulture Mountain. His gaze landed on Wang Yin from thousands of kilometers away. At the same time, he began to think about how his family and the interests under his name would change if this was true. What's going on? However, right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. A beam of golden Buddhist light pierced through the dark clouds and enveloped Wang Yin. Then, the golden Buddhist light quickly expanded. In a moment, it cleared away all the demonic clouds in the sky. Scram to the side. It was the Hidden Spirit Temple's abbot Su Yi. On the left and right were the Spring Snow Bladesman Pan Huang and Sword God Su Hantan. Xuerenji looked coldly at Mu Zifeng. Then he waved his long sleeves and turned into a beam of dark light that pulled in Xiao Chun and the others. Xuerenji glanced over and said indifferently, "Brat, be more respectful when you speak. I was the one who made a move earlier to fish you out." This completely cut off Wang Yan's thoughts of fleeing with his sword. The golden body of the Kasayapa Buddha frantically switched between good and evil. The golden body of the Kasayapa Buddha began to switch between righteous and evil. Xiao Chun could not help saying, "Lord Mu." When the ordinary people inside and outside Yin City saw such a miracle, they all knelt and prayed. When Xiao Chun saw such a miracle, they all knelt and prayed. Xiao Chun asked as he looked at Mu Zifeng. The hundreds of demonic Dao sovereign emperors in the surroundings showed cold gazes as they silently circulated their demonic essence. They drove overwhelming demonic qi, and surging black clouds instantly covered the sky above the imperial palace. Whoosh! Boom! This rather dramatic scene seemed absurd and inconceivable. It seemed to be unexpected, but also beyond reason. Just as the Yinwu dynasty was in a precarious situation, on the verge of leaning toward the demonic Dao Hall, this super faction, which had been hiding its strength and not made a move for many years, finally revealed its fangs. Xi's words had the meaning behind them. Even if everyone in the world wanted to side with the demonic Dao Hall, Wang Yin would absolutely not do so. In that case, since all of you are here, why did you not help the hidden spirit temple? How Kai cannot help asking. Ao Jiao asked. Then how did you enter the imperial palace? The people of the demonic hall didn't attack you? Below the martial arts practice field, many princes were shocked, and they were slightly dazed and unable to stand steadily. TSK, TSK, TSK. There are really a lot of old farts. Who else is there? Stop hiding. The four of you are not enough for me to beat you up. Bang. Right now, she had probably already swallowed the dynasty's dragon vein. The consequences would be even worse than now. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Ancestor showed a grave expression as he flew forward. Then he said, Senior Abbot, my royal clan is currently dealing with internal matters. Please leave. The Hidden Spirit Temple no longer has any connection to my Yinwu dynasty. Could it be? Wang Yin, who was on the martial arts practice field, felt a chill in his heart. His expression turned extremely unsightly. This was just his nature. Wang Yan's expression turned sullen, and his hand, which held the Yin Imperial sword, trembled endlessly. He looked at Xi and asked, Is my father still alive? Take out the sword. A thought occurred to Xiaochun. He looked at Mu Zifeng and asked, Is it because I killed the first Prince Wang Fei? Xiaochun knew that he had to leave. With a thought, he prepared to take out the divine universe steel. This did not surprise Xiaochun. When he looked back, he frowned heavily. He still felt somewhat worried about Pan Huang. The Imperial Ancestral Temple not only did not stop the demonic Dao Hall's sovereign emperor expert from taking over the Imperial Palace, but it even colluded with him. Even Xiaochun, Hao Kai, and the others all looked at Mu Zifeng in confusion. Even though some people were dissatisfied with the demonic Dao sovereign emperors and the hidden Imperial Ancestral Temple experts, the Yin Imperial Ancestor was a dynasty that had existed for close to 100,000 years. Even though the Yin Imperial Ancestor normally did not show himself, it did not mean that there were no faux god experts. When Xiaochun's vision recovered, he only saw a blurry golden light in the imperial capital Yin City when he looked back. What startled Xiaochun even more was that the person traveling with him was his old rival, Xianxia. This enveloped the entire imperial palace in a somber and cold atmosphere, suppressing everyone. Xi's lips curled up in mockery. Are you sure that I will attack you? I won't. She smiled faintly and said, Naturally, you will live. However, if you do not cooperate, it will be hard to say whether you will live or not. Don't even think about resisting. The Imperial Ancestral Temple already came to an agreement with my demonic Dao Hall. The flame dragon formation in the Imperial Palace will not be activated. Clang. Since the demonic Dao Hall was confident of making a move under the Hidden Spirit Temple's nose, they definitely had something up their sleeves. 3 old men followed behind this white-haired old man. All the faux god experts of the royal court came out in full force. However, Xiaochun suddenly sensed a strong aura behind him. When he turned around, shock flashed on his face. Xiaochun knew that the Kasayap of Buddha's golden body had both good and evil sides. However, Xiaochun had never expected that the other side would appear before the world one day. However, he could still sense that strong, faux god aura. Xiaochun's thoughts raced. He found it strange, but he resisted and did not make a move in the end. Even if Xiaochun did not become the crown prince today, he would still be the first to step forward in such a situation. A white-haired old man stood on the flame dragon, radiating a faint faux god might. Mu Zifeng smiled and said, What's wrong? Do you find it strange to see me? Now is not the time to speak. There will be a huge battle between faux gods soon. Xianxia, bring them away first. Wang Yin was not stupid. He quickly figured out what was going on. It was Mu Zifeng. Wang Yin had been rather calm from the start to the end, as he wanted to obtain the Hidden Spirit Temple. No matter what, he would not just sit back and watch the demonic Dao Hall control the Yinwu dynasty. The Yin Emperor had always been under the watch of the Buddhist ancestor, never disappearing. The hidden Spirit Temple. 3 figures approached from the peak of Spirit Vulture Mountain, appearing in the sky above the Imperial Palace's drill ground. Xuerenji, a Heavenly Alliance senior elder, was an incredibly strong faux god expert. You have backbone, but is it useful? Just as Xiao Chun felt uncertain, the golden Kasayapa Buddha body turned around again, revealing its benevolent, peaceful, and dignified side. Whoosh! The battle between faux gods is already unavoidable. No matter who wins, the Yinwu dynasty is finished. Unexpectedly, the people that Xiao Chun wanted to kill in the final battle were his own people. Mu Zifeng sighed softly. Then he said in a self-mocking manner, "I am overthinking. The epic has changed. There is no longer any distinction between the righteous and demonic factions. The super factions might be eager for both sides to fight. It would be best if both sides ended up severely injured, severely damaging their essence." A terrifying aura burst out from the depths of the Imperial Palace. 9 flame dragons gathered from different directions. "Ninth brother, just give the Yin Imperial Sword to Lord Shi. Don't be rash alone. Don't get us all killed." Wang Yin drew his sword, and the Yin Imperial Sword gave off a bright light, radiating the dragon might of a dynasty. A Buddhist light shone, looking very dignified. However, Wang Yin did not dare to say anything. Anyone who dared to step forward would definitely die. Now, Wang Yin finally understood that the demonic Dao Hall's actions had the tacit approval of the royal court's faux gods. The princes who lost the succession race did not want Wang Yin to become the crown prince in the first place. As Wang Yin held the Yin Imperial Sword, he smiled bitterly as he looked at the sovereign emperor experts in the Imperial Ancestral Temple. When the sovereign emperor experts saw the situation, they started speaking in a strange tone, wanting Shi to hand over the Yin Imperial Sword. She spread his arms and gently drifted back. However, after thinking about it, there were already signs of this happening. The moment she said that, the various feudal lords' anxious hearts eased somewhat. Whoosh! Chapter 2340. After entering the residence, Xiao Chun discovered that the Heavenly Alliance doyens and the group of faux god experts were all there. The old Alliance chief, Hua Tianyang, and Xuerenji were among them as well. They all looked at Xiao Chun. After a while, Xiao Chun figured out what had changed. Whoosh! When Mu Zifeng heard that, he felt slightly stunned. Then, he said, "There is no need." Right after Mu Zifeng spoke, the other doyens agreed. In the end, only Xuerenji remained silent. "I know you have many questions in your heart. Ask away." Xiao Chun could not help feeling suspicious. If he started a new epoch in the future, he would not be able to avoid destruction in the end. 3 days later, the alloy battle armor arrived at the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. Mu Zifeng asked after some thought, "Fate cannot be defied?" Mu Zifeng frowned. After thinking for a while, he said, "Strictly speaking, the martial epic ended the moment the Black Dragon King broke the world tree. However, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor suppressed the Black Dragon King back then, not giving him a chance to destroy the world, allowing the martial epic to survive until now." Mu Zifeng explained, "When an epic reaches its end, there will always be an existence like the Black Dragon King, bringing the end and destruction. Only with destruction can there be new life. Only then can the epic cycle never end." "Why? Xuerenji, do you have any objections?" Light and shadow flickered. Xiao Chun looked into the distance and discovered that aside from the palace, the imperial capital Yin City had turned into rubble. Sui muttered to herself as she looked at the imperial capital Yin City, still showing disbelief in her eyes. Mu Zifeng thought for a while before saying softly, "Actually, you should address me as Alliance Chief Mu now. Let's go. This place is no longer safe. Let's return to the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters first." "Why?" "Sui, let's go." In the earlier exchange of faux gods, thousands or even tens of thousands of years of effort turned to dust, leaving nothing behind. It could be opened for cultivation only after obtaining the approval of all the doyens and Fogod experts. The instant the Kasyapa Buddha's golden body shattered, two figures flew out of the Yinwu dynasty's vast territory. Mu Zifeng mocked. There's no need to care. Who would listen to him now? Does he think that he is still the epic master? Go to the Void God realm and die with him? I'm here to ask for your agreement to open the Nine Heavens Origin Gathering Formation so that Xiaochun can enter it to cultivate in seclusion. After Mu Zifeng sat down, he looked at Xiaochun and smiled softly. The group boarded the alloy warship, all of them silent. My beauty smile pavilion. The change of epochs and the collapse of order were just the beginning. Nine Heavens Origin Gathering Formation. Xiaochun was slightly shocked. He only calmed down after a while. You're the chief of the Heaven Alliance now? Mu Zifeng stood up and looked at Xiaochun, wanting to speak to him alone. Even without the Heavenly Alliance's resources, after absorbing the entire Immortal Burial Lake and the Blue Dragon's treasure trove, he did not need many resources. As the two spoke, the horrifying battle between foe gods had already begun. It was broken. Mu Zifeng waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter. You know very well what kind of person I am. To put it nicely, we are helping each other. To put it bluntly, we are using each other. However, it does not matter. You and I are of use to each other. So, this relationship is unbreakable." After thinking for a while, Xiaochun voiced his doubts. Xiaochun felt worried. At the same time, he understood that after order collapsed, the foe gods would feel fear. When foe gods panicked, no matter how cruel the scene was, no matter how strong the power was, there was no order to maintain it. There were boundless benefits for a divine vein realm sovereign emperor to cultivate on this mountain. Originally, Xiaochun planned to deal with this matter after he became the Dragon Emperor. However, he had no choice but to say it now. Xiaochun had found it strange long ago. These two were sworn enemies. Why did they suddenly appear at the same time? Previously, Swearenji's attitude toward Mu Zifeng had been overbearing, like fire and water. Mu Zifeng asked with a frown, "Xiaochun, come with me for a while." "All right, let's put it this way. The Heavenly Alliance will invest all its resources on you to help you ascend to the Dragon Emperor position. However, there's one thing. If you succeed in starting a new epoch, you need to benefit the Heavenly Alliance. I need you to make an oath with your soul." Xiaochun mocked. "This is really interesting. Without anyone knowing, I helped you become the Heavenly Alliance's alliance chief." Upon seeing Xiaochun agree, joy appeared on Mu Zifeng's face. This was especially so when Xiaochun mentioned Mu Zifeng's name in the oath. Xiaochun asked, feeling confused. He had been thinking of resealing the other party's Black Dragon King after he became the Dragon Emperor. Previously, Xiaochun did not have a high status, so he could only cultivate at the waist of the mountain. As Xiaochun said, Mu Zifeng had always been a person who prioritized his own benefits. It was just that he would hide it in the past. Now, he did not hide his desire at all, being direct. "I'll give you 15 minutes to consider. I'm in no rush." Mu Zifeng and Swearenji both felt greatly startled, clearly extremely shocked. Now that order had collapsed, there was no way to restrain foe gods. It was hard to find a truly safe place in the Great Thousand Realms. After Mu Zifeng settled everyone down, he brought Xiaochun to Heavenly Divine Mountain alone. Mu Zifeng gave Swearenji some instructions, and a transcendent alloy warship appeared. Then, he called Xiaochun and the others over. Earlier, when the many foe gods fought, the number of people who died from the shockwaves could no longer be counted in 10,000. "Greetings, Alliance Chief. Do you know how the Black Dragon King was sealed back then?" The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor exhausted the last of the martial epic's luck before he succeeded. Furthermore, from a certain point of view, the Black Dragon King's appearance was fate. Even without the Black Dragon King, other experts would have appeared and destroyed the martial epic. Mu Zifeng looked around and said calmly, "Xiaochun already carved the oath on his soul. If he becomes the epic master, he will definitely benefit the Heavenly Alliance. As long as everyone's juniors and clansmen remain in the Heavenly Alliance, they will safely survive the epic change. Of course, that is on the premise that Xiao Chun truly becomes the epic master. When Xiao Chun heard that, he felt slightly stunned. Indeed, he had not expected Mu Zifeng to be so direct. When Xiao Chun heard that, he understood. No wonder these faux gods could only wait for death and still listen to Mu Zifeng's orders. Furthermore, they could obey Mu Zifeng's orders. It turned out that they all had descendants. They all had unresolved concerns and bloodline relatives. What? Xiao Chun did not continue thinking. He chose to agree. Since the Heavenly Alliance was established, the ancient spirit gathering formation had been established. It had been absorbing the spiritual energy essence of heavenly divine mountains, supreme treasures, for many years. The battle between faux gods was cruel. The imperial capital Yin City was instantly destroyed. This made Xiao Chun feel that it was better to have a safe place. Xiao Chun worried about Pan Huang's safety. His strength was limited, so he could only pray for Pan Huang's safety. The other figure towered into the sky, radiating a terrifying state of death. Everywhere it passed, life force extinguished, materializing the image of an underworld deity. "Let's go," one of the doyens said. While Xuanxi's words sounded like a question, he was actually threatening Xiao Chun. "How did you end up with Xuanxi?" The Alliance Chief's residence at the summit of the Heavenly Divine Mountain was previously managed by Hua Tianyang. Now, it was managed by Mu Zifeng. At that time, with the strength of a faux god, Mu Zifeng would be able to kill the people that Xiao Chun cared about. Precisely. Long before the Crown Prince's War, the Alliance head had already decided to choose between me and Xuanxi. Thanks to you, your performance in the ancient Yin Emperor tomb far surpassed Lin Feng's, and I became the new Heavenly Alliance's Alliance Chief. There's no need. I promise you. I swear in Xiao Chen's name that if we start a new epoch one day, I will not forget the Heavenly Alliance and Lord Mu Zifeng's kindness, and I will protect them. There seemed to be a boundless force twisting space and confusing the surroundings, preventing others from seeing what was happening. Alliance Chief, the Holy Lord just sent orders for the leaders and faux god experts of the 5 super factions to head to the faux god world. We will discuss how to deal with the demonic Dao Hall and the underworld God Hall. However, once it started, it would immediately descend into madness, chaos, and doomsday. It could only end when the new epoch started. A figure covered the sky with demonic clouds. Everywhere he passed, demonic clouds covered half of the Yinwu dynasty's territory. What was the meaning of the epoch's existence? Suddenly, Xiao Chun said, "Lord Mu, you have changed." These two were the demonic Dao Hall's Hall Master and the underworld God Hall's Hall Master, the most horrifying existences among the demonic Dao faux gods. If Xiao Chun was not willing to let go of this grudge, there was no need for Mu Zifeng to worry too much. In any case, he would die. Xiao Chun continued. Just like back then, when the immortal Dao collapsed, the cycle of reincarnation was destroyed, and the immortals fell. Coincidentally, Xiao Chun had many questions in his heart that he wanted to ask Mu Zifeng. After leaving some instructions to Ao, Jiao, Mo Chun, and the others, he followed behind Mu Zifeng. Mu Zifeng said indifferently, "You should have noticed that practically all the super factions have a spokesperson. They are betting everything, hoping that their faction spokesperson will become the new epic master in the future. Naturally, my Heavenly Alliance cannot continue splitting resources. We have to make a choice between you and Lin Feng." The only thing that Xiao Chun could gain was that the Heavenly Alliance would be a great help in the fight for the Dragon Emperor position. When the Black Dragon King reappears, the martial epoch, which is already at its end, will officially come to an end. At that time, all the faux gods who ignited their divine flame and were too deeply connected to the martial epoch will fall. There is no why. Every epoch ends like this. Then a new epoch emerges. This is fate. Xiao Chun raised his eyebrows as he looked at the other party. He discovered that Mu Zifeng seemed to have changed from before. However, he could not see the situation inside clearly. "Come, I'll bring you to the peak of the Divine Mountain." After the epoch ended, it would be like when the immortals fell back then. All the foe gods would not be able to avoid being buried with a martial epic. I know where the Black Dragon King seal is. I can gather foe gods to strengthen the seal. Mu Zifeng narrowed his eyes slightly as he smiled. He has indeed changed. The epic is changing, and a great calamity is looming. No one knows what the future will be like. Even foe gods feel fear and unease. Since things have reached this point, why do I need to disguise myself? I might as well live freely. No matter who it was, they would not be able to accept it. Heavenly Divine Mountain was a divine mountain formed from the Heavenly Alliance's boundless resources. Mu Zifeng smiled happily and said, "Good. From now on, you are one of us. What else do you want to know? I will definitely tell you everything I know." Everyone keeps talking about the epic changing. I would like to know when the martial epic will end. Yes, Mu Zifeng said after some thought. No wonder the Imperial Ancestral Temple's elders are so confident, daring to work with the Underworld God Hall and the Demonic Tao Hall. It turns out that they already predicted that the Buddhist sect days are numbered, which is why they are so bold. Even the Alliance Chief did not have the authority to open it. Xuerenji showed a cold expression as he smiled sinisterly. What objection can I have? Xiaochun, this old man once had an old grudge with you. Although you repay kindness, you are ruthless and vengeful. You're not a good person either. Let me ask you this. After you become the epic master, will you let go of this grudge? I am not begging you. If you're not willing to let go, that is fine. In any case, you are someone who is about to die. I do not have to worry too much. Seeing Xiaochun remain silent, Mu Zifeng immediately understood that Xiaochun should have something to rely on. The golden Kasayapa Buddha body, which had existed since the birth of the martial epic, actually shattered on Spirit Vulture Mountain. Actually, Xiaochun was somewhat hesitant about whether to agree or not. Chapter 23:41. Xuerenji, are you trying to rebel? Rage appeared on Mu Zifeng's face. This Xuerenji was not giving him any face at all. Mu Zifeng had already formed a contract with Xiaochun. However, at the last step, Xiaochun put him on the spot. Xuerenji ignored Mu Zifeng's rage and the other Doyan's anger. Xuerenji maintained a sinister expression. In any case, in Xuerenji's opinion, Xiaochun was someone who repaid kindness with kindness and grudges with grudges. Xiaochun was ruthless and vengeful. However, Xiaochun's character was rather good. As long as Xiaochun made a promise, Xuerenji would believe him. It looked like Mu Zifeng was about to give the order for the other foe gods and Doyans to attack Xuerenji together. Xiaochun raised his hand to stop Mu Zifeng. He felt somewhat sorrowful in his heart. Xuerenji's threat made him feel some pity. This was the change of epics. Even someone as strong as a foe god felt so uneasy and lowly. If it were in the past, Xuerenji would not have bothered with Xiaochun when foe gods were aloof. However, Xuerenji now showed a cold expression, threatening a four-veined Sovereign Emperor Jr. with words that cut off all means of retreat. How could a foe god do such an embarrassing thing in the past? Xiaochun said calmly, I can promise you that as long as you do not make a move against me, I will naturally not make a move against you. All the more, I will not touch your Heavenly Alliance descendants or other blood relatives. I was just waiting for you to say that. After hearing Xiaochun's words, Xuerenji's expression instantly changed, revealing a faint smile. Mu Zifeng showed a sullen expression, ignoring Xuerenji's little tricks. He said softly, Doyans, let's work together to open the seal on Heavenly Divine Mountain. All right. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Doyans and foe god experts present all took out Heavenly Alliance medallions and dripped their soul blood into them. The medallions immediately gave off a bright light, giving off many ancient and mysterious talisman scripts, looking very dazzling and intoxicating. After a while, these 10-odd Heavenly Alliance Doyans merged into a door of light. They formed a door of light that emitted a hazy and mysterious purple luster. The door of light was covered in pure white snow, and a plum blossom stood proudly. This was the symbol of the Heaven Alliance. Mu Zifeng and the other Doyans stopped what they were doing and looked at the light door with complicated expressions. Open this door, and you will enter the core of the God of Heaven Mountain, which is a paradise created by the nine heavens source gathering formation. Mu Zifeng said with a grave expression as he looked at Xiaochun. When Xiaochun was about to step in, Mu Zifeng said again, "There is one last thing that I want to remind you of." "What?" "Once you enter, you won't be able to exit for a year. The nine heavens origin gathering formation would only self-destruct when the heavenly divine mountain's resources were truly exhausted. The space-time inside is distorted. 1 year in the outside world is equivalent to 10 years inside." Xiaochun turned around and said, "In other words, I have to stay in there for 10 years before I can come out." Mu Zifeng nodded and said, "That's right. The purpose of this heavenly divine mountain is to nurture the epic master. Only a superpower could create such a blessed land. Once the seal was broken, the heavenly treasures would be destroyed. Once the seal is broken, there will be no turning back. You will not come out until you exhaust the resources that the Heavenly Alliance has accumulated for more than 100,000 years." "Do the other super factions have similar paradises?" Xiaochun asked. "Naturally. Their inheritances might be even more ancient, so you have to give it your all. If you don't exhaust the resources, you won't be able to come out." Xiaochun thought to himself, "This is equivalent to being separated from Ao, Jiao, Imo, Chun, and the others for a year. Had I known, I would have made some arrangements in advance. Help me take care of Ao, Jiao, Imo, Chun, and the others. I hope to see them again 1 year later." Bang! Right after speaking, Xiaochun pushed open the door and entered the core of the heavenly divine mountain. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Doyan's medallions returned, and Xiaochun vanished. Mu Zifeng muttered to himself, "I have bet more than 100,000 years of the Heavenly Alliance's luck on you. I hope you will not disappoint me." At the same time, in a universe origin sect, Bushin Palace, and a profound heaven holy land, the masters of the various super factions did not heed the Holy Lord's orders to head to the faux god world. They were making similar preparations to the Heavenly Alliance. In their opinion, the Holy Lord was already at the end of his rope. The martial epic would crumble soon. If they headed to the faux god world now, they would just die with the Holy Lord. Light flickered and the world spun. After a bout of dizziness, Xiaochun's vision cleared up. Then, he appeared in a mist-shrouded pool. When he looked up, he saw countless stalactites hanging above him, giving off brilliant lights and spiritual energy. Drip, drip. At the bottom of the stalactite, a handful of dewy spiritual beads fell into the pond. Xiaochun gently pushed off with his feet and soared into the air. Then, he plucked a stalactite. Crunching sounds rang out as Xiaochun took a bite. As he expected, it was spiritual milk. Whoosh! The moment Xiaochun took a bite, the spiritual milk materialized in his body like a storm, pouring into his divine energy sea. As he looked around, Xiaochun said softly, "This place is indeed a blessed land. The spiritual energy here does not contain any impurities at all. If it were someone else, they would not be able to finish absorbing it even after 100 years. However, Xiaochun was different. His 10,000 dragons art had already reached the 3rd layer and condensed a blue dragon essence soul. The newly condensed blue dragon essence soul was like a baby waiting to be fed. It happened to require a large amount of resources. Even if it was not enough, Xiaochun still had the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art. He could materialize the demonic cloud bird, so he did not need to worry about not being able to consume it. As Xiaochun walked, he felt time flow slowly. He entered deep thought, not in a rush to absorb the spiritual milk here. Xiaochun had his own thoughts. In terms of resources, the various super factions should be about the same. Some super factions had inheritances even older than the Heavenly Alliance. In terms of cultivation, there was no way to determine who was stronger. After he came out of closed-door cultivation, he might even be weaker than the other party. Hence, the crux of these 10 years was not to absorb all the resources here and raise his cultivation. Instead, Xiaochun needed to understand his Tao. Aside from the cycle of reincarnation, his Tao was also the Tao that he accumulated bit by bit. compared to Shi, Chu Chaoyun, Wenren Yu, Qin Ming, Yin Songming, Yuan Zhen, and the others, Xiao Qin's Tao was more complicated and his path more difficult. Xiao Qin dual cultivated immortal cultivation and martial cultivation. At the same time, he had a fate with Buddhism. With the Mahaya abstinence violation saber technique, many people of the Buddhist sect could not compare to him. Furthermore, Xiao Qin cultivated an ancient demonic cultivation technique, the demonic cloud heaven swallowing art. At the same time, he possessed the blue dragon divine body. Xiao Qin dual cultivated immortal cultivation and martial cultivation, divine and demonic as one. He also had a Buddhist heart. Compared to the natural treasures that littered this place, understanding his Tao was more important in these 10 years. Perhaps it had something to do with Shi Wangmu's experiences, but Xiao Qin still maintained an indifferent attitude toward the vast spiritual milk that the Heavenly Alliance had accumulated for more than 100,000 years. His expression was calm, like that of a mortal walking on a mountain made of gold, calm and indifferent. In contrast, when Qin Ming, Wenren Yu, and the others entered their respective blessed lands, they immediately went wild with joy. They did not hesitate to circulate their cultivation techniques frantically, absorbing the surrounding natural treasures into their bodies at a horrifying speed. How long was 10 years? Xiao Qin did not know. The instant he entered the Nine Heavens origin gathering formation, he started thinking about dual cultivating immortal cultivation and martial cultivation, divine and demonic as one, and a Buddhist heart. He wondered how to merge them, how to walk a path that belonged to him, Xiao Qin. This was a path that no one had taken before or after. 1 year passed in the blessed lands. Suirenji, Hua, Tianyang, and the other doyens came to find Mu Zifeng in a somewhat flustered manner. Alliance chief, not to mention 10% of the resources in the blessed lands, there is not even 1,000th less. What is this Xiao Qin doing? Is he sleeping inside? This guy better not waste our painstaking efforts. Regardless of whether he absorbs it or not, after 10 years in the cave, the Divine of Heaven Mountain will self-destruct. The group of doyens appeared flustered. After Mu Zifeng persuaded them to leave with kind words, he also felt apprehensive in his heart. What was Xiao Qin up to? Soon, 2 years passed in the blessed enclave. The spiritual milk formed by the various natural treasures in the Nine Heavens origin gathering formation did not decrease at all. This group of doyens sought out Mu Zifeng again. 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, in the blink of an eye, 8 years had passed in the blessed paradise. However, the resources in the Nine Heavens origin gathering formation did not decrease at all. Now, not only Hua Tianyang and the other doyens, but also Mu Zifeng could no longer sit still. Everyone, what should we do now? After a while, regardless of whether Xiao Qin is willing or not, the heavenly mountain will collapse, but the resources inside will not decrease. Mu Zifeng said somewhat helplessly as he looked at everyone with a sullen expression. The situation before them was beyond Mu Zifeng's expectations, something he had never expected. Actually, they had already discussed such a problem several times. However, they could not come up with a good solution in the end. Should we switch out someone else? Hua Tianyang said after some thought. Since the resources in there have not decreased, let's risk it and open the seal. Then we can switch out someone else to absorb the resources in the Nine Heavens origin gathering formation. Who should we switch to? Let's switch to Jianghe. He is the Heaven Dragon's descendant. Coincidentally, he absorbed the entire ethereal immortal palace. I think that he is a person with great luck. Coincidentally, he is also in our heavenly alliance. He also wants to become the Dragon Emperor, so we might be able to make a deal. Someone whispered a name, which immediately caused a moment of silence. Switching out someone else meant abandoning Xiao Qin. Mu Zifeng closed his eyes and said, "Don't say it first. Let me think about it." Chapter 23:42. Let me think about it. 8 months had passed since Xiao Qin entered Heavenly Divine Mountain's Nine Heavens origin gathering formation. Based on a ratio of time in the Nine Heavens origin gathering formation, Xiao Qin had been in there for 8 years. During these 8 years, the 10,000-year-old spiritual milk and the various divine sources in Heavenly Divine Mountain had not moved at all. Such a strange situation made the Heavenly Alliance's upper echelon feel somewhat anxious and uncertain. Some of the outstanding talents that the other super factions placed their bets on had already appeared and stirred up a storm in the Great Thousand Realms, attracting attention. For example, the Dragon God Crown Prince Qin Ming suddenly came out of closed-door cultivation 2 months ago. Now, he was a horrifying 9-vein sovereign emperor. The more horrifying thing was that he had completely unlocked the potential of the Golden Dragon's bloodline. His every movement gave people the feeling that he was an ancient golden dragon that had come back to life. The many older generation 9-vein sovereign emperors in Bushin Palace trembled before him. However, Xianxia still showed no signs of movement. No one knew what was happening inside. "Zifeng, we can't wait anymore," Hua Tianyang, the old alliance chief, said hoarsely, his face covered in wrinkles, looking extremely old. The other doyens did not say anything. However, the expressions in their eyes as they looked at Mu Zifeng went without saying. They could not afford to wait. Or rather, the Heavenly Alliance could not afford to lose. As the epic changed, as long as they lost the bet, it would not just be 1 or 2 people who died. The thousands of clans and factions that relied on the Heavenly Alliance would either be destroyed or enslaved in the new epic. As faux god experts, they definitely did not want their descendants to be unable to maintain their current status in the new epic. They might even be enslaved by other factions. Mu Zifeng said after some thought, "I understand. Get someone to send Xianxia over." Understood. In less than 15 minutes, the faux god experts brought Xianxia to the summit of Heavenly Divine Mountain. Back then, after absorbing the ethereal Immortal Palace, Xianxia had fallen into a deep sleep. Then, Xianxia saved him. Xianxia had already woken up 3 months ago. Now, he had already stabilized the fortuitous encounter in the ethereal Immortal Palace. His entire body gave off an ethereal air. This was especially so for his eyes, which were as bright as stars and gems. When looked carefully, they were as deep and vast as the boundless starry heavens, giving off an ethereal and clear feeling. The ethereal Immortal Palace's aura was perfectly compatible with the Heaven Dragon mysteries. Now, Xiaoqian already possessed a true Heavenly Dragon bloodline. It had to be said that the previous Heavenly Dragon owed Xianxia a lot. However, he had done everything a father could to show the utmost fatherly love. The Heavenly Alliance doyens, including Mu Zifeng and Swearenji, all carefully sized up Xianxia, nodding to themselves. Xiaoqian was very satisfied with Xianxia. Since something unexpected happened to Xiaoqian, he was a good backup. "Seniors, what do you want to discuss with me?" Xianxia quickly asked, feeling weird being sized up by a group of people. Zhaozdao Emperor Alliance Chief Shin God. Alliance wants to ask him, "King Chun is, you want me to be to replace Chun? You want Chin Chun Chun? You want me substitute? You want a divine emperor? You want me you want me replacing me instead? Shao King Chun Chun, Chin heaven on one you heaven on one on demon you sue you all." Yes, the Heavenly Alliance has already staked everything on this and cannot afford to fail. You also want to become a dragon emperor, right? With our support, you will definitely be able to become a dragon emperor after you absorb the spiritual milk and divine source in the 9 heavens source gathering formation. Mu Zifeng knew that Xianxia had a deep relationship with Xiaoqian, so he made his relationship clear. Several thoughts flashed through Xianxia's mind, but he soon calmed down and mused to himself. "Chieftain Mu, I suggest we wait. Perhaps Xiaoqian is at the critical juncture of his closed-door cultivation, and if we rashly open the seal, it will instead cause him to fall short of success. But we can't wait any longer." That's right. Once the 9 heavens source convergence array is activated, it can only be maintained for a year. It's already been 8 months. Xiaoqian has been in there for 8 years. No matter what he is doing, he should have finished it by now. Little brother Xianxia, just say yes. When the Heavenly Alliance doyens saw Xianxia hesitate, they immediately felt somewhat anxious. They couldn't be blamed for not being anxious. After all, they had given Xianxia a lot of time. If it wasn't the very last moment, they wouldn't resort to such a method. Rumble. Just as Jiang was about to speak, the entire heavenly divine mountain suddenly shook intensely. The world spun around as if time and space twisted. At the summit of the mountain, Mu Zifeng and the others in the residence shook, unable to stand stably. Everyone's expressions changed slightly, showing doubt in their eyes. Crack! Crack! Cracks appeared in the roof of the residence, and rubble fell continuously. The palace that stood on the peak of the mountain seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Let's go. Mu Zifeng made a prompt decision, quickly leaving with Jiang and the other doyens. Whoosh! Just as the group left the residence and landed at the foot of Heavenly Divine Mountain, the Heavenly Divine Mountain, shining with spiritual light behind them, suddenly lost all its spiritual energy. All of a sudden, there was no more spiritual chi, and it turned into a pile of withered rocks. Then it collapsed. The 10,000-foot God Mountain disappeared in an instant. What's going on? Hua Tianyang and the other doyens were startled, their expressions changing dramatically. They all wondered if something had happened to the Nine Heavens Origin Gathering Array. It's over. It's all gone. Xuanxia shook his head and sighed softly. The 100,000-odd years of the Heavenly Alliance's accumulations suddenly vanished before everyone's eyes. Jiang entered deep thought as if he thought of something. Whoosh! 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 Many figures quickly flew over from a distance. The Heavenly Alliance's cultivators had rushed over after hearing the news. Heavenly Divine Mountain was the symbol of the Heavenly Alliance. Everyone's every move was watched by the light. What more when it collapsed? They could not hide it even if they wanted to. This might even trigger a chain reaction. Bang! Just at this moment, the rubble exploded and a figure drifted out. Xianxia. Jiang's sharp eyes immediately recognized the person who flew out of the Heavenly Divine Mountain's rubble. This person was none other than Xianxia. This is somewhat strange. Xuanxia stared at Xianxia, who was slowly descending. He revealed an expression of doubt in his eyes, as he was shocked to discover that Xianxia's aura had disappeared. He was shocked to discover that, despite being a faux god, he could not make out Xianxia's cultivation. Xianxia, who appeared before Xuanxia, seemed ordinary, without anything special about him. Mu Zifeng's expression changed slightly. He signaled with his eyes, and a gray-clad, nine-vein, sovereign emperor Doyen immediately soared into the air. He soared into the air and threw a punch at Xianxia without saying a word. When Xianxia punched, he activated his 9 divine veins at the same time. Vast divine energy and soul energy drove the power of the world and materialized the mysterious phenomenon of 10,000 stars falling and the sun and moon shattering. This punch seemed to shatter the boundless river of stars and the sun, moon, and stars at the same time. Good timing. Xianxia smiled faintly. Then he raised his hand and flicked his finger. Whoosh! A strand of saber chi shot out from Xianxia's fingertip. When the saber chi appeared, sun, moon, stars, universe, starry sky, endless divine essence. Before this seemingly ordinary strand of saber chi, they all lost their color and vanished. Wuxia. The saber chi pierced through the fist light of the 9-vein, sovereign Emperor Doyen, sending him flying back while vomiting blood. 9-vein, sovereign emperor. The instant Xianxia attacked, Xuanxia and the other doyens clearly saw Xianxia's cultivation. A bona fide 9-vein, sovereign emperor. They immediately rejoiced. It turned out that Xianxia had absorbed all the resources in this heavenly divine mountain. Sorry for the offense earlier. After Xianxia landed, he performed a cup fist salute to the doyen who vomited blood. It's not really, the gray-clad doyen quickly waved his hand as he spoke. When Xianxia attacked earlier, the gray-clad doyen seemed to see gods, demons, immortals, and Buddhas sitting quietly behind him, submitting to a treasure saber. He had never seen or heard of such a scene before. The sky was filled with immortals, Buddhas, and countless gods and demons. Any one of them was an unprecedented powerhouse. Every one of them represented a grand epic. All of them had startling magic skills that could pluck the stars and moon. However, they all submitted to the light of a saber. Be it the ancient Buddhist nations with Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Arhats, and Vajras, the supreme immortal courts with immortals, the 9 layers of the demonic abyss with ancient demonic sovereigns, or the boundless hell, they were no exception. Xiao Chun raised his hand and flicked his finger, and the immortals, Buddhas, and ancient gods and demons all submitted. Chapter 2343. Xiao Chun raised his hand and flicked his finger. The gray-clad, 9-veined sovereign emperor Doyan instantly lost a clean defeat. Such a scene elicited wild joy from Mu Zifeng and Swearenji Shak. Although this gray-clad Doyan was not particularly strong among the 9-veined sovereign emperors, he was still a bona fide 9-veined sovereign emperor. However, Xiao Chun was a bona fide 9-veined sovereign emperor who had accumulated his divine energy for many years. However, he still got defeated in one move. Xiao Chun, how did you do it? Mu Zifeng and the other Doyans asked out of curiosity. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and replied, I just figured out some problems, understood my Tao, and found the path I want to take. For the past 8 years, Xiao Chun had been thinking hard about where his path should be. Immortal cultivation and martial dual cultivation, divine and demon as one, and a Buddhist heart. All these things were hard to separate. Compared to raising his cultivation and absorbing resources, Xiao Chun paid more attention to the Tao he wanted to take. How to control it, how to merge it, how to look at his heart, and how to make his thoughts clear. Xiao Chun was very clear that if he did not understand, no matter how high his cultivation was, he would not be able to jump out of his current shackles. If he could not break through the bottleneck of the martial epic, he would always have to live in the shadows of his predecessors, unable to be himself. 8 years passed in the blink of an eye. Xiao Chun finally understood. His Tao, his path, his original heart, everything came from the saber in his heart that had never been sealed. Xiao Chun was a bladesman. No matter how long it took, no matter how many immortals, demons, gods, or Buddhas passed, this would never change. After thinking it through, Xiao Chun suddenly saw the light. Then, he used the saber to suppress the immortals, demons, gods, and Buddhas in his heart. Although it was called suppression, it was actually merging and absorbing them, mastering them, and taking the path to his heart. After comprehending the Tao, the world suddenly became clear. In one breath, Xiao Chun absorbed all the resources of heavenly divine mountain into the saber in his heart. What exactly is your cultivation now? Mu Zifeng was more concerned about this. Xiao Chun had revealed too little strength, so it was better to have an idea. Xiao Chun didn't say anything. After a while, he said softly, the level of cultivation isn't important. Once the epic collapses, all the rules will be broken, including the division of cultivation levels. At that time, who will truly be able to establish an epic will depend on one's understanding of the Tao, the world, and one's own heart. What do you mean? The moment Xiao Chun said that, Mu Zifeng and the other Doyans exchanged looks, not really understanding. It's fine. With my current strength, I should be able to fight anyone below the empty god realm. Seeing that the other party did not really understand what he was talking about, Xiao Chun sighed in his heart. He could only say something practical. When Mu Zifeng and the others heard this, they all laughed. This made it much easier to understand. According to Xiao Chun's humble character, he was at the highest level below the faux god realm. Get some rest. Jiang, he is here anyway, and you could ask him about what happened in the outside world while you were in seclusion. We'll be on our way. After experiencing Xiao Chun's strength, Mu Zifeng and the other Heavenly Alliance upper echelon left in satisfaction. He did not care about the collapse of the Heavenly God Mountain at all. Congratulations, Jiang, he said with a smile as he strolled over. Many thanks. Xiao Chun sized up Jiang He with a few glances and sensed the other party's ethereal air, as well as the deep and distant eyes that looked like the boundless starry heavens. Xiao Chun's eyes lit up. After some thought, he asked, You became a heaven dragon? Yes. However, although I became a heaven dragon, my cultivation did not increase by much. I cannot compare to you. He smiled faintly, not showing much joy. Is that so? That might not be the case. When the martial epoch is destroyed, the various rules of the martial epoch might be destroyed along with it. At that time, we might no longer be able to judge a person's strength based on their cultivation. What do you mean? You were right about that earlier. That group of Doyens said it too. He showed a confused expression. He felt that Xiao Chan did not seem to be joking. Xiao Chen thought for a while before explaining. This is just my guess. When the martial epoch is destroyed, the rules of the martial epoch, like the division of cultivation realms, will be destroyed as well. At that time, before the new epoch appears, how much strength one can bring out will depend on one's understanding of one's Tao, not just one's cultivation. He had never heard of such a theory before. When he suddenly heard it, he felt greatly startled. Xiao Chun said softly, "Let's not talk about this for now. While I was in closed-door cultivation, did the Faux God War in the Yinwu dynasty come to an end?" Xiao Chun had been in the Nine Heavens Origin Gathering Formation for about 8 years. 8 or 9 months should have passed in the outside world. Logically speaking, the results of the Faux God War in the Yinwu dynasty should have come to an end already. Jiangyi nodded and said, "I was just about to talk to you about this. I'd like to hear the details. I'm not very sure about the process of the Faux God War. However, after that battle, the factions of the Underworld God Hall and the demonic Dao Hall withdrew from the imperial capital Yin City. All the factions belonging to the imperial ancestral temple in the palace have been cleared out. Now, Wang Yin has inherited the throne and is the new Yin emperor." After a pause, He continued, "However, things are far from over. The demonic Dao Hall and the Underworld God Hall have already launched a large-scale invasion of the Yinwu dynasty. Right now, the flames of war raged everywhere in the Yinwu dynasty. There was also a new Buddhist sect that appeared everywhere, bewitching the masses. They revered the ancient Kitagarbha Bodhisattva as the Buddha, gaining countless believers. It shows signs of overtaking the hidden spirit temple. Its development speed is incredible. Xiao Chan thought to himself, "It looks like the shattering of the Kasyapa Buddha's golden body has something to do with Yuanzhen. How is the hidden spirit temple now? It's very difficult. The shattering of the golden body of the Buddha caused them to lose many believers. Now, there's a young monk called Yin Chun who goes around preaching and forming an alliance with the imperial family. We're mutually dependent. If that was the case, then the battle between faux gods that day must have been extremely intense. Pan Huang and sword god Su Hanzhan should have worked together to defeat the demonic Dao Hall and the Underworld God Hall. However, they could no longer support the Yinwu dynasty. The entire dynasty was in a precarious situation, becoming the most chaotic place before the epoch changed. "Oh, right. There's something else I have to tell you." He looked around cautiously. Then, he sent a voice projection to Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun felt enlightened, but his expression did not change much. "That's normal. I have not done anything for 8 years. It is hard for them to not get anxious. After all, he staked everything on me." Xiao Chun appeared rather calm about Jianghe's secret, replying in a relaxed manner. "That's good. I was thinking the same thing. Before this, I was still hesitating, afraid that you would overthink it. Now, it looks like I was overthinking." Jianghe sized up Xiao Chun and found that he could not figure out the other party. It was like Jianghe and the others were still in a cage, but Xiao Chun had already jumped out. "How is the situation in the Divine Dragon Empire? I would like to take some time to go over. It is time to resolve some grudges." Jianghe's expression changed slightly as he asked, "Are you sure?" While Xiao Chun spoke casually, Jianghe knew that once Xiao Chun went, there would be a bloody storm. "I'm sure. Tell me then." Xiao Chun knew that Jianghe had been thinking of returning to the Divine Dragon Empire. He had designs on the Dragon Emperor position and had been paying attention at all times. Qin Ming stood out among the outstanding bloodline talents of the 8 great empires and obtained the full support of the Bushan Palace. He came out of closed-door cultivation before you and is a 9-vein sovereign emperor. Now, he shakes the dragon race with his might. The purple gold dragon emperor intends to bring forward the dragon emperor selection. Helplessness flashed in Xianxi's eyes as he said, however, with Qin Ming's current cultivation, even if the other divine dragon disciples work together, they will not be able to defeat him. The competition to become the dragon emperor is just a ceremony for him to crown the dragon emperor. Is that so? A smile appeared on Xiaochen's face as he said softly, it will not be that easy. Remember to tell me when you return to the divine dragon empire. Xiaochen, will you vie for the dragon emperor position as well? He felt somewhat conflicted in his heart. After hesitating for a long time, he said, although you saved my life, if you vie for the dragon emperor position, I'll probably have to fight you to the end and not back down. Xiaochen did not deny it, not answering directly. He smiled and said, there's no need to feel conflicted. I never use morals to coerce others. If you do your best to vie for the dragon emperor position, I will definitely support you. I have to go and meet the others. Thank you for telling me so much. What does that mean? He remained in front of the rubble of Heavenly Divine Mountain, frowning heavily as he pondered Xiaochen's words. Sorry, I have to vie for the dragon emperor position. I can only repay the debt of saving my life in the future. Even after a long time, he still could not figure out Xiaochen's words. So, he shook his head and chose to leave. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xiaochen continuously traveled through the vast and boundless Heavenly Alliance's headquarters, appearing like a flash of light and shadow, leaving no traces. After a while, he appeared outside Ao Jiao's room. However, he discovered that Ao Jiao had already left. She returned to the Golden Crow Empire. Mo Chun and Su Yi, who were in the same courtyard, came out. After chatting for a long time, they informed Xiaochen of Ao Jiao's whereabouts. She already left? That's good. I should make a trip to the Golden Crow Empire. Chapter 2344. At that time, the 100 schools of thought and the 10,000 races would contend for supremacy. Blood and fire, chaos and despair would continue until the start of the new epoch. The two crashed into the Buddhist nation's barrier in the air like broken kites, producing loud sounds that sounded like morning bells and evening drums. Which evil beast dares to barge into the divine kingdom? The two controlled their Buddhist sect consummate techniques as they pleased. With a wave of their hands, they perfectly manifested their true meaning. Xiao Chun felt startled. He had heard from Jiang He that the new Buddhist sect led by Yuanzhen was developing rapidly. The so-called purification was using the Buddhist sect's magic skills to brainwash and enslave the other party, turning them into one slaves. The two's initiative vanished in mere moments, and they fell into a predicament. The saber light, materialized by the power of cycles, materialized in Xiaochen's 5 fingers gathered in his palm. Then he casually swung. The many believers on the ground showed joy on their faces. Smiles appeared on their faces, appearing content and blissful. The seal could not stop Xiaochen, as this world called for the destroyer. The various mysterious phenomena of the Buddhist sect could not advance an inch under the illumination of the saber light. Cloud-rubbing palm. No matter where one was in the vast, boundless starry heavens, as long as one looked back, one would always see the central great realm, which was like an eternal treasure of the world. Xiaochen was very familiar with such a scene. The life Tao and the death Tao immediately cycled endlessly around Xiaochen, sending out saber lights materialized by the power of cycles. However, there were still many people outside the Divine Kingdom who could not avoid worshipping the Divine Kingdom. These people kowtowed piously, hoping that the Bodhisattvas would show themselves and let them in. In an instant, a vast Buddhist kingdom appeared, overflowing with golden light. However, when looking at it now, one could clearly sense an ominous black fog encasing the central great realm. Now, this Yanwu dynasty's ritual ground was densely packed with believers in the blink of an eye. Countless believers worshipped inside and outside the ritual ground. Incense burned, making the Buddhist statue and the bodhisattvas and arhats around it look even more dignified. A rainbow path carrying a lotus platform wound its way through the air and landed at Xianxia's feet. Then, Xianxia saw a gigantic Buddha image in the west of the Yinwu dynasty. Connected to the heavens and the earth, Buddhist light illuminated everything. His appearance was dignified and kind. After passing 10 layers of palace halls and 1,000,000 steps, Xiaoqin saw Yuanzhen on the spacious Dao platform in front of the palace. Xiaoqian spread his arms and slowly descended from the starry sky like an eagle. Countless refugees, destitute and destitute. The evil Dao ran amok everywhere. Xiaoqian opened his eyes, feeling a little sad. Coincidentally, Xiaoqian felt curious and wanted to probe Yuanzhen's current situation. He immediately stepped onto the lotus platform, and the Buddhist light rotated. The lotus platform automatically brought Xiaoqian forward on the rainbow path. Suddenly, Xiaoqian's divine sense sensed a dazzling Buddhist light, and he opened his eyes. Xiao! The two of them vomited blood and looked at Xiaoqian with fear in their eyes. That was because if the old era was not destroyed, the new era would never appear. That eternal night would never have a moment of dawn. It would forever fall into darkness. Just as the two were at a loss for what to do, the barrier of the Buddhist nation in the air suddenly opened like an ancient Buddhist gate. Furthermore, Ao Jiao did not feel at ease leaving Little Yellow Feather alone in the Golden Crow Empire. Xiaoqian suddenly understood. This was the purification that the two protector Vajra mentioned earlier. However, since Yuanzhen invited him, there was no harm in meeting him. Buddhist chanting rang out beside Xiaoqian's ears as scriptures echoed, rubbing the clouds freely and projecting 10,000 Buddhas with the palm. However, Xiaoqian did not know that the other party had already established a Buddhist nation. The eyes of the two Buddhist sect protectors, who were as strong as great perfection sovereign emperors, lit up when they saw Xiaoqian. Then, they saw two Buddhist sect experts bathed in golden light, dressed in protector Vajra attire, flying out of the dazzling golden nation. If they wanted to make things difficult for Xiaoqian, it would not be easy for them to come out. Xiaoqian entered deep thought. After entering the other party's Buddhist nation, his strength would be limited. He knew that this was just the beginning. Such a tragedy would slowly spread. Eventually, it would spread to the entire Great Thousand Realms. When the epic ended, the eternal night would officially descend. At this moment, Yuanzhen sat cross-legged, giving a lecture to the surroundings. 3 days later, Xiaoqian returned to the central Great Realm from the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. Xiaoqian frowned slightly. These two Buddhist sect experts had pure Buddhist dharma and deep accumulations. The two did not waste any time speaking nonsense. They each executed a killing move, and vast Buddhists might encase Xiaoqian. At the very least, there were hundreds of millions of them. They are pretty strong. Furthermore, they are spies sent by the royal court's lackeys. Without any warning, Xiaoqian, who moved forward like a laser beam, crashed into the void. Xiaoqian's spiritual sense turned into countless invisible motes of light, spreading out like a spiderweb. Soon, he sensed the entire Yinwu dynasty in his sea of consciousness. This was the small world of more than 100 Buddhist sect experts, gathered using Buddhist magic skills. This materialized a divine nation that rivaled a true god's, even stronger than a small world. Dang! The sovereign emperor experts of the righteous Dao and demonic Dao stood up and left respectfully. Just as the sovereign emperor experts felt horrified, they saw Xiaoqian suddenly raise his hand. However, Xiaoqian's eyes were lifeless, devoid of spiritual light. Clearly, he was already delirious. "We have guests. We'll talk about it another day. You all can withdraw." Flames of war and beacons filled the place. The bustle of the past was long gone. Xiaoqian could see the dragon luck guarding the Yinwu dynasty from the constellation. It was unstable in the wind and rain, showing signs of crumbling. When Xiaoqian sent out his spiritual sense, all he received was negative emotions. The Yinwu dynasty's etiquette had collapsed. Order no longer existed, and ghosts ran amok. Night slowly descended, with no hope in sight. Xiaoqian did not panic. He silently circulated the cycle Great Tao. Xiaoqin did not rush to the Golden Crow Empire. He directly landed in the sky above the Yinwu dynasty. This was the center of the entire martial epoch, the Great Thousand Realms, where the luck of the entire martial epoch gathered. Xiaoqin was like a wild beast that saw delicious prey. He spread his fingers and lifted them up high. In that instant, Xiaoqin's figure magnified infinitely in the eyes of the two, making them look infinitely insignificant. As the world venerate commands, don't bother speaking nonsense with him. Capture him and get martial ancestor Yuan Zhen to purify him. That will be a great help. Now, Xiaoqin somewhat understood why Mu Zifeng said that the Black Dragon King would definitely appear. Even if Xiaoqin knew where the Black Dragon King was sealed, he would not be able to stop the Black Dragon King from appearing. Back in the Kunlun realm, the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva had opened a similar dojo in the heavenly starry ocean. However, it was much smaller in scale. Millions of five-colored auspicious signs layered over each other burst out. A golden Kitagarbha Bodhisattva Dharmic incarnation was hidden in the depths of the Buddhist light. Without more than 100 years of attainments in the Buddhist Dharma, it would be very difficult to materialize such a perfect Buddhist mysterious phenomenon as one pleased. Flying Flower Finger. After all, she was the Golden Crow Empire's divine daughter. She could not remain in the Heavenly Alliance forever. Xiaoqin's figure turned around and flew straight to the dojo. He arrived within a short while. Welcome, Benefactor Xiao. The world venerate invites you in. The countless astral regions in the magnificent starry heavens revolved around the central great realm. Whoosh! After Xiaoqin entered, the gates of the Buddhist nation closed. When Xiaoqin looked down, there was a vast and majestic execution ground that occupied a vast area. Yuan Zhen glanced over. When he saw Xiaoqin, he smiled and said, Benefactor Xiao, how have you been? Xiaoqin took a few steps back and looked over, entering deep thought. Flowers flew around, and light and shadows danced. It was not hard to understand why Ao Jiao returned to the Golden Crow Empire. Given Xiaoqin's current strength, he could travel the starry heavens without an alloy warship, even faster. Xiaoqin did not seem like a sovereign emperor expert who relied on the power of incense. The people who spoke to him startled Xiaoqin. Among them were sovereign emperor experts of the righteous Tao and demonic Tao. There were even people of the demonic Tao and abyssal underworld's foreign races. Those lawless, evil cultivators all appeared pious or enslaved. This situation could not be reversed by just one person. After saying goodbye to Mo Chun and Su Yi, Xiaoqin headed to the Golden Crow Empire alone. The ordinary people showed flustered expressions. They were numb and ignorant, not knowing how to deal with this. Some were kept in captivity by demonic Tao cultivators, using their physical bodies as nourishment for their demonic cultivation techniques, and their souls as sacrifices to the ghost pennant. The various religious sects took advantage of the chaos to bewitch the hearts of the people. When looking around, Xiaoqin saw a dense, indescribable number of believers. Countless arhats wore kasayas and had golden divine powder smeared over their bodies on both sides of the road. Under the illumination of the Buddhist light, they glistened like ancient arhats, looking incredibly dazzling. Chapter 2345. Benefactor Xiao, how have you been? When Yuan Zhen saw Xiaoqin, he smiled faintly, showing a relaxed expression. There was an indescribable Buddha nature on him. It was neither good nor evil, and it was extremely strange. Xiaoqin had just heard the others call him the revered one of the world. This was an incredible title. It was rumored that the first ancestor of Buddhism was born. He pointed to the heavens and drew the earth, saying that he was the only supreme being in the world. This simple form of address showed Yuan Zhen's ambition. Xiaoqin asked softly, should I call you Yuan Zhen or the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva? Yuan Zhen pressed his palms together and smiled benevolently. Benefactor Xiao, it is better to address me as Yuan Zhen. I prefer you to call me Yuan Zhen, but in your eyes, it's all the same no matter what you call me. Xiaoqin narrowed his eyes slightly. He found Yuan Zhen somewhat unfathomable. Looking up at the back of the heavenly strength hall, in the depths of the myriad of overlapping auspicious signs, the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's transcendence golden body was hidden within. Its face was benevolent, and its heart was filled with compassion. Suddenly, Xianxia understood. So that's how it was. The Kitagarbha Bodhisattva had already merged with Yuan Zhen. However, the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva existed in Yuan Zhen's form. The two had not truly merged yet. Hence, Yuan Zhen's consciousness remained. He was right. The one standing before Xianxia was indeed Yuan Zhen and not the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva. Xianxia said softly, "If you had a choice, would you still bear the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's karma? According to his plan, when the Buddhist epic is established, your memories of Yuan Zhen will disappear." Yuan Zhen's expression changed slightly. Unexpectedly, Xianxia saw through his relationship with the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva. When the Buddhist epoch arrived, the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva would truly awaken. At that time, the dominant position would change. Yuan Zhen withdrew his smile. After some thought, he said, "Most of the time, there is actually no choice." Maybe. Xianxia didn't refute the other party. From his point of view, he could choose at any time. But he also understood that the others had no choice. There seemed to be many hidden spirit temple esteemed monks in your Buddhist nation. Xianxia changed the topic and asked casually. Yuan Zhen smiled and said, "You have pretty good eyes." Indeed, after the Kasyapa Buddha's golden body was destroyed, the Kasyapa Buddha's body was destroyed. Many martial uncles abandoned the darkness for the light and joined me in creating a new Buddhism. But even if you want to create a new Buddhist school, there's no need for you to make a move against these commoners, no? Xianxia pointed at the believers kneeling at the foot of the 10,000 steps. Yuan Zhen argued, "What's wrong? Didn't you see the smiles on their faces? In my Buddhist kingdom, you only need to worship devoutly every day, and you won't have to worry about food or clothing. What's so bad about that? Right now, the Yinwu dynasty is hell on earth, filled with the flames of war. I am doing good deeds to accumulate virtue. If you want to argue, I won't argue with you." Yuan Zhen's expression slowly turned serious. He said seriously, "Xianxia, what if I told you that the Kasyapa Buddha used this method to establish the Buddhist sect back then? Would you believe me?" The epoch changed, and chaos arose everywhere. Extraordinary times naturally required extraordinary methods. If I did not use such methods, how could I establish the Buddhist kingdom in such a short time? I know you want to say that these believers do not have any thoughts or intelligence, like the Walking Dead. However, this has always been the case in this world. The strong can be merciful. When the Buddhist epoch starts, the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva will return the power of faith, and there will be no need to do this. Xianxia felt slightly stunned. Then he thought of the 3 black mountains behind Spirit Vulture Mountain, the boundless demonic domain filled with sin. Yuan Zhen's words should be true. However, so what? Hence, Xianxia did not feel any pity for the hidden spirit temple's destruction. A temple built on boundless sin should not have a reason to exist, no matter how glorious it was. You're on your own. You should understand that these words of self-consolation can only deceive yourself. Xianxia felt very uncomfortable staying here. After investigating Yuan Zhen and the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's situation, Xianxia did not want to linger, so he turned and left. "Did I say you could leave?" Yuan Zhen snorted coldly and sent a palm strike at Xianxia. The entire Buddhist kingdom's 90,000 arhats, 8,000 vajras, and 300 bodhisattvas all chanted scriptures at the same time. This caused countless ancient Buddhist sect scriptures to surround Yuan Zhen's palm strike. The entire divine kingdom started circulating in his palm. Xianxia's expression did not change. He turned around and sent a palm strike in retaliation. Boom! The instant the 2 palms clashed, the vast and boundless Buddhist kingdom shook intensely. Images of countless ancient arhats and bodhisattvas appeared in the sky amid thousands of auspicious signs. The Tao of life and death cycled endlessly around Xianxia, producing an unending stream of reincarnation power. Xiao Chun resisted the pressure of the entire Buddhist kingdom by himself. Saber! Xiao Chun shouted, and an eternal, inextinguishable saber light that surpassed the epic shot out from his body. The saber light soared into the clouds and tore a crack in the Buddhist kingdom's barrier in the sky. Yuanjun showed shock on his face as he got knocked back. Then he watched helplessly as Xiao Chun soared into the air and left the divine kingdom before the crack mended. World Venerate. Right after Xiao Chun left, many Buddhist sect sovereign emperors appeared in the surroundings with grave expressions. World Venerate. Why did you not bring out the golden Buddha body and directly suppress him? With Xiao Chun dead, we will have one less strong enemy. Yuanjun said indifferently. I feel that he is not as simple as a nine-vein sovereign emperor. The Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's golden body is not complete yet. We cannot take the risk. The two were testing each other, probing each other's limits. While Xiao Chun wanted to figure out Yuanjun and the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's strength, Yuanjun thought the same. However, Yuanjun could not figure out the other party's strength with just one palm strike. After leaving the Buddhist kingdom, Xiao Chun hovered in the air and looked down at the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's golden body. Yuanjun remained silent and observed for a long time, not leaving. He wanted to destroy this Buddhist kingdom in one go. However, he felt that there was no need in the end. The Buddhist kingdom was established because the epic was about to end. Order collapsed, and the natural laws no longer existed. It was like a dynasty on the verge of destruction. The emperor lost his suppression of the feudal lords. Outstanding talents fought each other, and chaos descended. This was not a problem that could be solved by killing one or two feudal lords. The current situation was even more complicated and terrifying than that. The Holy Lord, who controlled the entire epoch, had already lost control of the various factions. The righteous Tao was no longer righteous, and the demonic Tao was even more demonic. The entire world was on the verge of collapse, on the verge of collapse. Xiao Chun withdrew his gaze and stood up to leave. Not long later, Xiao Chun sensed two figures rapidly approaching him. Big brother. It was the little monk Yin Shun and the heavenly book scholar. Xiao Chun asked in confusion, "Why are the two of you here? Let's leave this place first. This is the evil Buddha's territory. Even faux gods do not dare to barge in." The heavenly book scholar looked at the Buddhist kingdom fearfully. After a while, Xiao Chun understood that Yin Shun and the heavenly book scholar sensed a battle in the Buddhist kingdom. They came to check and discovered that it was Xiao Chun, so they rushed over. Whoosh! Far away from Yuanjun's Buddhist kingdom, the three landed. When Xiao Chun saw the little monk Yin Shun, he felt rather happy. "Big brother, my master passed away," Yin Shun said sullenly, showing grief on his face. "Big brother, my master passed away." Venerable Su Yin? This senior had left a very good impression on Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun felt deep respect for him. How'd he die? The heavenly book scholar explained, back when we were still in the ancient Yin Emperor tomb during the succession race, Senior Su Yun chased after the traitor Su Ming, who was Yuanjun's master. In the end, that Su Ming had planned this. He lured Venerable Su Yi to the Kasayapa Buddha's golden body. Then, he died together, destroying the Kasayapa Buddha's golden body, resulting in today's situation. That was how the Kasayapa Buddha's golden body was destroyed. This Su Ming schemed and was very ruthless. No wonder Xiao Chun did not see him in the Buddhist kingdom. It turned out that he was already dead. Where are Abbot Su Yi and Senior Pan Huang? Xiao Chun asked. Yin Shun answered, "The abbot and Senior Pan Huang are at Spirit Vulture Mountain, leading the remaining martial uncles to suppress the sin in Spirit Vulture Mountain. Right now, I am in charge of the Hidden Spirit Temple. The abbot and his martial uncle told me to assist the Yin Emperor and not lower my head to the evil Buddha." Unexpectedly, Yin Shun would have a day where he could stand on his own. Given Yin Shun's character, he probably did not like this responsibility. However, with the epoch changing, the Buddhist sects no longer had anyone to lead them aside from him. Xiao Chun said softly, "Before I came, I saw that the entire Yinwu dynasty was covered in smoke. The situation does not seem very optimistic. We have to persevere, right? The heavenly book scholar smiled and said, if even we give up, there will be no hope for this land at all. Xianxia showed a determined expression as he said through clenched teeth, Big brother, there's no need to worry. When the reinforcements from the other 3 Buddhist temples arrive, the evil Buddha will not be able to be so arrogant. Aside from the Hidden Spirit Temple, the Buddhist sects had 3 other Buddhist temples, all of them holy lands. It looks like the situation is not that bad. Xianxia said, help me send my regards to 9th brother. I still have things to do and cannot stay to help him for now. After taking his leave of the 2, Xianxia headed for the Golden Crow Empire. Xianxia passed through the desolate sea and arrived at the Blue Dragon's old land, stopping at the small village that Xianxia once led. The small village no longer existed. In its place was a flourishing city. A towering tree stood outside the city, covering the sky and sun. A youth formed hand seals under the tree, using spiritual energy to nourish the tree's roots. This youth was none other than Sang, the propping mulberry tree. Wait here first. Sang did not feel surprised to see Xianxia land. He gave him a casual glance before continuing to focus on nourishing the propping mulberry tree. Many years had passed since they parted. The sapling from back then. After so many years, the sapling from back then had already grown into a towering tree, protecting the city behind it like a guardian deity. Xianxia was not in a rush. He waited quietly at the side. Chapter 2346. After Sang finished nourishing it with spiritual energy, Xianxia waved his hand. Then, he looked at Xianxia and said, it had been many years. However, I knew that you would definitely return. That is natural. However, when I came from the Yinwu dynasty, the desolate sea did not seem to have many waves. As the 2 walked casually, Xianxia asked, finding it strange. Sang showed a calm expression as he replied casually, the desolate sea is filled with deserts and desolate lands, lacking in spiritual energy. It is not like the Yinwu dynasty, which is at the center of the storm. However, it is only a matter of time. When the epic ends, chaos will sweep through the entire great thousand realms. Xianxia frowned and said, the epic changes and the order collapses. You don't seem to feel it at all. What did I feel? When I was still in the propping mulberry tree's body, I saw the rise and fall of many epics. However, don't worry. With the propping mulberry tree's protection, the villagers in Azure Mountain Town should be able to avoid much trouble. Sang knew that the ordinary people gathered in Azure Mountain Town had a deep connection to the Blue Dragon bloodline back then. Perhaps they were once ordinary people under the Blue Dragon race's rule. Although Xianxia did not say it, he still cared about this group of people in his heart. In that case, I'll have to trouble you. Xianxia thanked Sang. Then, he turned his head back and happened to see the towering Azure Mountain in the distance. Xianxia's expression slowly turned grave. Now that he had returned to the Blue Dragon's old land, he definitely could not avoid this towering mountain that resembled the Blue Dragon's flight. However, the Azure Mountain remained, but the dragon head was gone. It was clear that the Azure Mountain once had a dragon head. However, someone chopped it off. Xianxia guessed that the Divine Master must have done it after defeating Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun in the Desolate Sea. After the Holy Lord defeated Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun in the Desolate Sea, he chopped off the Azure Mountain's dragon head, using that to strangle the Blue Dragon race's luck. For me to meet Grandpa 7 and the others, then? All right. Sang led the way, bringing Xianxia to meet all the old friends he once had. Of course, the burning moon wine brewed by Grandpa 7 had to be drunk to his heart's content. In the dead of night, Xianxia left alone and looked at the blood moon in the sky, deep in thought. What are you thinking about? Sang asked as he walked out. Xianxia muttered softly. Previously, my cultivation was not high. I thought that the desolate sea's blood moon was just a star. In the vast starry sky, there were countless stars. There was nothing strange about it. Now that I've reached my current realm, I can sense that this blood moon is truly incomparably mysterious. A blood moon would rise in the desolate sea every night. This was an ancient mystery. Many foe gods could not solve it. Why could one see the blood moon only in the desolate sea and not elsewhere? What was even more mysterious was that the blood moon was clearly in the sky, but if one flew into the starry sky, they would not be able to find it. It was even more wondrous than the reflection in the mirror. When Xiao Chun thought about Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's words in the ethereal immortal palace, he found it hard not to connect this blood moon to the wings of time. This blood moon is indeed strange. It is clearly in the sky, and moonlight covers the entire desolate sea. However, it feels somewhat illusory. Sang nodded, agreeing with Xiao Chen's point of view. So, I have to figure out. What are you doing? Sang asked, feeling confused. Xiao Chen smiled mysteriously, not saying anything more. Then, the divine universe steel quietly emerged from his body. After a while, a light flashed, and Xiao Chun entered the divine universe steel. Then, the divine universe steel vanished into thin air. Sang searched around in confusion, but did not find anything. However, he did not worry. He shook his head and said, "This fellow is becoming increasingly mysterious. He gives me the feeling that he is even more unfathomable than those powerhouses of the ancient epic." The Blue Dragon's old land. Xiao Chun leaped out of the blood moon while holding the divine universe steel. He looked around and saw the desolate slave Soul Reaper standing on the city wall in the distance. Soul Reaper's figure looked as imposing as before, but its aura was much weaker than what Xiao Chun had seen previously. "Come in." The dragon spirit's voice rang out in Xiao Chen's mind right after he appeared. Xiao Chun turned into a beam of purple light and leaped 50 kilometers. When he passed by Soul Reaper, he turned his head back to look at it. Soul Reaper sensed Soul Reaper. It also turned its head to look at Xiao Chun with a confused expression. Every time Xiao Chun saw Soul Reaper, he felt a trace of sorrow. Sighing softly, Xiao Chun landed on the ancient city's Dao platform. A blue dragon statue surrounded the mountains in front of the Dao platform. Having come here many times, Xiao Chun was familiar with the place, so he pushed open the door of the dragon statue and entered. The dragon spirit had been waiting for a long time. Without saying a word, it brought Xiao Chun to the blue dragon's inheritance hall. Xiao Chun did not say anything. He headed for the inheritance hall. This time, he was confident of directly climbing to the top floor. "There's no need. With your current strength, you no longer need to go through a test. I can give you the 10,000 Dragons Arts follow-up cultivation technique that you want." However, the dragon spirit stopped Xiao Chun and directly handed a jade strip to Xiao Chun. "Ancestor Dragon Art?" Xiao Chun gave a jade strip a strange look. To think that the dragon spirit gave him the Ancestor Dragon Art. That's right. With your current foundation, you can already cultivate it. When the 10,000 Dragons Art is cultivated to the end, all techniques will return to one. No matter what bloodline it is, it will take the path of atavism, bringing out the great desolate Ian Ancestor Dragon's divine might. However, it is hard to say whether you can cultivate it or not, the dragon spirit said indifferently. If one could cultivate the Ancestor Dragon Art, one would be able to bring out 1% of a great desolate Ian Ancestor Dragon strength. Unfortunately, over the countless epochs, very few managed to cultivate it. However, Xiao Chun did not really need the Ancestor Dragon Art right now. Right now, his flawless saber, Dao, already surpassed the epochs, surpassing immortals, Buddhas, gods, and demons. Furthermore, with the cycle Dao as his foundation, regular 9-vein sovereign emperors would not be a match for him. Furthermore, Xiao Chun had a trump card that others did not know about. Xiao Chun was not a 9-vein sovereign emperor, but a 10-vein sovereign emperor. The special divine vein that Xiao Chun condensed after absorbing the entire immortal burial lake actually existed independently. After Xiao Chun comprehended the Tao and absorbed all the resources of Heavenly Divine Mountain, he advanced to a 10-vein sovereign emperor. However, Xiao Chun had not ignited his divine flame and was not a faux god. However, he had one more divine vein than a 9-vein sovereign emperor. Perhaps it would be more accurate to call it an immortal vein rather than a divine vein. I'll leave this to you as well. After the dragon spirit handed the ancestor dragon art to Xiao Chun, it handed Xiao Chun an item. Royal genealogical record. Xiao Chun received it and took a look. It was a royal genealogical record. Only by writing his true name in it could he truly possess the dragon race's royal bloodline. Before Xiao Chun could digest it, the dragon spirit took out another item. A throne with 10,000 dragons carved on its back appeared out of nowhere before Xiao Chun. A pure emperor dragon's divine might surged out from the throne. This slightly stunned Xiao Chun. Caught off guard, this emperor dragon's divine might forced him back a few steps. This is, be it the ancestor dragon art or the royal genealogical record, Xiao Chun knew about them. Hence, he was not surprised when the dragon spirit took them out. However, this throne startled Xiao Chun. Even with Xiao Chun's current cultivation, this ancient throne still forced him back a few steps when he was unprepared. One could imagine just how great the background of this throne was. The dragon spirit smiled and said, "This is the Emperor Dragon throne that the dragon race has acknowledged since ancient times. The throne in the Divine Dragon Empire is just a replica. Is this for me as well?" Naturally, the dragon spirit's enthusiasm made Xiao Chun feel apprehensive in his heart. This dragon spirit is taking out all its trump cards. Xiao Chun asked suspiciously, "Senior, what do you want me to do?" The dragon spirit said somewhat excitedly, "I already sensed a great change in the world. The martial epoch will come to an end. With the Emperor Dragon throne and the royal genealogical record, you will definitely be able to snatch back the position of Dragon Emperor. After that, you will lead the Divine Dragon Empire and formally start the Divine Dragon epoch, fulfilling Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's final wish." So, that is what the dragon spirit wants. Xiao Chun put away the Emperor Dragon throne, but did not rush to imprint his soul blood on it. He looked at the dragon spirit and said, "Actually, I am not here today for the supreme treasures of the dragon race in the Blue Dragon treasure trove. I have a question that I would like to ask Senior." "Speak." "Did Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun obtain the wings of time back then?" The dragon spirit turned silent upon hearing that. After a while, it replied, "Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun did indeed obtain the wings of time. In that case, why did he not use it when he fought the Holy Lord?" Chapter 2347. In that case, why did Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun not use the wings of time when he fought the Holy Lord back then? Xiao Chun asked the question in his heart. Then, he looked at the dragon spirit, hoping to get an answer from it. The dragon spirit remained silent, seeming to be hiding something else. Xiao Chun found it strange, but he did not pursue the matter. He only waited quietly for the other party. After a long time, the dragon spirit said, "I'll tell you after you become the Dragon Emperor. How about that?" Xiao Chun said softly, "It's better to tell you now. I'm afraid of changes in the future. This matter is very important. How long is Senior going to hide it from me?" The dragon spirit sighed. After a while, it said, "All right, it is indeed time to tell you. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun did indeed secretly take away the wings of time back then. He did not use the wings of time when he fought the Holy Lord. That's because the wings of time were prepared to deal with even stronger enemies. The Black Dragon King, an enemy stronger than the Holy Lord." Naturally, Xiao Chun thought of the Black Dragon King. That's right. Back then, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor used the martial epic's luck to barely seal the Black Dragon King. Back then, the martial epic declined and could no longer continue sealing the Black Dragon King. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun had a greater goal, to kill the Black Dragon King and deal with this problem in one go. This revelation startled Xiao Chun. This Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun was very ambitious. This was something that even the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor could not do. To think that he wanted to take the risk and kill the Black Dragon King. After some thought, Xiao Chun said, "How did he prepare? If I guess right, it should have something to do with that blood moon above the desolate sea." The dragon spirit looked at Xiao Chun, and its eyes lit up. It said softly, "It looks like you suspected it long ago. It does have something to do with that blood moon. The desolate sea was the origin of the entire martial epic. Back then, after Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun obtained the Wings of Time, the Desolate Sea was the origin of the entire martial epic. Back then, after Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun obtained the Wings of Time, he materialized the Blood Moon as the formation core and laid two formations. Two formations? Xiaoqin knew that there was a heavenly Tao-killing formation in the vast desolate sea with the Blood Moon as the formation core. Then where is the other ray formation? I believe you know about the heavenly Tao-killing formation laid in the desolate sea. The other formation is in the sky. In the sky? Yes. In the vast starry heavens, Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun mobilized all the dragon race disciples in the various astral regions of the Great Thousand Realms to set up formation nodes. With the boundless universe as the background, the millions of stars as the nodes, and the Wings of Time as the formation core, Xiao Chun formed the unprecedented Great Desolate Blood Dragon formation. Once the formation is activated, the millions of stars will be driven by the Blood Moon and condense into an ancient blood dragon from the prehistoric era. The dragon spirit showed a disappointed expression as it spoke of Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's shocking actions back then. Xiao Chun was greatly shocked, and his expression changed slightly. The Great Desolate Blood Dragon formation used the starry heavens as its background and the millions of stars as its nodes. If this formation was activated, the size of the Great Desolate Aeon Blood Dragon that was formed would be simply inconceivable. Do you think I'm strong? However, in reality, the Great Desolate Blood Dragon formation alone could not kill the Black Dragon King. He is the incarnation of the heavenly Tao. He is destruction itself, the monster that the heavenly Tao used to destroy the martial epic. Hence, the heavenly Tao killing formation is needed. The two formations overlap, using the Great Desolate Aeon Blood Dragon's boundless dragon might to suppress him, and then using the heavenly Tao's killing intent to destroy him. The dragon spirit did not pause, continuing to speak. Xiao Chun raised his eyebrows. Then, with a flip of his hand, Heavenly Slayer appeared in his grasp. My Heavenly Slayer saber. The Desolate Sea was the origin of the martial epic. The heavenly Tao killing formation that Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun laid was to gather the killing intent born of the heavenly Tao since the birth of the epic. Coincidentally, Xiao Qin's Heavenly Slayer saber could activate the heavenly Tao's killing intent. The Heavenly Slayer saber did not kill, but hurt itself. Once it was unsheathed, it would taste blood. Heavenly Slayer and the heavenly Tao killing formation happened to draw on the heavenly Tao's killing intent. The dragon spirit said softly, "You are not stupid. The heavenly Slayer saber in your hand is used to activate the heavenly Tao killing formation. The Great Desolate Blood Dragon formation is activated by the Shuwu dynasty's Blood Dragon cloak." Xiao Chun quickly recalled the Blood Dragon cloak that she wore. The first time he saw it, he found it incredibly familiar. Indeed, you already know. The dragon spirit did not show much surprise on its face. After some thought, it said, "Back then, Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun dual cultivated the righteous and demonic Tao. He left a total of 2 inheritances. Naturally, one is here, and the other is the demonic Tao Hall. The 2 inheritances each control a formation and compete with each other in the future. The victor can obtain both Heavenly Slayer and the Blood Dragon Cloak, truly merging the 2 formations and becoming Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's true inheritor." Xiao Chun could not help revealing a self-mocking smile. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun really hid himself deeply. What's starting the divine dragon epic and inheriting his will? From the very start, she and I were his pawns. Only one person can obtain his inheritance. Both of us have been deceived. Xiao Chun was certain that she had not known about this, either. When she saw Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun visit the ethereal Immortal Palace, he could not disguise his shocked expression. However, she should know more than Xiao Chun. You could have continued hiding it. Why are you telling me now? Xiao Chun asked as he looked at the dragon spirit. The dragon spirit sighed and said, "According to Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's will, when you become the Dragon Emperor, he will become the demonic monarch. Then, The protectors of the two inheritances will tell you the truth, letting you kill each other. The one who survives will be able to merge the two formations. However, even you are suspicious now. I believe that person should be suspicious as well. I cannot be certain that the protectors of the demonic Dao Hall's inheritances will not tell him the truth in advance. If he knows the truth, and you do not, you will be at a great disadvantage. In the depths of my heart, I could definitely hope that you, with a pure-blooded bloodline, can start the divine dragon epic and not a demonic Dao cultivator without a dragon race bloodline. The dragon spirit showed a guilty expression, but it still told Xianxia the reason. Don't blame Dragon Emperor Xianxia. Back then, he spent too much effort laying the two formations. Just as he was about to enter closed-door cultivation to recuperate, the golden dragons betrayed him and told the Holy Lord about his declining strength. The Holy Lord suddenly made a move. Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun's defeat was too unjust. He simply could not swallow this defeat, so he laid this seemingly inhumane contingency plan. After hearing the dragon spirit's explanation for Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun, Xiaochun felt suspicious. He asked, "Why did I hear that Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun took the initiative to challenge the Holy Lord before being defeated?" The dragon spirit smiled and said, "Back then, he secretly laid the two formations and was incredibly weak. How could he be stupid enough to attack the Holy Lord? The winner takes all. Since the Holy Lord won, he naturally would not say that Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun launched a sneak attack, something so disgraceful." Xiaochun thought about it and agreed. This explained why Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun did not attack the Holy Lord even though he had the wings of time. However, the Holy Lord is not in a good state either. Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun severely injured his main body and basically cannot leave the faux god world. In the past 50,000 years, he wanted to explore the secrets of the Blue Dragon's old lands. However, he could only materialize divine weapons to attack. However, Soul Reaper stopped him. So, that was the case. The golden divine weapons that appeared in this world in the past were actually the work of the Holy Lord. As the dragon spirit said, the Holy Lord was indeed severely injured. Now, I no longer have any secrets. I already told you everything I know. You have to start the divine dragon epic. You have to snatch that person's blood dragon cloak. You can activate the two formations that Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun laid back, then only if you obtain both at the same time. The dragon spirit showed a serious expression as it looked at Xiaochun with a grave expression. The truth was often cruel. The perfect image of Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun in Xiaochun's heart had already crumbled. It seemed to be unexpected, but it was also reasonable. If possible, Xiaochun would not want to face this truth. It was too depressing. Ignoring the grave dragon spirit, Xiaochun left this place. Then he saw Soul Reaper standing on the city wall in a daze. When Xiaochun first saw Soul Reaper, he only felt fear and horror. However, when he saw Soul Reaper now, Xiaochun felt only sorrow and respect. Compared to Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun, the desolate slave Soul Reaper held a much higher place in Xiaochun's heart. Without saying a word, Xiaochun arrived before the desolate slave Soul Reaper's mountain-like body. Xiaochun extended his hand. Soul Reaper seemed to sense it, so it raised its thick hand clumsily. When the two hands, one large and one small, touched each other, the cycle Great Tao circulated. Then, Xiaochun slowly absorbed the death chi in Soul Reaper's body into his body. Then, he converted the death chi into vigorous life force. Life and death cycled, materializing the power of cycles. The death chi in the desolate slave Soul Reaper vanished at a visible rate. Soul Reaper was already a dead person. Due to the death chi in its body, it could not truly die. It could only guard this secret realm in the form of a desolate slave. Bang! The instant the death chi vanished, the desolate slave Soul Reaper's huge body suddenly vanished, turning into ashes. As Xiaochun watched Soul Reaper turn to ashes, he felt deeply moved. He figured out some things. Being despicable was the pass of the despicable. No explanation would be enough. Being noble was the epitaph of the noble. There was no need to say anything.